off-road riders. He won his first Ertsberg rodeo back in 2007. He's won it 5 times. He's 5 times AMA Enduro Cup champion, 6 times FIM Indoor Enduro World Cup. I don't know how these guys do it who ride the off-road bikes the way he does, but it's great to see him here this morning. Time then for the Malaysian national anthem. And next time we'll give Hakim a microphone and we can hear him singing along to the Malaysian national anthem. Wonderful to see. In the next round, the races 7 and 8 of our Rookies Cup season in Mugello on June 21st and 22nd. Until then, it's goodbye from Matt Dunn and myself, Peter Clifford. These are the highlights from Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup Race 2 in Aragon, and it was a clean start once again from your pole position rider, Vader Pratama, Indonesia's finest, turning it into turn 1 ahead of Brian Uriarte. It was all chaos towards the back though, many riders going wide, and on the climb up towards turn 5, it looked to be them two starting to break away already. But that wasn't the case with David Gonzalez, yesterday's podium finisher, catching them as we see Carter Thompson hit the deck and go down. Fortunately, okay, tricky stuff as you go down in towards turns 4 and 5. It was down the back straight, a giant group had formed with Hakim Danish, your eventual winner, in towards the final turn. David Gonzalez up the inside, Brian Uriarte there up the inside as well, Vader Pratama, but it was Hakim who could thread the needle onto the start and finish straight, taking his first victory of the year. What a ride from the Malaysian.
Here are the stars of the day, enjoying a round of applause from the team and fans. Everyone gave it their all today. You can't deny that these riders were on another level.
Sees the comes from the aeroplane surrounding the spectacular MotorLand Aragon track. Sam moves in between Zaragoza and Barcelona. Aragon was both the best Grand Prix of 2010 when it first joined the calendar. Pole and a sprint win made it a super Saturday for Marc Marquez, but can he be the star of the show on Sunday? It's time for MotoGP. Hello and a very good morning to you all. It's round 8 of the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. The action coming to you thick and fast over the next few weeks. We start a pretty busy run of 5 Grand Prix in the next 7 weeks, leading into a harder-earned 3-week summer break. Right here, you join us live for the morning warm-up session at MotorLand Aragon, where tens of thousands of Spanish fans are here to see just one thing really. Can Marc Marquez complete a second successive Aragon treble? Well, he's 2/3 of the way to getting the job done, having yesterday taken a new all-time lap record to secure his 99th career pole position. And after a bit of a slippery and shaky start to yesterday's 11-lap sprint when he dropped briefly back to 4th, having got wheel sprint off the line, well, he was able to eventually cruise to his 7th sprint success in the opening 8 rounds, which means Marc goes into this afternoon's 23-lap GoPro Grand Prix of Aragon, leading his brother Alex by 27 points. He's the massive favourite. He's the darling of the Aragon crowd. It's one of his favourite tracks on the Grand Prix calendar. And he's going to take some stopping, isn't he, over the full distance later on this afternoon. 2 p.m. local time will be the MotoGP action. Day, though, as always, kicks off with the 10-minute warm session in the company of Matt Burt and Lewis Phillippe in the commentary box, with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Fair to say, Lewis, Marc had to fight for that sprint victory here yesterday, having to come through on brother Alex, the fast-starting Pedro Acosta, after that little collision off the line. But once he got the front, he took the checker flag by just over 2 seconds, and it all did look rather easy. He had to fight not only against Alex Marquez, but also the wheel spin of his Ducati off the start line yesterday after qualifying on pole position. That was what put Marc Marquez in some relative early trouble, the kind of trouble which could have ended a lot worse than it did, of course, with the contact on the way into turn 1. He went elbow to elbow with Pedro Acosta approaching the first corner. He survived that first corner, and once he did settle down to the sprint, got past Frankie Morbidelli at the start of his second lap, and it did feel like a matter of time before he passed Alex Marquez. Once he did that, his younger brother realised that the game was up, and Marc Marquez resumed his sprint dominance, a 7th sprint win out of 8. Well, we're going to go down to Jack Appleyard in pit lane. He's got Davide Brubio, a trackhouse boss, on standby. There's been some breaking news emerging this weekend to add tomorrow's post-race at MotoGP test. Current Moto2 World Champions leader Manu Gonzalez may well get a run out on Ayagura's Aprilia RSG MotoGP machine. Well, the one man will know exactly what is going on inside Trackhouse. Here's the boss, Davide Brubio, and he joins Jack. Good morning.
Yeah, it does indeed. Good morning to everybody on this fine Sunday morning here in Aragon. A nice breeze, which is keeping us cool for the moment. I think we're going to need it as we go throughout the day. As you guys say in the commentary box, Davide, breaking news last night. Looks as though World Championship leader in Moto2, Manu Gonzalez, is going to make his MotoGP debut on Ayagura's bike tomorrow. I mean, firstly, can you just confirm that for us and talk us through the decision to give him a try tomorrow?
For the moment, this is a breaking rumor because no, I mean it's not 100% confirmed, but yes, we're working on that. We trying to say define the details and to see what is possible. But yes, it's something very simple. We had the bike here. There is a test day tomorrow, and we thought maybe it would be nice to give an opportunity to a young rider to test the MotoGP. And Manu Gonzalez is leading the championship of Moto2, so he's doing a good season in the survey. But I think it can stop here. There's no speculation. We are the riders under contract for 2026. We're not looking for a rider. We cannot race in Mugello in case Altura is not racing. So there's nothing more than that. It's just an opportunity to a young rider. We're happy to make a present, a gift to a young boy. And because we think that testing in MotoGP is a unique opportunity. And that's it. Then, unfortunately, we are aware that then we start speculation, rumor. This is the annoying part, to be honest, which make us wondering whether it's better to do or not to do. But then at the end we say, okay, it's nice. We make a present to a young rider to test the MotoGP, and that's it. And then we will have to manage what you guys were gonna say.
But I'm sure you can understand the speculation, because giving a Moto2 World Championship leader with no connection to Aprilia, no connection to Trackhouse, an opportunity to try the bike is very rare. It doesn't happen. So the fact that you are doing it will instantly lead people to think, when Massimo Rivola has said that he feels that Raul hasn't been at his best performance level so far this year, with what's going on with Jorge Martin, the potential of him leaving Aprilia, it will obviously lead to people thinking that maybe this is a trial to a deal for next year.
Yeah, no, but it's not, because actually, first of all, this is a Trackhouse, let's say, activity. And maybe it's just Trackhouse that is a different team from the others. We have a possibility to make a present to a young rider, of course. You would like to do for few guys, not only for one. This time is for him, and maybe next time will be another one, I don't know. But it's just that at the moment, and that's it.
Another one of the riders that has been linked, that has been named, is Diogo Moreira, the young Brazilian who's in great form at the moment. Is that someone that was also you've been in contact with the potential to ride in yesterday, tomorrow?
No. We only been in contact with Manu. As I say, that's few riders that would deserve this, but we cannot have a group test in one day, you know, so we have to make a choice. It's better one compared to nobody, and that's it. It's a present to a young rider, and a golden opportunity. I hope he will be happy, but I say again, it's not 100% confirmed. We're working on the day, talking to his manager, his team, see if it's possible. So today we have to finalize it.
Yeah, just finally, last one, you say it's not 100% confirmed. I mean, we've got 24 hours, there's not a lot of time to work this deal out, so when are you hoping to get it sorted and get it confirmed?
Well, we are in a racing environment, everything goes fast, so we have to do by today.
Davide, thank you for your time, and we'll have our cameras here ready, just in case Manu is on the bike tomorrow.
Okay, it's up to you.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks as always to Trackhouse boss Davide Rubio. Yes, of course, we will be on the side track, but speaking of Giles and Elliot York, we'll be bringing you updates throughout tomorrow's post-race test here in Aragon. And it all is pointing towards current Moto2 World Champion Manu Gonzalez making his debut in MotoGP on the Trackhouse after the Iraris GP. Keep across all of our social media channels tomorrow morning, because that's where you'll find out first exactly what is going on at the Monday test. Back today though on our main race day here in Aragon. I'll take a look at it that leads the early parts of this morning warm-up session. So many stories to cover off of yesterday's sprint once again for the 8th sprint in 8 so far this season. It was the Marquez boys that locked out the top two. Marc Marquez, 8 sprint wins, 7 of them have come so far this season. Fleming Aldeguer on the podium for the second time in the last 3 sprints. Now, he was one of 5 riders yesterday in that ran the medium rear tyre, and that was a choice that really did pay off big time. Jack Miller, who was involved in a bit of first lap controversy with Joan Mill. I'll touch upon that shortly. Fabio Di Gianantonio, Aldeguer, Marco Bezzecchi, who had an absolutely sensational sprint yesterday, charging through from 20th on the grid to 8th, and Miguel Oliveira. And those 5 all ran that medium rear tyre yesterday. We're not expecting anybody to run the soft over the full 23 laps this afternoon, but the medium rear tyre really did pay off big time, certainly for this young man, Fleming Aldeguer. And he thought that as a rookie and with relatively small points at the max sprint, and scored 7 of them for finishing third. He felt there was very little to lose as a rookie. He might as well roll the dice and go for the medium rear tyre, because it does put you at a slight advantage going into the Grand Prix this afternoon. Of course, the riders will have all every tyre option available through the weekend up until now, but of course there's only one opportunity prior to the Sunday race to run those tyres in a true racing situation. Fabio Aldeguer, one of those to do that yesterday. He finished on the podium, and Fabio Di Gianantonio, given another couple, that might well have been in that conversation himself, having gone for the immediate rear tyre. That is expected to be the preferred pick in the Grand Prix. Everybody in last year's Aragon Grand Prix raced medium front, medium rear, and we're expecting something fairly similar today. Marco Bezzecchi will still be right now kicking himself for his costly turn 3 crash at the start of Q1 yesterday, which dumped him right to the back of the grid in 20th place, because he's showing once again he's got great pace. He was briefly leading this morning warm session. Absolutely brilliant charge through from Bez. 20th to 8th. I mean, you consider his Silverstone heroics as well. He came from the back to 4. Marco Bezzecchi's recovered about 30 places near on in the last 2 sprints, and what was so impressive about his charge through yesterday was that we know here in Aragon it's a pretty slippery green surface and some very narrow racing line, and you've got to take massive risks and have huge trust and confidence in yourself if you are going to make overtakes, because it's just so slick offline, as Jack Miller found out to his cost, and certainly Joan Mir did yesterday, going down the hill into turn 12. That's what made Bez's charge even more impressive, because it is so filthy offline. And it wasn't like he made most of those positions up on the first lap either. He was only up to 16 by the end of the first lap, and lots of those were genuine overtakes. Of course, there was the Mir-Miller collision, which took 2 of the riders out of the way and promoted Bezzecchi up the order, but he still had to do so much of the hard work himself during that sprint, and it will continue to pile on the pain against Marco that he did make that mistake in qualifying, a mistake that was then compounded by issues with his second bike in qualifying 1, so he only got 1 representative lap time in. That was only good enough for 20th on the grid, and of course, you start there in the sprint, but you also start there in the Grand Prix, so Bezzecchi is going to have to pull off another comeback later on in the full-length Grand Prix, although at least he'll have twice as long to make up the places. Brad Binder currently now leads this morning session. He took the checkered flag in 9th place, sadly unable to really capitalise on season best qualifying 6. He was one of 7 riders. Of course, we saw Marc Marquez have his wheel spin issues darting away from pole position. Well, Brad Binder starting from 6th place on the grid. Had a nightmare. We saw him cross the line 13th at the end of lap 1. I did briefly catch up with Brad in the press room last night. He was saying it was worse than that. I actually passed 4 riders on the first lap, so he was all the way back down in 17th place. He lost 11 places. We see Augusto Fernandez has been a real poor morning warmer session as far as the factory Yamahas are concerned, because Fernandez locking in the front as soon as he squeezed the brake there in a turn 5, and multiple big barrel rolls through the gravel trap. That's a washing machine crash, isn't it? For Augusto, the Yamaha wildcard. We already saw right at the start of this session Alex Rins having a technical issue on his factory M1 as he dropped down through the reverse corkscrew. But yeah, Binder, another rider that really suffered with massive wheel spin offline. He did recover and score the final sprint point yesterday, a 9th spot. Yeah, Brad Binder was on the pit wall side of the grid, the inside of turn 1, starting from 6th place. The working turns that potentially those riders starting 3rd, 6th, 9th, and so on would have real issues getting up the line. Although Frankie Morbidelli, I think that was potentially more down to luck than anything else. It did get a very good launch from 3rd place on the grid, and of course was up ahead of Marc Marquez by the time they got to turn 1. Moved up a place into 2nd, but it is something worth keeping an eye on. Morbidelli did praise the work done to clean the start-finish line and the grid up to ensure that every rider has got a fair opportunity up the line. But certainly if you're on the racing line, the riders right as they go down the main straight, you could have a slight advantage up the line. It wasn't real rear wheel spin that was the big headache yesterday for Taka Bagnaia. Won his first ever MotoGP race here, didn't he? 4 years ago in 2021, but his woes, his struggles go on. It's a full-blown crisis right now for the number 63. He admitted himself yesterday this lack of front feeling, this complete lack of confidence and trust in the front end of that Ducati GP25 means that this right now, he's in the middle of the toughest period of his Grand Prix career. He took the checkered flag yesterday at Bagnaia, down in 12th place. He was 14 seconds behind his teammate Marc Marquez. Only once previously in the sprint format has he actually finished lower than that 12th place. That was nearly 2 years ago when he was 14th at the British Grand Prix in Silverstone in 2023. And he really is just suffering big time right now with that front end.
Of course, going into this afternoon's Grand Prix, the expectations, I guess, being kept very much under control for Pecco Bagnaia. I think a podium would be seen as an almighty result for Pecco coming up later on. Of course, he's never one to throw in the towel, he's never one to give up, and he is never one to do anything other than back himself. Coming into this weekend, he was still talking about, I want to come here, as I do in every single Grand Prix, I want to come here and try and fight for the victory. A circuit where he took his first ever MotoGP victory in 2021, but any thoughts of that feel like a lifetime away for Pecco Bagnaia. And of course, with two of his best circuits on the calendar to come next, Mugello and Assen, he'll be dearly hoping that he can find some sort of solution before he heads there, because of course he'll feel those are two of his best opportunities to get back on terms with his teammate again.
The tail of the tape in 2025 has been Mark and Alex 1-2 in so many sessions, so many sprints, so many races. And an Aragon warm-up to that collection, as well as Mark leads Alex, the pair of them, the only riders in the 46s. Yesterday in the sprint, they were the only two riders that did manage sprint laps in the 46s. Keep an eye on Maverick Vinales this afternoon, because he actually set the third fastest lap of yesterday's sprint, not too far behind the pace of Mark and Alex. And he feels like, having took the checkered flag yesterday in 7th place, that there's plenty more to come on that RC16 machine. Can he be in that group with Aldeguer, Morbidelli, Costa and Digia and go? Oh, there's another home on the front there for Pecco Bagnaia. This is through the high-speed turn 10. This is the Marc Marquez corner. It's a bit of a painful watch right now to see a rider of Bagnaia's undisputed class. He's suffering as much as what he is right now. And they're kind of running out of ideas and running out of options to try. He said, we're at round 8 now. We've pretty much tried everything that Ducati have to try and solve some of these front-end issues that have really followed him around since he first jumped on the GP25 at the Barcelona test last November. Of course, it's no problemo for the rider at the centre of your screens, his teammate Marc Marquez, who is now over 80 points clear of Pecco. We've not even got to our 8th Grand Prix of the season so far.
He's kept up his unbeaten weekend so far. We'll see, very nearly did this last year, but didn't run in the warm-up session due to a slightly damp circuit, but he's now been past this in FP1, practice, FP2, qualifying, the sprint, and then warm-up. There is only one session, the most important session for Marc Marquez to complete the clean sweep.
You think he's popular in this part of the world? Just listen to the reception he gets. He drops down through turns 8 and 9. Alex said yesterday he was hoping, when he saw at the corner of his right eye Mark had the big wheel spin issue, he thought, I've got a chance here. He was expecting maybe Mark to drop back down to the 8th or 9th place. He didn't realise that Mark had regrouped very quickly and was pretty much right on his rear tyre after the second lap. But he just says he's been a step and a half ahead of everybody all weekend. And as he admitted yesterday, it's just too high risk. You can try and go with Mark, you can try and run his pace, but it's just too much risk. And of course, already sitting over 20 points, drifted Mark coming into this weekend. I think the policy and the strategy for Alex since the get-go on Friday morning has been, we know how good Mark is here, he's pretty much unbeatable around this Aragon circuit. Let's just minimise the damage, let's try and come away with maybe a pair of second places, and we live to fight another day in Mugello in a couple of weeks' time.
It's a long, long season. We're only around a third of the way through it, as you see confirmation of the comments which we've already heard in this warm session from Davide Brivio, speaking to our own check-up yard in pit lane, that it is very much their intention to have the Moto2 World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez on Ayagura's trackhouse of Aprilia tomorrow. And pains to point out that it is a gift to a young rider, nothing more than that. But we'll of course watch Gonzalez with interest tomorrow if he is indeed on that bike. Of course, he's got his work cut out later on, of course, in the Moto2 battle here. Over 19 laps, having crashed in qualifying, he'll be starting on the 6th row later.
So Marc Marquez leads the warm-up session here in Aragon at 146.967. Late drama, more troubles for Joan Mir, who was pretty angry, pretty upset to say the least, with Jack Miller's first lap aggression in that sprint, those two colliding in turn 12. Miller said he saw the gap, the problem was getting offline. His bike just, well, there's no grip on the dirty part of the circuit, his bike pivoted 90 degrees, and unfortunately, what ensued was contact with Mir, which put him in the gravel trap. I think Joan Mir was a little bit, well, firstly, he was definitely aggrieved with the aggression of Miller, and I think he perhaps felt that just a single long lap was maybe somewhat of a lenient penalty. But Mir has had good pace, fourth fastest he was on Friday, but once again, unfortunately, failing to see the checkered flag. Little issues there for Marc Marquez before he completed that practice start. He said they will have made changes, of course, to try and counteract the wheel spin that he had off the line at the start of the sprint yesterday. As he did point out, he is one of the smaller and lighter riders in MotoGP, so he's not perhaps putting so much weight on the rear of his bike to control that wheel spin. He's got a phenomenal record at anti-clockwise circuits, hasn't he? 31 of his 65 MotoGP wins, nearly half have come on anti-clockwise tracks. He loves a left-hander. He certainly loves Aragon. And you're going to be hard-pressed to find anybody that's confident, really, fully confident, at beating the 93 over 23 laps at 2 p.m. local time this afternoon, as he goes for a complete and utter domination of the weekend. Here's Joan Mir. He maybe just run out of fuel at the tail end of that one session. He took the checker flag in 15th place. A bit joy having to wheel that motorcycle up to the pit lane entrance to quite a steep uphill once you go out of that final corner, and then you get over the crest where the finish line is and it flattens out, but it's quite a steep climb up from that final corner. And Mir, of course, in full leathers crash helmet and wheeling a pretty heavy prototype MotoGP bike, will have built up quite a sweat there. Pedro Acosta had a good warm-up. He was third, just outside those 146s. Fifth yesterday in the 11-lap sprint. His best sprint result in 14 since Emilia of Romagna last year, when he was also in 5th place. Fabio Quartararo hoping for a slightly more comfortable ride on the factory Yamaha than he certainly had here on Friday. A tough sprint yesterday, as Yamaha really suffered getting anything out of that soft rear tyre. He'll run the medium this afternoon. Quartararo was 14th fastest in that morning warm-up session, just debriefing with his crew chief Diego Gabellini. He feels like unlikely to lead a Grand Prix for the 4th race in a row here today. He said he led, of course, in Jerez, Le Mans, and last time out Silverstone. At best, Fabio said yesterday, he sort of thinks he's going to be in that battle or the fight for 7th, 8th or 9th. Of course, he's going to want more, and he's going to certainly fight for more. But realistic expectations, I think, for Quartararo in this Aragon Grand Prix. Yeah, Yamaha's day will come again in 2025, but it doesn't feel as if today is going to be one of those days. They just chucked this one up around 3 or 4 races ago as a potentially troublesome race. They're all troublesome races at the moment for that man, Enea Bastianini, who starts from an equal career best, or season's best, should I say, 17th on the grid, which pretty much tells you all you need to know about his 2025. Let me guess, they're here to support Jack Miller, Center Aegis, Joe Kelso and co. Some Aussie fans who made a long trip. They've got the inflatable kangaroo there. I think they'll be hoping to maybe get a picture and an autograph on the pit lane walk with Jack Miller, who was 30 in that warm-up session. But nobody's so far been able to stop Marc Marquez in Aragon 2025 as he tops the warm-up session by his smallest margin yet, but it was still Marc Marquez from Alex Marquez. It's 200 between them. Pedro Acosta and Marco Bezzecchi also within a tenth of the fastest time on their KTM's the Aprilis respectively. Bastianini up in 5th in that warm-up session, so potentially some reason for cheer. Bagnaia, Aldeguer, Viñales, Zarco, Binder take us down to 10th. Morbidelli, who goes from the front row late at 11th, ahead of the Pramac Yamahas and Fabio Quartararo's factory Yamaha. Joan Mir completed the session as we saw on foot, 15 for Babbage, Gian Antonio, Raul and Augusto Fernandez, who we saw crashing at turn 5. Alex Rins, his Yamaha broke down at the start of the session, although he did get back up and running once again. Thumpia Chantra and Lorenzo Savadori complete our field of 21. fastest in all of our practice sessions, qualified on pole position, won the sprint, fastest now in the morning session. Just the main Grand Prix left for Marc Marquez to make it a memorable MotorLand Aragon Grand Prix in 2025 as he looks to increase his 27-point lead in the MotoGP World Championship. Massive crowds enjoying some beautiful early summer sunshine here in Aragon. They demand and they expect to see, don't they, Marc Marquez victorious. The 93 though it is, and that leads the field going into our Aragon Grand Prix later on this afternoon.
everyone. Here we are in the MotoGP Parade in Aragon. Aquí estamos en la MotoGP Parade en Aragón. Voy a empezar por un piloto que se ha criado muy cerquita de aquí, de Aragón. Podríamos decir que su home GP. ¡Opala! Alex Rins. We can call it as a home GP, right?
We can call it, yeah. We can call it. I mean, I born in Barcelona, but all the summers since I was young till 25, I was coming here in Valladolid, 20 kilometers, and basically before here was not the circuit, so I learned to ride the motorbike in a motocross here, so it was super nice.
Estamos contando ahora en inglés que este podría ser perfectamente tu gran premio de casa. Te has criado muy cerquita y has venido aquí muchísimas veces en tu juventud, vamos a llamarle. Vamos, no tengo arrugas todavía.
No, sí, se puede decir que es uno de los grandes premios de casa. Yo nací en Barcelona, pero mis abuelos son de aquí, a 20 kilómetros, así que todos los veranos, hasta que la cosa ya se fue profesionalizando más, los pasaba aquí en Valladolid, aprendí a ir en moto aquí, y antes que no estaba el circuito, todo esto era campos de motocross, y aquí crecimos.
Muy bien, pues muchas gracias, mucha suerte esta mañana. Hemos empezado en la mañana el warm-up no de la mejor manera, pero seguramente el domingo de carreras irá mejor.
Sí, la cadena, ha saltado la cadena, pero bueno, lo daremos todo ahora en la carrera.
Muy bien, gracias Alex, mucha suerte. Y justo después, aquí tengo a... We can call him the unstoppable Marc Márquez here in Aragon.
What? Let me say that, I cry. Change the word, please.
Okay, not the stoppable Marc Márquez. It seems impossible to stop you today.
I mean, let's see, as I say, Friday morning the gap was super big. Then every time gets closer and closer and closer because now the grip of the track was super good this morning and the lap times were super close. As you know, when it's slippery conditions are my conditions, but I expect a long race, especially that first lap. I need to manage a bit careful because with that new tire, fuel tank, and then let's see if we can attack in the second part of the race.
Estamos diciendo en inglés el imparable Marc Márquez, pero él me dice que no, que cada vez que decimos esto se cae, así que prefiere un perfil un poquito más bajo. Quizás el único punto es en el que estamos, el que puede cambiar un poquito y que puede ser todo un poquito más, no tan controlado como parece que lo tenías ayer en la sprint.
Sí, bueno, uno de los puntos es la salida. A ver, ojalá que hoy ya con las salidas de Moto 3, Moto 2 no patine. Pedimos algunos equipos de MotoGP probarlo, pero tiene que haber unanimidad y no fue así. Pero bueno, intentaremos no patinar en la salida, liderar desde el principio y gestionar la carrera como queremos nosotros.
A ver, ¿esto en maño ahora? ¿En maño?
Como salta chispa por detrás.
Esto mejor, ¿ves? Gracias, Mar, mucha suerte. Another rider here on the Spanish gang, it's Joamir. Once that yesterday had not had the best luck with this crash after, we had this fight with Jack Miller. What do you expect for today's race? It seems that the Honda is starting to work everywhere.
Yes, well, if they allowed us to complete the race, maybe we are able to do a good job, no? It's true that in certain conditions like this morning or the morning session, we struggle a little bit more. And when the grip on track is a little bit less in the afternoon, we are able to be more competitive, no? Probably the others struggle more and we are able to make a bit of difference. And hopefully the sun kick hard the ground and we are able to make a good race.
Eso estabas diciendo en inglés, que esperas que el sol golpee el asfalto y necesitáis una buena temperatura, una temperatura alta. Quizás esa es la manera de estar un poquito más adelante.
Sí, creo que, bueno, cuando hay poco gripe en pista, la verdad es que sufrimos un poco, nos falta un poco y parece ser que cuando hay más temperatura los otros sufren un poco más y nosotros nos quedamos en el mismo sitio donde estamos. Así que ojalá se den las condiciones, podamos hacer una carrera y nos dejen acabar una carrera sólida y nada, puntos que necesitamos.
Muy bien, la mejor de la suerte, Joan, muchas gracias. And continuing here with the Spanish gang, Spanish people, Spanish riders. Fermin Aldeguer, one of the guys of yesterday's sprint race, you performed very good with the medium tire. It seems that maybe now you are one of the guys with more experience with that medium rear.
Yeah, I have more information with hot temperatures because this morning the grip was crazy, but was also difficult to manage the front tire in the right side. And at the end, it's a warm-up. You don't have to push on the 100% because it's important to stay without crash. And yes, it's important to do a good start, trying to don't lose position or try to recover some position like yesterday, and we will see during the race.
Qué gran resultado ayer en la sprint, terminando tercero. Parece que estás empezando ya a sentar los cimientos de esta categoría, empezando a entender y yendo muy rápido. Ayer subiéndote al podio y hoy con más experiencia, yo creo que todos los demás con ese neumático medio trasero.
Sí, tengo más experiencia sobre todo con temperatura alta, donde ayer grip no sé si era del todo mucho mejor que el del soft, sobre todo al principio, pero bueno, esta mañana creo que el grip era un poco irreal, ¿no? De cara a la carrera, había que controlar mucho también el neumático delantero medio, que es importante no caer y cometer errores, así que nada, como digo, creo que tengo muy buena información para luego. Vamos a ver si todos con el mismo neumático se hace igual de fácil que ayer, pero bueno, igualmente que salga lo mejor.
Muchas gracias, Fermín, mucha suerte. And we are gonna continue here with Fabio Quartararo. Let's say one of the guys that, hitting that fast laps in the last GPs, but Nate, it's like a roller coaster. You can never expect what's gonna happen next, because we've seen you flying the last races, but then going through the Q1 here in Aragon. What's going on?
Here we struggle a lot, and especially on the Friday we were completely lost. But we can be happy with what we did yesterday because we never expected really going to the Q2. And yesterday I felt great. We had some issue with foot chatter, but let's see if with the medium today we can turn it around and make a consistent race.
It seems, bueno, parece ser que delante de todo este público, toda esta gente que tenemos aquí detrás en Aragón, a pesar de que las sensaciones no fueron las mejores del viernes, pero vas de menos a más, esta mañana ha ido muy bien, se te ve competitivo para la carrera de hoy.
Sí, al final hemos pillado la bandera en la última vuelta, he empujado hasta la curva 10 y estábamos casi medio segundo de ventaja sobre nuestro tiempo, así que bastante contento, creo que siendo realista entre el 7 y el 10 es un resultado que podremos hacer.
Porque yo creo que seguramente apuntarás un poquito más alto para la carrera.
Apuntaré más alto, el ritmo no lo tenemos, pero siempre tendremos que empujar al máximo para intentar pasar de los límites.
Mucha suerte, gracias Fabio. And just here close to Fabio Quartararo, the guy that maybe can complicate the life of the red ones that we have here in front. Alex Marquez, you are the guy always waiting and attacking your brother. I think you have a good chance today with the medium tire. It seems to be really performing well.
Yo say nada and he getting serious.
He was saying like that with hand.
No way, yeah, no way. I think will be difficult. Yesterday I have a light there. I say, okay, maybe he's in trouble after his problems on the start. Say, okay, I will try to push, but later I'm going to show it 0.5 marks. Okay, it's done. So it's okay right to the end. So yeah, I have a good feeling also this morning, but today the wind direction and also the power of the wind is changing a lot. So we need to be smart, intelligent, and try to close a normal Sunday that the last two were not really fantastic.
Estabas mencionando ese viento, las condiciones cambiantes un poquito hoy en comparación con ayer. También la salida puede ser un factor a tener en cuenta. ¿Qué es lo que necesitas para poder echarle la garra encima, Marc?
Bueno, intentar hacer la carrera perfecta dentro de la perfección, ¿no? O sea, ya no solo es la carrera perfecta, sino que le salga todo rodado, que él tenga algún problema en la salida o que se vaya largo en algún sitio. Esa es la única esperanza que podemos tener hoy. Pero bueno, vamos a intentarlo también. El campeonato es largo, hay que ser inteligente, hay que sumar puntos, pero bien, si tenemos un chance como tuvimos ayer, lo vamos a intentar, por supuesto.
Muy bien, muchas gracias y mucha suerte para la carrera hoy. We are gonna move here on the let's say the English guys. Hello, Jack Miller. Sorry, Jonas. Hi, John. So it's going. Not bad. No, surviving. Interesting sprint race yesterday, but anyway, now pace is good. Bike's working well. Enjoying, it's a tricky conditions here. With the difficult qualifying position, you try to make up some spots, but it's not fucking easy at all. But anyway, we're trying. It's gonna be a long one. We thought high temperature on the track, but seems to be with the medium, everything a little bit maybe slower to allows guys like you, why not, to fight for the top positions. Yeah, I had the medium already yesterday in the sprint race. I feel much better with the medium. So no, I'm looking forward to it. The wear prediction and everything was really good from the sprint. Honestly, the front tire is going to be the one. Here a lot of long corners. You can really chew out the front tire. So we have to try to manage the best you can, but it's much easier to manage the rear than manage the front. Crouching por Alex and Mark Marquez for sure here in Aragon. La gente animando a Mark y Alex aquí en Aragón como no es otra. Y vemos a un piloto muy aislado con los cascos, concentrado para la carrera de hoy. Maverick Viñales, one of the guys of the last races, really performing well, especially on the conditions we're gonna have today.
Yeah, I think obviously the best condition of the weekend was the warm-up, so we took it a little bit more chill, trying to understand really what to do with the bike, where to work. Especially I was aiming to follow Mark to understand where we have to improve the bike. So it was a very productive morning. But yeah, I'm really aiming for a good race. I think I have a good speed, especially a good tire life as well. So it's going to be a race, I think, for the comeback, because in the early stages I will try to make places, but the real places we're going to do at the last 10 laps, I think.
Hemos visto la KTM, bueno, en las últimas carreras al menos, bajo tus manos, bajo tu mando, haciendo muy buenos resultados. Los otros pilotos quizás un pelín más atrás, pero aquí quizás es el sitio un lugar donde hemos visto todas las KTMs un poquito más juntas y haciendo mejores resultados. ¿Por qué no también liderar en el día de hoy?
Ha sido un fin de semana muy bueno por el momento para KTM. Estamos muy contentos de que el proyecto pues cada vez va mejor y eso es muy importante porque cuando tienes más datos de gente que va rápido se puede mejorar y sobre todo contento también de ver, ¿no? También por parte de mi compañero de equipo que esta mañana lo ha hecho muy bien. Así que con muchas ganas de salir a carrera y acabar de rematar el fin de semana.
Mucha suerte, Maverick. Suerte. And just here close of Maverick Viñales, Franco Morbidelli. Good morning, how's it going? It seems you are always there. It's amazing because you check the guys after the top 3, top 4, you are always there, performing very good, no mistakes, and this is super important for the championship life. Yes, yes. At the moment, the brothers are faster, and we are trying to catch up. But at the same time, you need to maximize what you have at the moment. So that's what we are trying to do. And if the maximum is P3, P4, we get it. If it's P2, P1, even better. Let's see, let's see. We keep working to get there, but at the same time, we try to maximize what we have.
Thank you very much, Franco. And best of, and best of luck for today. Aquí un hombre serio que dice que pasa, que no quiere entrevistas hoy, está demasiado concentrado para la carrera que nos espera. First in English, Pedro, for the English fans around the world, you are performing well here. Everything seems to be okay, seems to be set for a good race, especially with the medium rear tire.
Yeah, why not? Normally when we use this hard option of the tire, we normally go a little bit faster for this. Let's see, it's true that it was a really good weekend overall. We was always in the top 5. Also, since I get the schedule of the arm, I was starting to get the pace again, like in Le Mans and Silverstone for this. Let's try to make a good race, back the bike home, and try to perform it well.
Has estado disfrutando de nuestra afición ya bien temprano el fin de semana en ese pre-evento, sintiendo el calor de la gente. Aquí he visto muchas camisetas tuyas, esto debe ser un orgullo máximo.
Bueno, da muchísimo apoyo, ¿no? Al final, con el calor que pasa ellos y el calor que pasamos nosotros, da siempre gusto ver tanta gente con tu ropa, tanta gente apoyándote, tanta gente dándote cariño, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, a ver si podemos brindarle una buena carrera.
Muy bien, muchas gracias y mucha suerte, Pedro. And there is a super interesting conversation here. I was trying to catch up what was going on with the very two fast riders. One of the two fastest riders of the championship, Pecco Bagnaia. It seems to be maybe one of the hardest weekend of the year because yesterday we were really complaining about the bike. It doesn't seem to be comfort even if you have an amazing speed.
Not so comfortable on my bike. My feeling is still not the best, but this morning we did a little step in front. I was feeling a bit better, so let's see if this afternoon we can do a race that I know what to do.
Sí, te hemos visto esta mañana justo detrás de Alex, con algunos problemas en el tren delantero, pero aún así rápido, performante, como normalmente estamos acostumbrados a verte, quizás con demasiados problemas este fin de semana, pero en el domingo y Pecco es una combinación que nunca falla.
Espero que sea así, vamos a darlo todo como siempre y pienso que tenemos un buen ritmo para luchar por estar en el podio, veremos.
Muchas gracias, Pecco, mucha suerte. And Fabio Di Gianantonio, I was interrupting the conversation. I'm so sorry about it. You are one of the guys for sure of the weekend also. Just on the top. Maybe on the race you are struggling a bit more, but you always seems to be there, close to the top guys for the fun.
Yeah, let's say that there are some weekends that we are struggling, especially in the qualifying. We're starting always a bit too far from the top guys, so we always have to do a big comeback. Yesterday I was able to recover some places. For sure today will be a bit different because everybody will be with the same boats, with the same tires more or less. So yeah, I will try to recover. I will try to improve a little bit because we still miss a couple of times. But for sure it will be a big show, so I hope me and you guys will enjoy the show.
Thank you, and best of luck, DJ. Thank you very much. And I think the last one maybe we can take here today is Marco Bezzecchi. So, super fast, super quick yesterday. It's a pity that you start so back on the grid, but you show an amazing, strong performance yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was good. I mean, of course it's tough starting from the back, but I had fun. The pace was good and I felt good with the bike, so yeah, hopefully today I can do the same.
Do you think with the more degradation with that medium tire, you have more chance even to overtake more guys and be a little bit more on the top?
Well, it will be tough. Yesterday I already used the medium to try a bit how it was, and I also suffer a lot the degradation, both front and rear, so will be tough. But anyway, you know, nothing to lose starting from there, so I will try my best.
Best of luck, Marco. Thank you very much. Bastianini? Hey now, Bastianini, we are about to go to the signing session, but before, the last guy I want to make a question. It's not the easiest year we've seen here, but actually you are performing well, better than ever here in Aragon.
Yes, to be honest, we have seen a bit the light yesterday, and also this morning I was fast. But let's see, the race is other war, and we need to push and try to do one step also on that point.
Okay, thank you very much, Enea. The fans are waiting for you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Muchas gracias. Esto ha sido todo aquí en Aragón, en la MotoGP Parade. Espero que os haya gustado. Y nada, esperando una gran carrera de domingo.
Into Park Ferme to see the race winner, who is rightly celebrating with his mechanics. Continues like this.
¿Cómo estás? Buenos días. Buenos días, ¿qué tal? ¿Estás bien y sano después de ayer y de hoy? ¿Qué ha pasado hoy en el warm-up?
No pasa nada, solo pero bonita, ya con ganas de tener un buen resultado, siempre con velocidad, así que seguramente podemos hacer una buena carrera.
Vamos poniendo esta onda, ¿eh?
Sí, cada vez vamos mejor.
Venga, bienvenido, mucha suerte. Ahí está, Mallorquín. Ahí está, el campeón del mundo de MotoGP. Vamos a buscar por aquí un Bezzecchi, ganador Bezzecchi de la última prueba con la Aprilia. Auguri, Bastianini, perdona. Cuéntame, ahí está.
Esto bien, escuché.
Muy bien, ¿qué te parece, Aragón? ¿Qué te parece correr en España?
Esta mañana no hacía mal. El clip entero de la pista.
Perfecto, ahí está, estaba yo mirando. Perdona, Evidentemente Bezzecchi es el de Aprilia, Bastianini con la KTM, por aquí Marco, qué gran carrera, me entiendo estamos aquí, vamos, San Antonio, Miguel, Medina, el portugués, ¿cómo estamos? Bendito, buenos días, buen día, ¿cómo estás? Vamos.
Muchas gracias.
venga, vale, pues gracias, venga, vamos, por aquí. Fabio, venga, un saludo para toda la gente aquí. Fabio, está un poco de... Esa moto va bien para la gente. Venga, suerte, Fabio, ya está. Fabio, bueno, la moto está escuchando música, es padre y genial, es que no tiene que escuchar. Sí, lo mismo, es música que sueles escuchar. ¿Qué te parece este sector? Cuéntame cuando tú eras de pequeño y cuál era tu tipo de ¿Qué te parece? Mira, esta chica es la que ha ganado y va a dar el campeonato en la carrera de Moto3, campeonato Moto2. Y siempre a bueno. Unos pilotos, que van días, tercera posición. Muchas gracias. Vamos a ánimo, qué grande eres, tío, eres tío. Claro, eres mi mamá, eres mi grande.
Very fantastic French Grand Prix and stunning Silverstone. MotoGP's European Tour rolls into the rolling hills surrounding the spectacular MotorLand Aragon track in eastern Spain. It's the 16th Grand Prix of Aragon, located on the outskirts of the picturesque town of Alcanid, with home fans expecting to see Marc Marquez deliver another MotorLand masterpiece. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good morning and welcome to a gloriously sunny Spain. It is hot, hot, hot as we kick off race day number 8 in the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. It's the GoPro Grand Prix of Aragon. Kicking off one of the most intense runs of the season. We go racing 5 times in the next 7 weekends. Coming up next on the calendar, some classic, iconic venues: Mugello, Assen, Sachsenring. So much great racing to look forward to. Sun-kissed Spanish fans looking forward to what they hope is going to be another dominant performance from the home crowd hero, Marc Marquez, who leads the MotoGP World Championship by 27 points after he won the sprint here yesterday, aiming for his 7th MotoGP victory at MotorLand Aragon. Kicking off race day action, as always, it's Moto3. Moto3 World Championship, which right now is being dominated by just one rider. What a start to 2025 has been for Spanish rising star Jose Antonio Rueda, who has won 5 of the opening 7 Grand Prix, and coming into round 8 here in Aragon, he holds a commanding 54-point lead in the World Championship. Rueda starts from pole position, continuing this stunning start to the season. Of course, he was our winner here in Aragon last year, and what was a milestone day for the 19-year-old Spaniard. He became the 400th different rider to win a Grand Prix on that occasion. And I guess you could say, just as Marc Marquez is an overwhelming red-hot Bucky's favourite to win in MotoGP, well, the same applies for the number 99 there, Rueda. Right, let me sort of be in the country box, talking you through all of today's action here in Aragon with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. And Lewis, Jose Antonio Rueda, without any question, the superstar at Moto3 so far in 2025. 5 wins in the opening 7, pole position here once again in Aragon. A healthy 54-point lead in the World Championship. No question, he's the big favourite coming into today's action. The momentum in the World Championship firmly with the 99 after 3 consecutive victories. He's come up with every different kind of way of winning a Moto3 race, hasn't he, in recent times? Of course, dominating from the front in Jerez, picking up the pieces on that dramatic final lap in Le Mans, and then coming from the very back to the front at Silverstone. Of course, strictly speaking, it is back-to-back poles for Jose Antonio Rueda, although of course he didn't start from it a couple of weeks ago. This is a circuit that, as you mentioned, has always been a strong one for him. Even before he arrived in Grand Prix racing, he always went well here in Junior GP. Of course, took his first Grand Prix win here 1 year ago, and he is firmly the rider to beat, but he has got some rapid young talent starting close by. Yeah, the winner of 5 of those first 7 Grand Prix, as we mentioned, that's only happened previously on 9 occasions in Moto3 history. Can he be just the 2nd rider in Moto3 history to win 4 in a row and match Colombian star David Alonso? Never in Moto3 history have we seen a KTM rider win 4 on the spin. Just goes to show the kind of outstanding form that Rueda has been in, and the outstanding form which he has continued so far this weekend in Aragon. 17 laps lies ahead in this stunning part of eastern Spain. We're about 250 kilometres west of bustling Barcelona, about 100 kilometres away from nearby Zaragoza. Spectacular landscape fills the surrounding hillsides around Aragon. And Rueda then comes to pole position. As Lewis mentioned, he performed heroics, didn't he, last time out at that British Grand Prix, from dead last on the grid to the victory. And his 6th time in Moto3 history, a race has been won by a rider that's qualified outside of the top 20. So much to admire
this season about the way the 19-year-old has gone about his business. The only sort of blot in his copybook was no fault of his own at all, was it, when he had that mechanical on his KTM when he was in the lead group in Qatar? Otherwise, you have to feel that he could have had 7 podiums out of 7 Grand Prix. So here he is then, your pole star, Rueda.
And of course, in the World Championship, to mention the momentum, he's gained 50 points over his nearest challenger, Ankar Piqueras, in the last 2 Grand Prix, as Rueda has scored a maximum 50 points. Ankar Piqueras has scored absolutely nothing after crashing out of the French Grand Prix and being taken out of the British Grand Prix on the final lap. Piqueras, incidentally, is in 10th place on the grid, front of row 4, so he has work to do. And this is one of the riders he has to make his way past if he's to get on terms with Rueda. Luca Lanetta, who starts second, and of course, you may recall 1 year ago, he joined Rueda on the podium here in Aragon.
And he joined Rueda on the podium last time out at Silverstone as well. His first podium in 9th, Buram Lashley's first front row starting 15. Since San Marino. Now, equaling his best ever qualifying result. Keep an eye on him going from the back of the second row in 6th place. It's the Aussie, Jacob Rolston, now back to full fitness and looking really strong once again. Jacob joins Jack on the grid.
Yeah, it does indeed. Great to see Jacob up here on row 2 of the grid. It's been a tough start to the year, but you had a brilliant Saturday. What are you expecting now on Sunday?
Yeah, feeling quite comfortable on the bike. Just have to, be aggressive, basically. Bit unknown about the tyre wear, but I've got a good plan, and I believe I can be up the front.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's hope that Jacob Rolston, the 20-year-old Australian, can be back at the front. Points in all 5 since he returned from that serious neck injury sustained pre-season. Just a 1 top 10 though, 9th place on our last visit to Spanish soil. That was in Jerez.
Happy birthday to that particular MotoGP fan in the grandstands here in Aragon. Should keep a close eye on Alvaro Carpe, who starts in the front of row 2. Of course, did start from pole position after his teammate's penalty in Silverstone. One of the really impressive. Feel like we're enjoying a particularly special crop of rookies this season in Moto3. Carpe goes from 4th place with Max Keeles, of course, 1 place further up in 3rd.
On that front row, as I mentioned, for the first time since his home Grand Prix in San Marino 15 Grand Prix ago, is a Silverstone podium finisher, an Aragon podium finisher here last year, Luca Lanetta, who joins Jack.
Yeah, Luca really starting to find his form now, as you guys say. Back onto the front row of the grid. You were back on the podium last time out. You must be excited for this one.
Yes, good morning everyone. I'm excited to start here in the front row. Honestly, we are doing an excellent job during the whole weekend. So we are ready for the race, to what a good race, and especially to enjoy it, to enjoy the time on the motorcycle, and we will see what race what will go on, and we'll do our maximum like as always, and we will enjoy.
Tyre wear looks to be a big question. How comfortable are you with the drop of the tyre?
I'm confident with the tire choice. We will see. I think we made a good choice, and we worked during the weekend also to save it a little bit, and we will see.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
He's as polite as he is fast, is he, Luca Lanetta? He always says good morning and good afternoon. And let's hope it is going to be a good morning then for the 658 Squadra Corsa rider. Keep an eye on the rider we just saw there on the screen, heading row 3. David Almanza for Leopard Honda. Prior to a real heavy crash in qualifying yesterday afternoon at turn 7, he'd been top 3 in all practice sessions, fastest yesterday morning. That bruising crash at turn 7 sees him 7th on the grid, and a bit of a message on the screens. Get well soon for his teammate Adrian Fernandez, who was lining up, or potentially lining up, on the grid for this Aragon crash, but he also suffered a pretty hefty tumble in Q2 yesterday. Fernandez ruled out with a broken right thumb after a crash at turn 9. Well, Jose Antonio Rueda is having the start to a Grand Prix season that so many riders would dream of. 5 wins in the opening 7 Grand Prix. Can he make it 6 out of 8 from pole position? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Nicky Ayers, with Jack.
Well, Nicky, this one looks a hell of a lot easier than last time out at Silverstone. This time, Jose Antonio on pole position, was victorious here 12 months ago. As ever around here, tyre wear, the big question. How's he feeling and how confident are you?
Of course, I wouldn't say it's a lot easier. This time I feel maybe we had a little bit better pace compared to the others in Silverstone, so obviously that makes it a little bit more complicated today. But obviously the starting position is better, but let's see. It's quite a gamble with the tyres. I think it's a mix with the hard and soft, so
let's see. I feel we could be quite strong in the end of the race, but yeah, just have to see and look how the race goes.
We saw at Jerez earlier in the year that Jose Antonio, the only one to the soft rear, but he did make it work. Is that the same plan that you've got today?
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Short and sweet. They know that they've got a star in the making there, Rueda, after this sensational start to 2025. And he's proven of late that he can win in sort of different situations, different scenarios. And we saw at the start of the season when he won in Thailand and Argentina, he was able to a blitz away from the chasing pack, but he had to work hard for his win. Last lap battle with Kelso and Munoz in Le Mans, and then of course coming from the back of the grid last time out in Silverstone. There's more than one way to skin a cat, as Jose Antonio Rueda is proving at the moment. What about Angel Piqueras? As Lewis mentioned, he's been a bit low-key, a bit on the radar so far this weekend, just looking to sort of steady the ship right now, Piqueras, after successive DNFs in both Le Mans and Silverstone, which have really put a massive dent in his championship charge early on. 54 points, now he's 6 behind Rueda. 10th on the grid. I mean, we're not going to rule Piqueras out of this victory battle, but as you mentioned, he sort of dipped under the radar for much of this weekend so far.
Well, see, he's only led 2 racing laps all season. Those were the 2 last laps of the Grand Prix he won earlier in the year in Argentina. Andy Qatar, here is Vicente Perez, who of course continues to deputise for the injured Matteo Bertelli, and right on cue, information we were just about to bring to your attention. Only one rider in the Moto3 grid, which is a bit of a nice change, because there's usually more than that. Carrying penalties into the race, it is Perez for unsafely rejoining the racetrack after he ran off track in qualifying. He has a single long lap penalty to serve in the early stages.
Now, as Jack has mentioned to so many riders and team bosses down on this grid, this new Aragon surface, well, it's new for the Grand Prix here last September. It's still pretty slick, pretty greasy and rather abrasive. We saw in the Moto3 race last year there were big fluctuations in lap times. David Alonso, who was leading the Grand Prix here for so long last year, faded dramatically late on out of contention. So a little bit of a stab in the dark maybe about sort of tyre endurance and durability. Lewis, what are the riders thinking?
Well, from looking down the grid, every single tyre combination front and rear has been used in this race, between soft front, medium rear, medium soft, soft soft, medium medium, so we'll try and keep track of it. On the front row, Rueda is medium front, soft rear, Lanetta soft front and rear, and Keyless is medium front and rear. We've also got Furasato and Ralston on row 2, who've gone soft front and rear.
There's Ruche Mooley, the South African, worthy of a mention, in the middle of the 5th row of the grid, 14th place. The 18-year-old, that's his best qualifying of his rookie season. Likewise, Cormac Buchanan, who starts 1 place ahead of him. The Kiwi launching away from 13th on the grid. That is his best qualifying and what's been an impressive first World Championship campaign as well.
Speaking of impressive rookies, here is Valentin Peroni, who starts from 15th place on the grid. Of course, was fighting in that leading group, but much of the British Grand Prix didn't quite fall his way on the final lap. He's already got his team manager predicting podiums this year.
Talking of stars of the future, well, Max Keyless fits that profile. 3 front rows in his first 4 Grand Prix, including podiums and poles. What an arrival it has been into World Championship for Keyless. Middle of the front row goes Luca Lanetta, 3rd in the Grand Prix here last year, but can he continue his single-handed domination of this year's Moto3 World Championship, chasing a 6th win and the only 8 Grand Prix? Front pole is Jose Antonio Rueda.
17 laps ahead of us in Moto3, and can anyone stop the runaway Rueda, who starts from pole position? Luca Lanetta, who of course joined him on the podium at Silverstone and here last year, starts 2nd. Max Keyless continues his incredible qualifying record in Moto3. He's on the front row for the 3rd time out of 4. Carpe, Furasato and Ralston on row 2. From David Almanza, the sole Leopard Honda to start, ahead of Joel Kelso and David Munoz, who crashed in qualifying, got back out on track and was able to secure a place on row 3. Piqueras, Ogden and Yamanaka on row 4. Yamanaka came through Q1. Cormac Buchanan, Ruche Moodley and Valentin Peroni, and all rookie row 5. Nicola Carraro, Vicente Perez with a long lap penalty, and Dennis Svoncha on row 6. Nepa, Pini and Bawazri are together on the 7th row. Ricardo Rossi's troubles continue. He's 22nd ahead of Eddie O'Shea and Noah Detweiler. And completing our 25 rider grid, we welcome back for the first time since Argentina, Marcos Arriarte.
Yeah, 12 riders on the soft front, 13 on the medium front, 12 riders on the soft rear, 13 on the medium. A mixed bag to say the least in terms of the Pirelli tyre choice. Jack's got some further info on that one. Jack, down to you.
Yeah, from looking at the race runs that the guys have been doing throughout Friday and Saturday, and then from just double checking with Pirelli there, the key number of laps we need to be looking out for is laps 9 and 10. That's when we've seen throughout practice there be a pretty substantial drop in rear grip, and Pirelli saying with the increased winds that we're seeing today as well, it's going to be even more challenging to get these tyres to the end of the race. So look out for laps 9 and 10. We may well see a couple of guys going Hollywood at the start of the race, but then unable to get themselves to the checkered flag.
17 laps, thanks for that, Jack. 17 laps. And what is normally enthralling, pulsating Moto3 action coming your way. We do tend to get close battles here in Aragon. 10 of our 13 previous Moto3 scraps have been won by less than a second. 6 of those by less than a tenth. I'm not worrying Jose Antonio Rueda too much so, but only 4 of those 13 have been won from pole position. Not in the last 5 years, since Gianma Massia's epic charge through from 17th place on the grid. Let's hope we are going to get another Moto3 thriller. Another lightweight classic here over 17 laps with tyre choice. Such a key factor. So many rising stars. Ones to watch for the future at the head of the grid. Rueda, Lynetta, Quiles in front row. Max Quiles, what an introduction to Grand Prix racing it has been for the 17-year-old CF Moto Aspar. 3 front rows in the first 4 Grand Prix. That's throwing out a podium last time out of Silverstone, a pole position as well. He is certainly one of the names to keep a very close eye on over the next couple of years or so as he rises through the ranks. Very short run to the first corner here, and it's quite a pinch point, very tight first corner, so trouble can often occur through there. Trouble's already struck, as you can see, for Adrian Fernandez, nursing that broken right thumb, having only just returned, of course, from an injury absence at Silverstone. Unfortunately, he's a spectator again. Yeah, and you feel that these double injury blows may be terminal already for his World Championship aspirations. 66 in the standings coming into this Aragon Grand Prix. Unfortunately, he's not participating, but already he's 80 points. 80 points for the top 6 riders in the World Championship this year. Bagnaia and Bezzecchi, MotoGP stars, looking on at stars of the future. And keeping a close eye on Luca Letta, of course, fellow Italian on that front row. There is Lynetta. They're going away from second place on the grid. We've got the green flag there now, it's cleared at the back. 25 riders back in the glory here in Moto3 in Aragon. Lights out and we're racing in Moto3 here in MotorLand. It's a great start from pole position once again by Rueda. And Lynetta's got away well as well from second place. He's going to run into second in that first corner. Quiles still there in third, having started in P3. Sato on a bit of a wheelie off the line. The Japanese star who started fifth. Yeah, big wheelie, and he's down to 7. Look at Quiles immediately attacking. He did not get a good start from the pit wall side. Had to get his elbows out to prevent enough carpe, and he's immediately 2 on Lynetta. Yeah, Sato trying to show Munoz's front wheel there, going through turn 4, and no way through. Munoz has picked up Almanza now, through turn 5, coming out towards turn 7. This is where Almanza on that 22 black had a mighty crash in Q2. He's been picked up now by Piqueras as well, so Almanza going the wrong way early on here in Aragon. Yeah, Piqueras making big early progress, although Almanza coming back through on him as they drop downhill into 8. Piqueras up now into what is 7th place, was briefly 6th when Almanza relinquished that position. They're continuing to battle with Piqueras on his way forwards. Quiles was aggressive, wasn't he, on Lynetta through 3 to immediately fire into second place. He does not want to see Rueda try and bolt early on here. Stefano Nepa, his 2025 woes continue. He's out on the first lap here as Carpe and Almanza go side by side. Vicente Perez also out on the first lap. All those 2 incidents are connected. Yeah, I think they both dropped down the order at the same time. I think it was into turn 8. They both were down. You can hear the crowd rising to their feet. There's a couple of their own. 2 Spaniards leading the way, Rueda and Quiles. Of course, they were together on the last lap at Silverstone. They're first and second on the first lap here. Into the slipstream down this near 1 kilometre back straight. Slipstream on Moto3 bikes down here will be worth 3 or 4 tenths of a second. It could pay real big dividends. Quiles pulls out in the slipstream. Not close to boat to attack Rueda on the brakes. And now through the long looping left hand is a complete lap. 16 and 17. It's been the picture-perfect first lap then for world champs leader Rueda. He will lead over the line just from Kilos, who's trying to seize the inside line here and pick up a bit of a toe behind Rueda. Is he going to attack on the brakes? No, not quite close enough. Munoz gets through on down Mansa. Munoz charging out to 4th.
Yeah, Carpe did not get the better of that run down the back straight. He dropped back to 6th. Vicente Perez has rejoined the race. The reason being, he's of course got a long lap penalty to serve. He doesn't want that to carry over to the next Grand Prix. There's Stefano Neto, who's also rejoined, but with the brake leader sticking out, he'll be on his way up pit lane.
Don't think he's got a right foot plug either. That's going to be his biggest issue there. That's what he's going to be coming in. So back at the front, Rueda on the 99 bike as they flick into the right-hander, turn 7. And there is Piqueras, who's currently in 8th place. He started from the head of that 4th row intense spot. Munoz has the right to keep a close eye on here. He really is siding his way through the field. Now he's got up into 3rd place on the 64 bike. It's Venetra who's had a poor second lap, gone from 3rd to 6th.
Yeah, behind him is Piqueras and Woolston, 7th and 8th. Forosato is still trying to recover from that poor start. He's now in 9th, and Joe Kelso's also lost early ground. He's back to 10th. We're going to have a look now what happened. It was into turn 8 between Perez and Nepa. We're waiting a long time for them to come round. I don't think we have got a replay waiting for you here. That is turn 9 where they crashed. Unfortunately, that wasn't the crash that we were showing you.
So the helicopter shot picks up the pursuing pack. As Lanetta now, what's happened to Lanetta on this second lap? He's down in 9th now. I was about to say Forosato's got through, and the 58 has lost 6 places on the second lap. What a nightmare this has been for 658 squad records. So further down the field, it's going to be down into turn 9, isn't it? It's Vicente Perez losing control of his motorcycle first, and on the outside, wrong place, wrong time was poor old Nepa, and he's out of the Grand Prix as well.
He already had a long lap penalty. He might get another one for the Italian Grand Prix, the way he's going. That will be reviewed after the race. Once again, Quiles, who's light as a feather, of course, only 17, pulls out in behind Rueda, but can't outbrake Rueda into that tight first corner. Almanza's had a good second lap, and he set the fastest lap of the race on that particular circuit, a 1:57.6, as he moves into the podium positions.
Yeah, Lanetta did recover 1 place on that last lap. He was briefly 9th on lap 2, having started in 3rd. He's back up into 8th place now and got his way back through on Forosato. Rueda then leads the pack through turn 5, lap 3 of 17. Keyless, right on his rear tyre, just as he has been since turn 3, when he made the early aggressive pass on Lanetta.
So many problems for Marcos Ariato in his return to action. I did see some smoke at the back of the grid. I wonder whether it was from his Honda. He has now come up pit lane. Remember, worth remembering with Max Quiles, he had a big crash on Friday. He lost a lot of running in Friday practice after a big high side coming through turn 10. So Quiles a little short of mileage. Whether that's going to play a role the longer this race goes on, we'll have to wait and see. But it's not slowing him down at the moment.
Left that slippery and abrasive new surface here last September. We didn't get a new Pirelli race record. Very rare that happened last year, but finally Dunlop's race record has been beaten. Now Almanza now is the new race record holder here in Aragon with that 1:57.683. We're looking back from Carpe to Piqueras. This is down the hill into turn 14. Got to be so crucial now to get the exit nailed on here to try and pick up the slipstream and also not leave yourself wide open to an attack. As there is Uriarte in the InLab Racing Garage. A shake of the head from him. It's been a tough return to action, having started all the way at the back of the grid in 25th place. Still, once again, trying to chase up slipstream down this long back straight. Quiles and Almanza. You can just see Munoz looks like he lost a bit of ground coming out of 15, but he's able to just eat back the meters with the air that's being punched ahead of him.
Yeah, they need to try and make sure they don't allow his top four to get too far up the road. Fastest lap of the Grand Prix to Luca Lanetta. Whatever happened on that second lap, he's regrouped now as he's set to 1:57.198, quarter of a second quicker than the leaders. It's a half-second gap from Munoz in 4th, back to Carpe in 5th. That chase rule, I want to close that down quickly.
Yeah, well, Lanetta's position now on circuit, sort of in mid-pack in that second group, is going to be benefiting from some monumental slipstream down that back straight. 57.1. That's a belting lap time as Munoz. There was a big gap there, and you just knew that he was going to go through. He just tapped out Max on the backside there. Yeah, he just said, let's just not mess around with each other here. Let's just try and make sure that we just keep the rhythm. Maybe save some life on those tyres as well for the second half of the Grand Prix. But Munoz on the 64 bike back up into P3 as they drop down and through the reverse corkscrew. Lap 4 of 17. this lead group sort of bunching back up together over the line. And there wasn't even 2 seconds that covered the leading 12 down from Rueda to Yamanaka.
I'll say I wouldn't have doubted Munoz down as Moto3's chief negotiator. He has, of course, got involved in a few incidents over the years in Moto3, particularly this season. Of course, he's only scored points on 2 occasions this season. As we're riding involved with Piqueras, that was Ralston, I think, passing Carpe up ahead of us. That's for big play. So Jacob Ralston certainly having his best Moto3 outing of the season so far. There's your confirmation now. The 12 ahead of the 83.
Well, he told Jack on the grid he's going to get his gloves off, he's going to be aggressive, and he has been true to hhis word. There he is on the 12 bike, just off the lead then of that top quartet. We're going to just see the benefit of the slipstream once again. In terms of the championship, as it stands right now, a long, long way to go here. Rueda would be 70 points clear going to the Italian Grand Prix. That's brave by Lanetta. Beautiful move by the Honda rider on the inside of Piqueras going into turn 16, aided by some slipstream as well. But Lanetta is clawing back all those lost positions that he surrendered on the second lap. Fastest rider on circuit with the slipstream in the back of that pack. Kelso, a 1:57 flat.
Noticing Piqueras' problem there back in that second group. Remember back in Buriram, he said he struggled to overtake when he was deep in the pack. He was buried in the slipstream with those 2 Red Bull sponsored KTMs up ahead of him, but he could do absolutely nothing with it. And he was passed by Lanetta, and he's now being passed by Kelso. Piqueras is back to 9th now and struggling.
Yeah, Carte's gone through and Ralston. I think he can say to you that Rueda, Kilos, Munoz, now Manta just putting in a little bit too much daylight between themselves and that big group battling the 5th place. So Carpe immediately back through on Ralston. That was a textbook move on that sort of high-speed change direction between 3 and 4. So there he is on the 83 bike, picking up the baton ahead of that big group. Big second group, which involves Ralston, Lanetta, Piqueras, Kelso, fastest rider on circuit, Furusato, Yamanaka, Peroni once again right in the thick of it, battling for the top 10 once again.
Battle about to be joined here that I'd buy a ticket for. Quiles versus Munoz, 2nd and 3rd, up behind Rueda. We already know from Max Quiles' short Grand Prix career so far, he doesn't lack aggression. Aggression is David Munoz's middle name. He's already shown that already to go through on our man set for 3rd place. Surely he won't be sitting behind the 28th of Quiles for too long.
You have to keep tapping yourself on the shoulder, don't you, to remind you that Quiles is a raw rookie at this level. But he is mixing it with the very, very best. It's been an unbelievable start to life as a Grand Prix rider. As you mentioned, his record so far is up there with some of the best that have ever entered Grand Prix racing. And they sort of fan out and down this long back straight. And Rueda has done all the front running so far. As we're about to complete lap 5 out of 17, he has not yet seen anybody else's rear tyre in this Aragon Grand Prix. A slightly wider line favoured by Rueda to pick up the faster exit onto the start-finish straight. As you can see, it gave him a sort of breather of half a dozen bike lengths. Quiles will close up, they're back in the braking zone. Lanetta now has got himself back to the head of the second group. After that real poor second lap, let's head back into P5.
Yeah, he's matching the race leading pace, but he's not catching them at this stage. Worth pointing out in this leading group of 4 that we're looking at, Rueda is on the soft rear tyre. The 3 right behind him are all on the medium rear tyre. So if there is some appreciable tyre drop, and Jack Alfieri told us no more than that if there is a drop, it may well come around half distance, lap 8, 9 or so in this Grand Prix. Rueda, yes, with a softer rear tyre on, better make sure that he manages that through the remaining 12 laps.
Lanetta is about to jump all over the rear tyre by Manta Munoz, who's really wide on the exit of 7. He's got to be careful later on if he keeps in that in terms of track limits. And Lanetta's pace, out of nowhere, I've just seen him, as we mentioned, not only get himself back into this podium battle, but his great speed at the moment is dragging the likes of Carpe, Kelso, Ralston, Furusato, and Piqueras with him. Piqueras in 10th place, up to 9th now. Over the line, the top 10 was split by 1.8 seconds.
Strong Quiles isn't the braking there. You saw from the aerial shot how he closed in on Rueda. All the advantage that Rueda's able to pull out through some of the faster corners here in Aragon is closed back down again. We're right now through 14 into the left of 15, which is the key corner on this Aragon circuit, particularly on a Moto3 bike, as Rueda gets on the throttle and pulls out a few metres over Quiles, who'll be desperately trying to pick up some slipstream to stop the 99 from getting too far ahead of him.
Down the order, Ogden 13th, Peeny's up into 14th place, as Quiles, once again with the slipstream, was able to close right on the rear tyre of Rueda. Cormac Buchanan, of course, from his career best qualifying, is Almanza gets on the inside of Munoz through 16. That was a real aggressive move by Almanza on the Honda. Trying now also to fight his way back through. Munoz, though, maybe with a slightly better exit. They're going to go side by side, the brakes into the first corner. Munoz has got the inside line, and he runs Almanza out wide. Almanza's now lost fourth place as well to Lanetta.
I think Almanza was perhaps a little bit too cautious and polite. Now he jumped out of the way into turn one. It's cost him a bunch of places. Ralston has had some problems on that last lap, and he's actually pitted on the Tech 3 KTM. Was noticing dropping down the order on that last lap. It looks like his race is over.
Yeah, he's livid. He's absolutely furious, with some justification. He's now on the 12 bike, straight away puts his hand up. Clearly some kind of issue with that Red Bull KTM Tech 3 machine. So Forsato did a really good job to take evasive action there. Oh, head in hands, that's cruel, isn't it? I deny the chance to fight for minimum the top 6 here was Ralston. So tech issue has ruled him out. This league group has bunched all up back together again, hasn't it? Down to Piqueras, 1st to 9th at the start of this lap 7 of 17. The gap, well, the gap was 1.6 seconds. Lanetta, no great surprise, he's fastest rider out on circuit now. He's doing high 156s. That is Lanetta. Do not discount the Italian out of his first Grand Prix victory here at all.
Of course, Rider in the front of the race is the sole rider who does not have any slipstream to tow him down that back straight. There's a rider just up the road there. I think it's Nepa on the 658 bike who's gone back out onto the racetrack, who's about to be lapped by this bunch, so he has to keep himself well out of the way. There he is, just staying well and truly out of the way. But he's Roeder at this stage, just riding a pace that he feels comfortable with, knowing that he has to get that soft rear tyre through another 11 laps.
Look at Lanetta, he's looking really menacing now, isn't he, in that 4th place. Almanza closing up. Almanza's really strong through this final couple of left-handers through 16 and 17. Munoz got a really good drive out of that final corner. Does he fancy a little nibble at Quiles on the brakes into the first corner? They fan out 3 abreast. Munoz is going to go for it on the inside, but Lanetta with the slipstream and great exit out of 17. Lanetta, we just said, was the fastest rider out on circuit. 2 for the price of 1. Outbreaking Quiles and Munoz into the first corner. Luca Lanetta, take a bow.
Lanetta is soft front and rear on his tyres, but he's got no thoughts of managing those at this stage. He just wants to go on the attack. He's now right up behind Rueda, where they started. This Grand Prix Quiles, though, was completely hung out to dry there, wasn't he? In the first corner, as both Lanetta and Munoz came through.
No, but he's got the taste of Lanetta right now. On that last lap, he was 4 tenths quicker than your race leader, Rueda, 3 tenths quicker than Quiles, 3 tenths quicker than Munoz. And he made that move into turn 1 look so easy. It wasn't, to get through on the inside of both Munoz and Quiles. Almanza, Forsato also looking pretty feisty in this league group. Carpe also still in the thick of it with Kelso and Piqueras. Looks like Ryusai Yamanaka's just been dropped off this group. Yamanaka's still there in 10th place, but he's now over a second behind his teammate Piqueras.
That was Quiles attacking and very nearly taking Munoz down. He was way out of control, wasn't he, there, on the way into 12. That could have ended a lot worse than it did for Quiles. He lives to fight another lap.
There's a massive spike in Quiles' heart rate there right now. How on earth did he miss? He's attacking again, just unbelievable. It's cost him a whole bunch of time, hasn't it? That big mistake on the brakes, dropping down a hill into turn 12. Quiles is just trying to get his heart back in his chest right now. That was a super scary moment. Avoiding all the trouble, avoiding all the drama. He's still your race leader. Rueda, there is Quiles. Another moment on the front end now. He tips it left through turn 16. He's got Kelso and Piqueras for company right now. And this is lap 8 of 17 then in the books. Rueda is your leader. Munoz second. Lanetta there in 3rd place. He was awesome on the first corner on the last lap. Can't get through on Munoz this time around. Almanza 4th. We mentioned Forsato. You're getting a bit scrappy right now, isn't he, Quiles? Forsato is working his way beautifully into this podium battle right now. The Japanese rider's up to bit.
The pace has already started to drop off here. Rueda back down to a 57.9 on that last lap, with Lanetta doing a 58.0, so they were doing high 56s a couple of laps ago. This pace has already started to tail off a touch, and it is closing that leading group together as Munoz now has a sniff of the race lead up behind Rueda, and trying to keep an eye on Piqueras at the back of this group for a few laps now. Mentioned it a couple of laps ago, the struggles he's having. He's back at 9th place. I've not seen him make a single overtake since that aggressive opening lap.
Rueda wide and off the circuit, off the edge of the curve, coming out of turn 7. fair play to Yamanaka in 10th place. He's recovered second at 157.5 in that last lap from Yamanaka. All of a sudden is dragging him back into this league group. Jack just telling us from down in pit lane it was an engine issue, which cruelly denied Jacob Ralston the chance to be right in the heart of this battle as they drop down through turn 12. This is where Keelas had the big blunder on the last lap.
You mentioned Yamanaka, he, Ogden and Peroni all going quicker than the leaders at the moment and are joining the back of this freight train in the front of the race. You can just see at the top of the picture as Keelas once again was attacking there on the inside. I think of Kelso. In fact, it was Carpe he was going past into turn 15. You certainly can't question his fighting spirit, can you? Keelas back into the top 6.
Yeah, he's a hard charger. He's not shy to get his elbow sharp in these battles, is he? Keelas. And they're all bunching up. They're all ganging up now, aren't they, behind Rueda, who is going to lead at the end of this 9th lap of 17. We're in that phase of the Grand Prix, which Jack told us now where keep an eye on tyre drop. Here comes Munoz and Lanetta. Yamanaka once again has just done back-to-back PB laps. And out of nowhere, you say Yamanaka is in this big leading group.
Yeah, the leading pace is now in the mid-58s. 58.3 for Rueda and Munoz. 57.8 for Keelas as he's trying to make up lost ground. 57.5 for Yamanaka. He's 0.8 a lap quicker than the race leader, and he's now firmly in this battle.
We saw this last year as Almanza lunges on the inside of Lanetta. Beautiful move. What an attack that was from Almanza. Back up into the podium place. We saw Alonso last year do so much of the legwork at the front of the Moto3 Grand Prix before his Pirelli tyres fell off a cliff. What is the same going to happen here to Rueda? They drop down, attacking hard on the brakes into the reverse corkscrew. Keelas. Not a lot of room there, but what room there was, he took it. And some from Fursato, working his way back brilliantly into podium contention. Is he on the 28 by Keelas? Just love to watch this young kid ride.
Well, he lacks in experience. He's certainly making up for in talent and in confidence. Once again, Rueda goes the wrong side of the curve, followed out there by Munoz. Then it's the 22 of Almanza, with Lanetta the next target for Keelas. They're 4th and 5th. Fursato now 6th from Carpe, Piqueras, Kelso and Yamanaka, who you'll see at the back of the group. Yamanaka is also on the soft rear tyre. Maybe he's just been saving his in the first half of this Grand Prix.
Yeah, Yamanaka, Ogden and Peroni directly behind. They've not been able to sort of go with the number 6 Japanese rider. Ogden 11, Peroni 12. Another rookie, Guido Pini in 15th place. Dennis Foggia, a former Moto3 winner here in Aragon, having a very poor Sunday. He's outside the points at 16th place, the experienced old war horse in Moto3. So here we go then, lap 10 of 17. It will be once again led by Rueda. Now we are into territory where we're going to be keeping a very close eye on the lap times. Keelas once again, keeping us up in the 57s. Lanetta on the brakes. Well, he's so good coming out the final corner, isn't he? It's all about the drive he gets on that 20 tyre coming out of 17, and it allows him to pick up some slipstream as well and attack rides ahead of him. We saw him make a double overtake on Munoz and Keelas into one a few laps to go. This time around his 2 victims with Munoz and Almanza.
Since Perez incidentally has got another long lap penalty. I think this one is for track limits. It finally looked in the background there as Jax was making some overtakes and getting himself up speed in this race. He was up the inside of Carpe. Here he is on the 36, second in the World Championship. He needs to close these 54 points down to Rueda, who currently leads this race. Here's Piqueras now finally getting up to speed here.
Yeah, Keelas and Piqueras, the only 2 riders on track at the moment, are still able to find laps in those high 157s. Everybody else in the 58s, a few riders further down in the 59s. Rueda, is this another tactical masterclass from the 19-year-old Spaniard, who at the moment is on course for his 6th win in the Open 8 Grand Prix. Munoz pounces back on Lanetta down the hill into 12.
So good, it's turn 12, isn't he, Munoz? Because even with the overtake offline, you know how difficult that is. We saw that in the MotoGP sprint yesterday. He still gained meters out of Rueda. Definitely feels to me as if Rueda is riding slightly within himself, but just starting at a pace that he knows he can lap at to get that soft rear tyre to the end.
Keelas coming through turn 15 on Almanza. He properly picked up the Leopard Honda rider there to make that attack and get a slingshot and try and get on par with Rueda, Munoz and Lanetta ahead of him. Ultra aggressive once again from Keelas. out wide, and be careful there on the dirty part of the circuit. We know how filthy and dirty and dusty it is offline here in Aragon. Was Furasato. He's trying to get some slipstream behind Almanza. Munoz briefly has the lead, squeezed on the outside, goes Rueda, and once again, it's the third time now in this Aragon Grand Prix, the Letta has picked off 2 riders on the run down into the first corner. So for the first time, Jose Antonio Rueda yields the lead here in Aragon.
Now we're going to find out how much Jose Antonio Rueda has been keeping in reserve. He's been quite happy leading this race, and the rest have been quite happy to follow. Until this point, here is Rueda so nearly running into the back there of Munoz. It cost him third to Almanza.
In Almanza, the door was wide open, and he came bursting on through. Lanetta then at the front of this Aragon Grand Prix. 5.5 laps to go. This is building up nicely, isn't it? To another Moto3 thriller. Down the hill we go. He was third in the Aragon Grand Prix here last September, was Lanetta. This is a track that he finds to his liking. Quiles on Rueda, barges the world champ leader out of the way. Furasato now comes on through. Rueda is sinking like a stone here, isn't he?
We've still got 5.5 laps to go. Has Rueda reached the cliff of performance and of grip? And now dropping back. So you certainly know in this Moto3 field, if you leave the gap half a bike wide open, 2 or 3 will come straight through it. Rueda now down to 6th, and his chief championship rival Piqueras is now right behind him.
Yeah, what has Rueda got in retaliation? Tries to show Furasato his front wheel down the hill into 14. Quiles, he's absolutely awesome through 50. Almanza is victim on the last lap. This time around, it is Munoz. Like shelling peas there for the teenager, and he found a way through on Munoz. Now they look at Almanza, trying to pick up some big slipstream behind Lanetta. Quiles with a 2-bike slipstream, just powers on the inside of Almanza. Lanetta then leads through the final corner. And at 12 of 17, 5 to go here in Aragon. And Lanetta leads from Quiles Munoz. And they fan out 3, 4, almost 5 abreast now on the long run down into the first corner. And Matt Quiles, for the second time his Grand Prix career, hits the front.
He is having the time of his life. I thought Grand Prix racing was supposed to be difficult. He's already been on pole. He's already been on the podium. Is today the day of just the 4th time of asking that he takes a Grand Prix victory? Not by doing that he won't.
Super wide coming out of 3. Big head shake on the ripples of the curve as well. Quiles got to keep his cool. He's wide again now. Through turn 5, that's allowed Almanza to sweep back into lead. Quiles loses all his momentum on the exit of 5 as well. Munoz tries to go the long way around and through 6, no way through. Furasato leaning on Rueda as they go through 7. What a race this here is Aragon.
Yeah, Rueda was trying to clamber his way back through the field there on Furasato, having nearly lost the place to his teammate Carpe. They're back in 6th and 7th at the moment.
Quiles lost the front down into 9. Right foot was off the foot peg. As soon as he hit the front here, Max Quiles, there's been 3 mistakes in, 9 corners.
And Almanza to the front, we mentioned it before the Grand Prix began. He has been super quick in practice through this weekend. We have seen him lead Grand Prix, of course. He led a couple of weeks ago at Silverstone after a long lap penalty. The sole Leopard Honda in the race now leads the race.
Yeah, the Keras has got through as well on Carpe. Is there a traditional, his favoured late charge coming from the Keras? Through then on Carpe, he got through into 12. That's put the Keras up into 7th place.
Quiles now once again will be picking up that slipstream behind Almanza. It's the Honda, the Leopard Honda is now punching the hole in the air as the 28 bike, the very distinctive Aspar livery with the pink number. We've seen that combination take many a Moto3 victory with David Alonso. Is today the day that Max Quiles adds his name to that long list of Aspar winners.
Over the line we go now, Max, and look, he's running a real tight line as he sweeps back across the nose of Quiles on the brakes into the first corner. Lanetta toughing it out on the brakes with Munoz into the first corner. And Rueda still in this battle in what he is now 6th place over the line. 4 laps to go. He's just had to go up into 5th by Furasato. We pick them up now, going through the fast left-handers. Turn 4, decelerating now into 5. Furasato on the inside of Rueda. He's going to pick up Rueda, and that's going to allow Piqueras to move alongside his main championship rival. Piqueras on the outside there, which is going to put him in the wrong position for turn 7.
It's the Hondas that are going well here in the latter stages. Almanza leading, Lanetta 3rd, and Furasato now 5th, all looking very feisty in these latter stages. 3.5 laps to go, and we've still got a leading group
of 10 riders. Cormac Buchanan on the Bowie bike on 11th place. He's actually closing in on the back of this train too.
Yeah, Honda winless since Picaras' victory in Misano last year. That was their only win of 2024. They dropped down the hill through 12. This is where Keyless has been so good on the brakes, and he is once again on the inside. He goes of Almanza. Just what, 3 and a bit laps remaining here in this classic battle here in Aragon. Oh, Keyless was wide once again. The last time we saw him hit the front in this Grand Prix, it got super messy and super scrappy from Keyless. He was a bit erratic, wasn't he, as well, coming through 13 there. Just got to keep his cool, keep his composure. He has got the speed, no question.
It's fast, but at times it's frightening watching Max Keyless. He is box office, isn't he? And this is only his 4th Moto3 Grand Prix. Rueda's got a bit of a gap to close up there in 5th place, having cut past through on the Honda bike of Forosato. That's about the 3rd time on this lap that we've seen Yossam Lanetta changing positions. Lanetta, back where he started this lap in 3rd place.
Lanetta's lethal into 16 and lethal into 1. That's where he's made so many of his key moves in this Grand Prix. He's looking to make another one into the first corner. Of course he is. That's his corner, isn't it? Lanetta, there was a big twitch there from Almanza. He squeezed on the power, maybe a little bit offline onto a dirty part of the circuit. Keyless, then it is that's leading. 3 to go here in Aragon. Big lead group, not even a second, covering the top 9 down to Calso.
Rueda has closed that gap back up. Piqueras now getting attacking. He's up the inside there of Forosato. The door slammed shut in his face. Top 4 in this race at the moment, all yet to win a Moto3 Grand Prix.
Munoz, that's lovely, on the inside of Lanetta, on the brakes into 7. Munoz then pinches that 2nd place back. Keyless has a track limits warning, as he hasn't got enough to occupy his mind with 2.5 laps remaining here. 2.5 laps which stand between him and an unbelievable moment, a maiden Grand Prix victory in just his 4th start.
Mentioned Buchanan a lap ago. He's the fastest rider on track now. You can just see him on the blue crash helmet on the Boeing machine in the back of his field in 11th. He's half a second quicker than the race leader was going on that last lap. How much progress can he make up this group in the remaining 2.5 laps?
He's in prime position right now to certainly pick up some big slipstream down this long back straight. Almanza thought about a move on Lanetta down the hill. Tricky downhill braking zone that into 14. Let's just see at the back of this group on the 14 bike how much Buchanan can maybe pick up with all the clear air ahead of him. There is Piqueras. He's right on the tail of Forosato. Keyless just comes up turn 15 so well. Munoz can't even get his slipstream. Close up a little bit on the brakes into 16, but there is about to be 2 laps remaining. Just a whisker over 10 kilometres standing between Keyless and a breakthrough first Grand Prix victory.
Well, we've had 2 Red Bull Rookies races this season, or this weekend, both decided by mere inches over the line. This one feels like it's heading the same way as Lanetta goes for his trademark move into turn 1. This, though, backfires on him.
Yeah, that one was all wrong, and that's allowed Almanza to chop across his nose into 2 as well. So Almanza back into P3. Rueda still sat there in 5th place. There was a twitch there on the rear tyre for Forosato as he squeezed the power on coming out of 3. Look at this battle between Almanza and Lanetta. 3 passes between them in the first 4 corners on this lap 16.
Again, another gesture. This time for Almanza saying, just stay behind me. Look, Lanetta immediately disregards that and comes back to her again. I'm not sure that particular olive branch is going to be picked up by anybody. David, at this stage of the race, everyone's attacking.
4 times already on this epic lap 16. Lanetta and Almanza have passed each other for P3. Oh, Forosato when he had the big moment on the gas coming out of 3. That was an even bigger one coming out of the reverse corkscrew. That's cost Forosato a lot of crucial time here. He lost the rear and the big head shake and wobble as he tried to gather it all back up. Has that ended Forosato's victory hopes here in Aragon?
It certainly looks like it. I think he's at the back of the group now. In fact, he is now there. Logos Buchanan through up into the top 10. Forosato now back to 11th place.
Forosato's got 0 really grip. Every time he cracks the throttle, he's almost launching himself to the moon. We saw him have a moment there on the exit of 12 as well. So it just looks like this aggression to get himself into this battle has just seen him run out of grip at the worst possible moment. Down the back straight we go. Munoz desperate to pick up some slipstream here and maybe attack Keyless on the long run down into turn 16. He's made it through. He's got the inside
line. Is he going to run a little bit wide? No. Cutting the inside, tight inside line through 16 and 17 was Almanza. Back through once again Letta. Almanza and Letta exchanged that third place 5 times on that previous lap. Last lap underway. What's been a absolute incredible Moto3 battle in MotorLand. Letta once again. Brilliant in the first corner, back through. Oh no, Manson, Rueda was wide.
He was almost at the car
park, wasn't he there? But on the last lap, Munoz in instant leads.
Yeah.
Keyleson's got back to the front.
It was into turn 1 that Keyless went through, and Piqueras was the one who passed Rueda off. Rueda back to 9th place now, losing championship points. Did Munoz show his hand and lap too early on the previous lap by attacking the way he did into 16? Now Keyless will know that's coming.
Yeah, Keyless will try and be ultra defensive going into that turn 16. Carpe just rode around the outside of Almanza going through turn 4. But Carpe on the 83 bike, that's still a big contender for this victory. Munoz was in a little bit hot there, wasn't he? On a slightly wide line, he's already been caught out in the dirty part of the circuit. At that turn 9, oh, who was that out to sea? Was that Piqueras or was it Yamanaka? Somebody was out to sea, big star out the corkscrew.
Trying to see which of the
Almanza
now back in 5th place with Piqueras. I think it was Yamanaka who lost those places because Piqueras is still very much there. Carpe now through on Lunetta. That's a blow to Lunetta's hopes. Are the top 2 just far enough clear to have this battle for the victory all to themselves?
Does look like it's just a straight showdown. Keyless versus Munoz. We're keeping our track of as well here, aren't we, on the very last lap. Keyless has been so good through this turn 15, and he is going to try and lead it then down this long back straight. It is all about the slipstream, who has called this tactically to perfection. Keyless is just looking so but here comes Munoz. It is now or never, isn't it, for the Spaniards. 2 riders hunting for their first Grand Prix victory. Munoz is going to be really best on the inside. He nudges Keyless out of the way. David Munoz, surely is he? There's a short score to the finish line. Who's going to get it on the line? Photo finish. It's Munoz. Munoz with a masterpiece in MotorLand in Moto3. What? Race. And David Munoz. So many times he's in the headlines for all the wrong reasons. This time around, though, he's going to be making headlines for all the right reasons, because in attempt number 58, David Munoz is finally a Grand Prix winner, and he did it in stunning fashion. A last corner overtake on the inside of poor old Max Keyless, who has to settle for 2nd place for the 2nd time in 2 Grand Prix. No Keyless fought so hard for his first Grand Prix victory. We saw how good Carpe was on the last lap. He takes the podium in 3rd, Almanza 4th, Letta 5th, Piqueras 6th, and away took the checkered flag in 8th place. Look at this move by Munoz. It was cleaned. Keyless was on that slightly wide line, couldn't sort of get the power on as he hoped to, and it was all about the acceleration out in the final corner. There was not much room there, was there, going through 16. He had to judge it to a millimetre perfection, and Munoz did. David, well done. A first-time Moto3 winner in a classic in MotorLand.
Wasn't a great move, or was it a slight error again from Keyless? It looked like he was about a metre or so wide. That's all it took for Munoz to take the opportunity, seize the moment, and take a long-awaited first Moto3 win. Carpe gets 3rd in the end, ahead of Almanza, who's waiting for a podium, goes on. Lunetta got shuttled back to 5th on that final lap ahead of Piqueras and Kelso. Rueda, having done so much of the heavy lifting in that Grand Prix, splits all the way back to 8th, ahead of Yamanaka and Cormac Buchanan.
Well, of late he's seen more of the FIA and MotoGP stewards than he has of the podium. But David Munoz has his day in the Aragon sunshine, and that was a richly deserved victory. He's had some bad luck. He had a massive crash in the reverse corkscrew in qualifying yesterday. He's picked himself up on the floor. Stunning recovery. Keyless was close once again, but not quite close enough. 0.05 of a second at the checkered flag was the gap between the 2 Spaniards. He's still celebrating with a big stand-up wheelie, and quite rightly so, because you are watching yet another star Spaniard that's rolled off a seemingly endless production line of talent. What a ride, what a racer from Keyless. Carpe did take 3rd. Almanza and Letta Piqueras for your top 6. Rueda 8th. Having done so much of the front running, Rueda, he was only 8/10 of a second behind at the end. Yamanaka 9th. Brilliant ride by Cormac Buchanan. That's an equal best 10th place
for the Kiwi for Bay Motorsports. Tyre Fursato, well, as we suspected, I mean, Tyre Fursato's last lap was a 2:08. His rear tyre had just completely given up the ghost. He was 11 points for Ogden, Peroni, Moodley and Foggia. Not his day today. Jose Antonio Rueda. That is the first time this season he's actually finished a Grand Prix and not finished it on the podium. Fought a good fight, but 8th place, the best that Rueda could do.
In a championship sense, could have been a lot worse for Jose Antonio Rueda. Keras could only get up to 6th place, and I think this is the start of the last lap as Rueda had his teammates up the inside. In fact, he lost the rear, didn't he, on the way into the corner and went out wide. Through comes Keras as well. That was at the start of the very last lap, and Rueda could not recover.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many of those mistakes, particularly on heated last lap battles. He's normally ice cool, isn't he, Rueda? But he was just desperate there to make sure that he was on the back of that lead group and potentially looking for some slipstream. No major damage done to his championship charge. He only loses 2 points when all's said and done. Carpe had a brilliant last lap. What a move he made on Almanza going into turn 4. But that really did deserve a podium finish alone. Well, there he goes. Congratulations to Liquid Moly Dynamite Intact rider David Munoz, the first time Grand Prix winner. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Peter Erdlers with Jack.
Peter, we at the start of the year thought it was going to be a fascinating relationship between yourself and David. So much talent, so much potential, and he's finally shown it.
Yeah, he deserved it so much. He was very hard working for this. All the team together, and I'm so happy for him and the team to achieve his targets, his first victory, and he did it incredible. And the strategy was very strong from him. And congratulations to David and his team. Congratulations. Well done.
Yeah, brilliant job. Good to see one of his close pals, Fermin Aldeguer, come down and congratulate him. Yeah, there'll be tears of joy for David Munoz, who, as he mentioned, there is no questioning the speed, there is no questioning the talent, sometimes maybe the temperament, but today is his day. And what a day, what a way to win your first Grand Prix. Congratulations to him as the 54th different winner in the Moto3 World Championship, just pipping Quiles at the post. Back-to-back second places though for Maximo Quiles. I think we'll have to wait until before he's on the top step of the podium.
Maximo talent as well. The young 17-year-old who's led into the final corner, I guess, on the last couple of Grand Prix. Ultimately didn't lead out of it, but he's going to win many a Grand Prix. He's got so much time on his side. 2 rookies on the podium today in Quiles and Carpe. The future of motorcycle racing, certainly from a Spanish point of view, is very bright indeed.
Yeah, cracking job by Carpe. He wasn't even 4 tenths behind the victor at the checkered flag. Just about fended off Almanza. Keras, well, he started in P10, took the checkered flag in 6th place, but no point in that Grand Prix was he inside the top 3. Now, if you want any idea of just how highly rated and how good Max Quiles is, well, he's under the sort of stewardship, under the
tutelage.
Yes, the tutelage, under the guidance, under the wing of a certain Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez. We're not going to waste their time with no hopers, are they? Let's be perfectly frank. Ryusai Yamanaka, he had to work really hard for that 9th place. A 9th place which saw him just 1.1 seconds away from the victory. It looked at one stage like he was just maybe fading out of contention for the podium, but fair play to the Japanese rider, he did claw his way back into it. Another top 10 for Yamanaka, which adds to his collection so far this season. As we await our top 3, they're all embracing and congratulating each other, and with good reason, why not? A great way to kick off Chapter 8 in the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. Let's be honest, that Moto3 never disappoints, doesn't it? As we're about to hear shortly, Alvaro Carpe being ushered over to speak to Jack. Red Bull KTM Idaho star. Carpe on the podium for just the 2nd time, his first since the opening Grand Prix in Thailand. He was dynamite Dabby today, wasn't he? Certainly was. Here is then Alvaro Carpe's second podium of the season. He's for Jack.
Alvaro, what a weekend you've had on home soil here in Aragon. 18th birthday early in the week. No one to the podium. Does it get any better than that?
I think no, because this podium is very important for me. We were working too much during all the season, improving in all the setting, all the bike, all the thing with my crew chief, with my team. We are improving too much. I think this is like the gift for all the work. Also was my birthday Thursday. It's a special weekend for me because here in Spain also podium and in the World Championship is very special for me. I'm very happy because the race was very difficult to manage the tires. Also the group was bigger than I thought. But yeah, we managed very good. We saved the tires until the 3 last laps, and then I started to overtake the riders. Yeah, I'm very happy. I want to thank all my team. Incredible job they have, and all my family, all my friends, and the people who support me.
Brilliant ride. Well done.
Thank you.
Vamos.
Yeah, vamos, come on. A great job by Alvaro Carpe, and a very nice belated 18th birthday present. As he said, he was in sort of tyre conservation mode until those vital final 3 laps, and when he got his head down late on, he did it in some style. Love that last lap move on Al Mansour, as mentioned. That really did deserve a podium on its own. So close for that first win. It's coming, no question. Back-to-back second places, though, for the new Moto3 hero, Max Quiles, who's the Jack.
Max, what a rookie year you're enjoying. I'm sure that victory is going to come soon. So close today. What are the emotions like after that?
Yeah, not be angry, but yeah, great race. It was a really difficult race. I haven't got too much experience with this tire here in Aragon. It breaks a lot, so it was difficult. But yeah, I tried to be all the time there. Yeah, the last 2 laps, I saw Munoz. Munoz is really good fighter, so I said I didn't know what to do. I was thinking I'm gonna let him pass, and then in the last corner try. But I said I'm not going to do all this stuff. Maybe I make a mistake. So I said, okay, now I will do as fast as I can the last corner. I went a bit wide, he got me the slipstream and he overtake me, and then I said, maybe now I can overtake him on the back straight, but on the last straight, but it wasn't possible. But it's great to do a second podium in a row, and we will try the new year.
Great ride. Well done.
Thank you.
He's such a top-class rider, a top-class act, isn't he, as well? It was tough at times. There was some hard moves. But it's Moto3, what do we expect? It's the reason why we're always glued to our seats, aren't we, for our opening race action on the Carpe. There was contact with Munoz, there was contact with Carpe, and then this was late on. He thought maybe he was going to win the burst of acceleration, the sprint finish to the line. It was a photo finish, but he just comes up short by, what, half a bike length. Just left the door open that little bit too much. And for Munoz coming through those final couple of corners. And David Munoz was never going to leave that one go, was he? David Munoz said a first-time Grand Prix winner. What a race, and what a job by him. He's the Jack.
For the final corner as well. You are a Grand Prix winner for the first time, and to do it in Spain, just how good does that feel?
Yeah, today is a very good day for me. I am very happy for this victory because I need this position for keep on the season, focus on me. And well, I try in the last lap to overtake to Quiles. I try in the last lap before, and in the last lap one opportunity for the victory, and I passed very close, but I win.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You certainly did win. Well done to David Munoz. That was a great ride. He's probably got a few battle scars on that Dynavolt intact machine. This is what we love. This is what it's all about. Winning your first Grand Prix in a classic, and at the very final corner. What was going through his mind? What was going through the mind of Max Quiles at this stage? Quiles right now is thinking, maybe I can still win this Grand Prix. Just going to cut to that tight inside line. Munoz now is begging to see the finish line and the checkered flag. does, though, hold on for a very narrow victory. Once again, another super close Moto3 battle here in Aragon. 64 prevails over 28. Look how bad he was. Just looking at inside. The German-based Dynamo Intact GP team, who of course were celebrating wildly last corner drama in Moto2 with Senna Aegis last time out at the British Grand Prix. With confirmation on your screens, it's a first Grand Prix success for David Munoz, as we mentioned, in his 58th attempt. It's been a long wait, but it certainly has finally been worth the wait. At 9 previous visits to the podium, none of those though from the very top step. Today is the day that all changes. And for all the headlines that have been written about David Munoz over the years, even as recently as after the last Grand Prix in Silverstone, when of course he was involved in a collision with Luca Lunetta and his bike and the tarmac were in flames at the end of that Grand Prix, and perhaps some slightly harsh comments and perhaps some slightly unfair comments directed at David Munoz by Paolo Simoncelli of the SIT 58 Squadra Corsa team. Well, this time all the headlines about David Munoz will be for the right reasons. For that long-awaited first Moto3 win, and for Peter Ertl, he will accept the winning constructor prize. Of course, it's already been an incredible Moto2 season for that Intact GP squad. We can now add Moto3 success to that. Alvaro Carpe, two rookies on the podium, and that is the second podium, of course, this season. His first is the season opener in Thailand, second podium in as many races for Max Quiles. It's got a 50% success rate now in Grand Prix racing of starting and finishing on the podium. But today is David Munoz's day. Dynamite David is finally a Grand Prix winner. As Matt said, there was a way to script it. I would have imagined it would go something like that. The winning constructor prize then. Get over to Peter Ertl. It's another victory, 8 out of 8 now for KTM this season. It did look as if we might see a first Honda win of the year, with Almanza and Lunetta both firmly in victory contention. They ultimately were shuffled back to 4th and 5th. So you saw and heard how happy Alvaro Carpe was with that. The rookies are very quickly taking over, aren't they? In Moto3 this season, Carpe, Quiles, Peroni, Pini, Cormac Buchanan in the top 10 today. He blessed once again with some incredible young talent in this Moto3 class. And in many respects this young man is the poster boy for that. 17 years of age and back-to-back podiums for Max Quiles. He's up to 8th in the World Championship now, having missed the first 2 Grand Prix of the season, and then of course he missed another couple with injury after his debut in Austin. But Dynamite David Munoz stands atop the podium for the first time at last. His wait for a Moto3 victory is up. Congratulations to our top 3 in what was an epic Moto3 race here in Aragon. A first-time winner with David Munoz on the top step of the podium. Max Quiles in second, Alvaro Carpe in third. An old Spanish look out there of the podium. David Almanza in 4th place. That'll be a rare Spanish top 4 Moto3. Munoz then, with that sweet taste of some race-winning Prosecco. Did lead a couple of laps last time out in Silverstone. First time we've done a Grand Prix all season, so you feel like a big result has been coming. And will the floodgates start opening now, as far as Munoz and victories are concerned. He's finally got that monkey off his back. A big pressure lifted off those shoulders. Can he kick on? Now really show the top talent, which we know he is, moving into the top 10 in the World Championship after his first win of the season. As Antonio Rowena is still comfortably in control of the World Championship. Doesn't matter what happens in Mugello or in Assen in the next couple of Grand Prix. Rowena will still be the leader of the World Championship. But Munoz, a first-time winner in MotorLand.
At long last, David Munoz is a Moto3 winner. Max Quiles and Alvaro Carpe on the podium. Carpe proving it was possible to get that soft rear tyres to the end on the podium. He took third. Almanza, who led late on fourth. Luca Lunetta, who looked so good for so long, fifth. Piqueras sixth to gain points in the championship ahead of Kelso and Rueda. Your top three in the championship, 6, 7 and 8. Yamanak in 9th, and a fine ride for Cormac Buchanan in 10th. He was just 1.7 off the victory. Porosato fell back late onto 11th head of Ogden, Peroni, Ruche Moodley and Dennis Foggia, a solitary World Championship point on his 100th Moto3 start. Misfortune early on, in particular for Jacob Ralston, after engine problems took him out of the leading group. And that all means this: Jose Antonio Reina's lead is cut to 52 points over Angel Piqueras. Joel Kelso, he gains 1 point on Rueda. He's 63 back and just one ahead now of Alvaro Carpe. Porosato is 5th as he started today. Luca Lunetta climbs ahead of Andrea Fernandez into 6th place. Max Quiles up 2 places in the championship now to 8th. And with his first victory, David Munoz is now up into the top 10. He climbs 5 places today. Structure standings, KTM, after 8 wins out of 8, are 84 clear with a maximum 200 points. KTM IO, of course, did get a rider on the podium today. Although it wasn't Rueda who led for so long. Carpe 16 points ensure that they're 88 clear of Fritzer empty helmets. MSI. Well, it certainly built up to quite the finale, didn't it? Our Moto3 race to kick off our race day action here at Aragon. That's Antonio Rueda getting a superb launch off the line. Quite in contrast though to Ty Porosato, whose front wheel went upwards and he went backwards. Rueda would lead for the first 3 quarters of the race. In truth, although there was drama further back, with Vicente Perez making contact with Stefano Netta. That will be investigated after the race. Penalty potentially coming his way for Mugello. Contact between the two who would ultimately fight for the victory as Quiles fell back to around 8th place. We soared back up the order. Finally, Rueda's stint at the front was ended as both Lunetta and Munoz came up the inside of him into turn 1. An executive order was being carried out on Rueda as the rest of the leading group collectively punted him back down to 8th place by the finish. Quiles with the advantage as the last lap began. Luca Lunetta losing some crucial ground as Carpe made his way into the podium position. A gap just wide enough for David Munoz to power through and take a first Moto3 victory at the 58th attempt. It's been a up and down season for David Munoz so far, but this, the highest of highs, he's finally a Moto3 winner. Max Quiles and Alvaro Carpe completing an all-teenage podium with the 64, finally in P1. Moto2 is moments away.
Three Jewels in June brings the world's fastest rider to MotorLand for the Grand Prix of Aragon. They bring the stunning historic town of Alcañiz. This bike man, part of Spain, hosted street racing for 40 years up to 2003 before the state-of-the-art Aragon burst onto the Grand Prix scene in 2010. It's fast, technical and loved by Marc Marquez, who is chasing a 7th Premier Class win. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good afternoon and welcome back to what is a sizzling hot part of eastern Spain, as we are well and truly now into the thick of the action in round 8 of 22 in this year's MotoGP World Championship. Blazing sunshine here in a beautiful part of rural Spain. We're just a short drive away from the stunning beauty of downtown Alcañiz, a historic town of just 16,000 residents. Many of those will be packed into those grandstands here today. All expecting and hoping to see Marc Marquez take what would be his 7th victory in MotoGP here at one of his favourite tracks. The Ferris Field has been doing some brisk business all weekend so far here this weekend. Pretty good vantage point for one of 4 tracks on the Grand Prix calendar, of course, one of our 4 visits to Spain in 2025. Moto2 action coming your way next, and they've got a hard act to follow after what we've just seen over 17 incredible laps in Moto3. Don't worry, we won't reveal the results as we turn our attention to the fight for glory in the Intermediate World Championship. A fight which is just about still being led by Manu Gonzalez, despite his first DNF of the season last time out at Silverstone when he was firmly in podium contention. 3 points is the gap between our top 2 Spaniards. Gonzalez leading the way ahead of Aaron Canet. Potentially a massive day in the career of Manu Gonzalez, as he's being very strongly linked with a possible MotoGP debut with Trackhouse Aprilia in tomorrow's post-race MotoGP test. I think we can safely say that will be confirmed immediately after all of our race action here today in MotorLand. Not been plain sailing though so far here this weekend in Aragon for the World Championship leader. Fast as he was on Friday, but he blundered big time in qualifying yesterday and crashed in his first flying lap at turn 5. We'll see Gonzalez down in 18th place on the grid. A moment of history in Moto2 yesterday. Well, that went to 21-year-old Brazilian Diogo Moreira. His best lap of 1:49 after in 9:40, the only lap in the 1:49s in qualifying yesterday. We'll see him be the first Brazilian in Intermediate World Championship class history to start from pole position. Top 5 in 5 of the first 7. And the podium last time out in Silverstone shows the great form that Moreira brings here into MotorLand. He's on a rather different front row, and a very international front row. A Brazilian on pole, the brilliant Belgian Barry Baltus in second, continuing his brilliant start in 2025. And a Turk, Dennis Arndt, of course, who was on the podium here in Moto2 last September here in Aragon. Matt Burton, Lewis Sidderby, having the pleasure talking you through all of the upcoming Moto2 action over 19 laps. Jack Appleyard desperately trying to find some shade down in pit lane and on the grid. But Lewis, a very international flavour to our front row, and a brilliant performance and history for Diogo Moreira.
Got to say, cannot wait for this one. Of course, one of the very best Moto2 races any of us have ever seen at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, and this one feels wide open. Diogo Moreira, as you mentioned, the first Brazilian pole sitter in Moto2 history. But he, Barry Baltus and Dennis Unju together on the front row of the grid, all chasing a maiden Moto2 victory, and have shown enough so far throughout this Aragon Grand Prix weekend that they've got the pace to challenge for that victory. Aaron Canet right behind them, of course, has got a major opportunity to seize the World Championship lead today from Manu Gonzalez, who will be watching closely on his way through from row 6.
I have to say, reading his press comments last night, he didn't really seem too perturbed, did he, about the fact that he's starting all the way down in 18th place on the grid. That still feels like if he can make a clean getaway and be aggressive, he's got the potential to be in that victory battle. Is this a big opportunity for his chief championship rival Aaron Canet to wrestle back the lead in the standings? Canet 3 points behind. He heads row 2 in 4th place. A second row that includes a couple of hot rookies. Danny Holgado, top job by Holgado, actually to qualify 5th, fresh out of arm pump surgery directly after our Silverstone Grand Prix. David Alonso, who's certainly starting to warm to the occasion in Moto 2. Gonzalez, though, marooned back in 18th place. That's the first time in 9 Grand Prix that Gonzalez has qualified outside the top 2. He's been dynamite on Saturday afternoons for so often. Barry Baltus, 3rd front row in the last 6 Grand Prix. Does a maiden victory back in for the Belgium. I'm delighted to say he joins Jack on the grid.
Yeah, he does indeed. Barry's pace all weekend has been excellent, but as it has for a number of riders, this could be a real battle out there, Barry. Are you ready to get your elbows out?
Yeah, well, it's nice to be in the front row. We will try to take the profit of this. I'm sure the pace was good during all weekend, but some guys that will be also a good pace. We are ready to fight and ready for it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Barry Baltus. Of course, he was in that tangle with Manu Gonzalez at the British Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago, which saw both of them DNF. Both of them registering their first no points of the season. As Dennis Anjou on the Red Bull KTM iHome machine. He's going from 3rd place in the grid, and it looks like right on cue, right on side, as we knew he would be. It looks like our Jack is about to grab a word with the Turk. Let's fire straight back down to the grid, and Jack with Dennis.
Well, Dennis, what a weekend you've been having so far. Really, really strong over 1 lap and on the rhythm. Podium here last year. Are you ready for this one?
Yes, it's a good weekend so far for us, but it's just the color on the eye. The result is always in the end of the race. It's just important to be calm because this race is very critical with the tire. Honestly, I don't know which is the best strategy, but I just go myself. I will plan in the race. Let's see. I will try to be good like everybody, but I want to deliver a good result for myself, for my team, and for all my super background who I am.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
I love listening to the 21-year-old Turk, Dennis Anjou. He just said, I don't know, I've got no idea what the best strategy is. To hell with it, I'm just going to go for it.
Soon find out.
Exactly. First Moto2 front row for Anjou, who did take his first Moto2 podium here last year, the first Turkish rider on a Moto2 podium since his mentor and manager, Kenan Sofuoglu, all the way back in 2011.
Well, 2 weeks ago, we very nearly saw this man take Moto2 victory. David Alonso goes from the 2nd row, but we had to go all the way back to the 6th row to find the championship leader. Manu Gonzalez is with Jack.
Manu, you're not too used to starting from here so far this year. You're going to have to take some very different tactics in the race. How are you prepared for it?
I prepared, really I'm ready for everything, no? I think we have a good pace. There is no rider that is super fast in the front to go away. I think there will be groups, so this is good for me. Also, the tires will need to manage a bit the rear tire. And yeah, let's see. I have to start to do a really good first lap because it's super important. I'm doing good starts always, so yeah, I will go for every spot I find, no? Like Senna says. Yeah, let's go for it. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck to Manu Gonzalez. As we mentioned, first time since Satang he's qualified out of the top 2. Lowest qualifying in 28 since Valencia 2023. No such problems in Q2 yesterday for Moreira, who for the very first time in Moto2 finds himself on pole position. 3rd pole of his career. I'm not often taking issue with some riders, but to say that he's always making great starts, I'm not really sure that's the truth, Manu.
Silverstone a couple of weeks ago was certainly the exception to that rule, where that really triggered his downward spiral to a non-score, didn't it? Because, of course, he dropped back through the order, and on his way back through, he ran into Barry Baltus and scored nothing. So, yeah, he's got to be aggressive. He's got to walk that tightrope, hasn't he, on the first lap here in around about 6 minutes' time of aggression, but also keeping himself out of trouble. He needs the point, of course, with his World Championship advantage now cut to 3.
We saw heading row 3. Czech star Philip Salac talking to a former Czech star, Carol Abraham, of course, who's still very much part of the MotoGP paddock with Czech TV. We're now looking at Zonta van den Gorberg, The Netherlands rider, big home Grand Prix coming up for Zonta in Assen in a few weeks' time. A very strong qualifying yesterday for Zonta. He goes in the middle of that third row in 8th place, ahead of the Californian Joe Roberts, a very international flavour as well to row through.
And Joe Roberts has been making forward progress through this season. His best result of the season in Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, finishing in the end in 8th place, but also just 4.5 seconds off the race winner, his closest gap to the race winner so far this year. Best qualifying of 2025 so far for Joe Roberts, who's shown the kind of pace all weekend to suggest that he can not only fight from the third row, but potentially go forwards. Alonso Lopez starts just behind him in 10th place. Lopez, one of 4 Boscascura riders to come through qualifying 1 yesterday and earn a place in the top 10.
Yeah, top 10 in the last 2 for the 23-year-old Spaniard, but Cota, Austin is his only podium. He's only top 6 in our opening 7 Grand Prix. It's been a little bit disappointing, I think, Alonso Lopez so far this season, as has Tony Arbolino, who has found that transition over from a Calex chassis to the Boscascura, a rather troublesome experience. Arbolino fires away from 11th place on the grid, which is his second best qualifying of the season. We see him down in 14th place in the championship. Of course, his only podium finish so far this season was in Austin. There's still been no dry race top 10 on a Boscascura for the Italian.
As we take a look at Albert Arenas in 12th place, the time information has now come through from Pirelli. Every rider in the field is on the same rear tyre. That's the development, the E125 rear tyre, but there is a split on the soft tyres. Everyone on the front row has gone for the soft front tyre. Key runners to look out for on the medium front tyre are Canet Alonso and Senna Aegis.
Senna Aegis, who absolutely lit up the British Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. What a moment it was for the 19-year-old from Sydney. He turns 20 tomorrow. Can he get himself another big birthday present? Only the 3rd Australian to win in Moto2 with Remy Gardner and Ant West. First Aussie to win in Moto2 since Gardner at the Algarve round in Portimao 4 years ago in 2021. Big ass to make it back-to-back victory, starting from 13th place. But Aaron Aegis was just phenomenal, wasn't he, in the British Grand Prix? What a moment for him. Big breakthrough victory for the Australian, who fired himself up to 6th place in the World Championship. What's going through the mind right now of Moreira? He's about to power away from pole position for the first time in his Moto2 career. He was also mentioned in dispatches. I think there was contact between Davide Brivio at Trackhouse Aprilia with Moreira's representatives here in Aragon to see if he fancied a few laps on the Trackhouse RSGP tomorrow, of course, with Iagura sidelined this weekend. Jake Dixon, 3rd in the World Championship, 29 points back of Gonzalez in the lead. Tough going though for Dixon this weekend. He starts from 14th on the grid, his lowest qualifying in 15 since San Marino last year.
Of course, far cry from a year ago when, of course, Jake Dixon won this Aragon Grand Prix from start to finish.
So we're getting set. The countdown well and truly underway for 19 laps of action and drama in Moto2. First Moto2 front row for Turkey's Deniz Oncu. 3rd front row in the last 6 for Belgium's Barry Baltus. But a historic first pole position, the first ever Brazilian to start on pole in the Intermediate World Championship. Can Moreira produce some MotorLand magic from that maiden pole?
Well, we'll be waking up early in Brazil. It's just at sunrise over there, back now, and are they about to herald a Moto2 winner for the very first time? Diogo Moreira starts from pole for the first time from Barry Baltus and Deniz Oncu. All 3 are chasing a first Moto2 victory today. Aaron Kinect's got his eyes on the World Championship lead from 4th. He's got the Aspar duo of Danny Holgado and David Alonso next to him. Philip Salac is the top Boscascura on the grid in 7th from Zonta van den Goorberg, and a best of 2025 on the grid for Joe Roberts. Alonso Lopez and Tony Arbolino came through Q1 to take places on the 4th row, where they're joined by Albert Arenas. Your Silverstone winner, Senna Aegis, lines up 13th, ahead of Jake Dixon and Marcos Ramirez, a rider who showed good long-run pace yesterday. Ethan Cabar, who's a bit of a lap 1 specialist, starts from 16th. He's ahead of Danny Munoz and the championship leader, Manu Gonzalez, who crashed in qualifying. Celestino Vietti, 19th again for the second race in a row, ahead of Ivan Ortola and Yumi Sasaki. Alex Screech, Sergio Garcia and Adrian Huertas, who returns from injury 24. Ahead of Jorge Navarro, Yuki Kuni,
Darren Pinder's returned from injury with a one-lap penalty after his collision with Van den Goldberg in Le Mans, and Nakarin Atuat Fumapat is the substitute for the injured Mario Achi in 28. So, one lap underway. A big first lap required, certainly from this rider, Manu Gonzalez, stuck down the back end of the 6th row of the grid after his crash right here, turn 5 in Q2 yesterday. Big mistake that, wasn't it, from Gonzalez's point of view. But you have to say, talking to Jack once again, he sounded very, very confident about his prospects of forcing his way back through. Well, in 19 laps time, will Gonzalez still be our Moto2 World Championship leader? Tomorrow, potentially a very different experience, lapping this 5-kilometre MotorLand Aragon circuit, because he might have 300 horsepower in his right hand down the back straight as he potentially tests the Trackhouse Aprilia. Jake Dixon, two of our top 3 riders in the Moto2 World Championship, have an awful lot of work to do, don't they? Coming through the pack, and as we've heard from so many riders this weekend, there's a very narrow racing line here in this MotorLand Aragon circuit. If you do stray offline, if you have to go offline on occasion to make overtakes, then you do put yourself in that danger zone. You have to be millimetre precise and perfect. Dixon, 3rd in the championship. Aragon winner last year, 14th on the grid. Gonzalez, 18th. We're keeping a very close eye on those two as they try and side their way through the pack, as Moreira then warm-up that completed for him. Warming up for what he hopes is going to be a historic first ever Brazilian win in the Intermediate World Championship. Looking forward to this one, particularly after what we saw in that absolute barnstormer British Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. One of the very, very best Moto2 races we've ever seen since this new format replaced the good old 250cc 2-strokes back in 2010. As a Brazilian, a Belgian and a Turk then line up on the front row of the grid. Gonzalez, 6th row as he looks to protect that slender 3-point lead in the World Championship. This is round 8 for Moto2 in 2025. Who is going to take the spoils? Green flag then has cleared at the back. 19 laps of action coming your way. Lights out, we're racing in Moto2 here in MotorLand. It's a great start on that main pole position by Moreira. He's going to get the drop of the field into the first corner. Anju's already got through on Baltus into that tight first turn. He's in second, directly behind Moreira. That's Connect trying to go around the outside of his fancy racing teammate Baltus, who squeezed the inside line going through 3.
Big early move from Salac. He's immediately past both of the Aspar riders, already up into 5th place on the Mark VDS. Boscascuro were looking deep down the field to try and pick up Manu Gonzalez. He's up behind his teammate. That's Senna Agius coming through on Zonta van den Goldberg. Gonzalez comes in the first sector. He's actually lost places. He's down to 20th.
Yep, so too is Dixon, who went away from 14th. Dixon's down in 16th place. Aragon winner last year. Anju's at the front. The Turk then leads early on here. As Moreira gets picked up as well by Baltus down into reverse corkscrew. Oh, it's been a horrible 2 and 3 corners here. Moreira has to really tough it out. Connect down through turn 8 and 9. Sart on the inside out. Connect as they go through the Marquez corner at 10. But Moreira's leading through 7. But now back in 30, he was briefly 4th.
And look at the leading group stretching out. Here comes Alonso now, the inside touch. Holgado with a big move. Don't take it. That's exactly what he's done.
He has committed the cardinal sin, hasn't he? Danny Holgado, you could see that coming as
out of control for him,
He was
wasn't it?
out of control down the hill in the turn 12. Wrong place, wrong time. On the outside was Alonso. The pair of them, 5th and 6th on the grid, looking strong for a podium fight in this Grand Prix. And it's the, as we said, it's the cardinal sin, wiping out your teammate on the first lap as well. Jorge Martinez Aspar and Nico Terol, part of the Aspar management. Well, they're going to need to count to 1,000, not 10.
Second time this year we've seen those two come together. Right, of course, they came together and Holgado's out of the race. So they complete the first lap with Anju, Baltus and Moreira. A second clear from Kinet in 4th. That's Lopez on the move. He's now your top Boscascuro as he takes Salac for 5th.
Holgado, just look at this. Look how far back he's coming from. Yeah, he knows now he's in big trouble. He knows he's in massive trouble. And he just loses the front end there and cleans out
his teammate David Alonso, who's going to be so angry. Baltus is at the front. I think it's fair to say Holgado is going to be in the long lap penalty loop in Mugello in a couple of weeks' time. That incident will be reviewed after the race. One of the easier calls for our former colleague Simon Traver, but it's Barry Baltus who started from second place on the grid that now leads here in a dramatic start to this Aragon Grand Prix Moto2.
Of course, beneficiaries of that, everyone who was running behind them, but of course among those, Manu Gonzalez, who came through that first sector on the opening lap in 20th, down 2 places. He did then gain a further 5 from there, so he is into the points in 15th place, right behind Jake Dixon.
Yeah, down into this turn 12 where we've seen all the Aspar chaos, the friendly fight between Holgado and Alonso. Holgado, of course, fresh out of a very recent arm pump surgery that he had immediately after the Silverstone Grand Prix. This is the moment where Baltus took the lead. Onji was wide, wasn't he? Coming through turn 3 on the curves, and that just allowed Baltus to ride around the outside of him easy as you like, wasn't it? For the Belgian to seize the advantage at the front.
Well, it's been a great first lap for Senna Aegis. A first lap and a half, up to 7th place already from 13th on the grid. And he might be about to make that 6th as he's looming up behind Philip Salac. Aegis, without question, qualified out of position, much like his teammate here who are looking on screen. He has now passed Dixon up to 14th place.
Yeah, nothing really going so far in terms of forward momentum for Dixon. Last year's winner as Baltus sweeps across the front end of Onju into the first corner braking zone. Oh, Salac. Both wheels sliding there, weren't they, going into turn 1? He had an incredible save in qualifying there. Yesterday, I did the Czech rider. He put up a real strong fight for the top 6 last time out of Silverstone before taking a season best 7th at Salac, and he's mixing it for the top 6 once again.
Gonzalez was right at the back of the picture through turn 1 as well, and just the natural field spread as we settle into this race, we'll see him fall back already after 2 laps of this race. Manu Gonzalez is 4 seconds off Baltus leading the race.
Yeah, Baltus has got, about half a dozen bike lengths and back to Onju in second. Knapp, as it stands right now, will seize the lead in the World Championship. Knap's fastest rider on circuit as well, and he just dive bombs Morera down through turn 8 and 9. That was really aggressive by Knapp. This has not gone to plan A, hasn't it, so far for Morera, who's already dropping out of victory contention here. Knapp with a 150.666. That's why he started to charge up to this lead battle.
Morera might be best served here just to tuck in behind Knapp and try and follow him up to the leading 2, because it certainly feels as if Knapp has got the pace to do exactly that. What we know from Morera in the past, though, that's not really his style, is it? Whenever he gets overtaken, he tends to fight back immediately.
There's Aegis, who's had a pretty good early battle here with Bandengul, though that's going the way of the Dutch rider at the moment. Further back, Gonzalez, who you can see on board with on the left-hand side of your picture, still in 14th place. He's got 3 Spaniards directly ahead of him, Ramirez, Arenas and Guevara.
The problem he's going to have behind Guevara is that Guevara is generally one of the fastest riders through the speed traps on that back straight, so he's not going to be an easy rider to pass. Morera does look like he maybe wants to come back through on Aaron Canet. Up the inside he comes. This is very much the Diogo Morera trademark. As soon as you pass me, I'm going to pass you back again.
Pace onto the front. Yeah, Canet now immediately back through on the inside. Morera going through turn 2. David Alonso has been taken to the medical centre for a check-up. Let's just hope that's a precautionary observation on the reigning Moto3 World Champion out on the first lap of this Aragon Grand Prix through no fault of his own whatsoever. The top 3 on that last lap, which is Baltus, Onju and Canet, they were the only 3 riders in the 150s at the moment, so the pace is pretty hot at the front.
The next fastest rider on track, besides those 3, was Manu Gonzalez, the World Championship leader, still in 14th place, now 4.2 off the lead, but he has now run into that brick wall up behind Guevara. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen, he's now going on the inside of Guevara, down through turn number 9, and Gonzalez now picks up the first of the Blue Crew Parak bikes.
Good battle a little bit further back, raging right now between Lopez and Salac. That's a battle for 5th place as Salac looks to clinch his first top 6 of the season, his first top 6 on the Boscoscura chassis. Right now this is a Boscoscura versus Boscoscura battle for 5th. Manu Gonzalez then has picked off Guevara and got himself up to 13th. He's got a little bit of work to do, a bit of ground to make up now out of turn 15 on Ramirez and Arenas.
Yeah, they're in a group that's been led at the moment by Joe Roberts on the American Racing Cadillacs in 9th place. He's losing touch a little bit
with that Van den Gorberg Aegis battle that's just on the left of your picture there, up behind this fight for 5th place, and the battle for top Boscascoro between Lopez and Salach. Great riding style as the Alonso Lopez. Knee and elbow scraping on the tarmac as he powered through that final corner. Took his rider on circuit once again. Here's Kinnett on the 44 bike. And once again, that's a couple of 150.6 as he's managed in the last 3 laps. So he's getting his teeth now into Baltus and Anju directly ahead of him. Can Moreira run this kind of pace ahead of him once again? It's only Anju and Kinnett in those 150s. Baltus was close to it, but over the line there was nothing between Baltus and Anju, just 0.05 of a second. Yeah, that's the best lap from Moreira on that last lap on a 51.0, so he is getting up to speed. He's just out of your picture in 4th place, so young Moreira has at least calmed things down somewhat after it looked like he was going to plummet out of his leading battle, certainly based on the ease at which Kinnett passed him. We've already seen his move on to Kinnett on the inside. He, of course, passed Moreira in this fashion. Then it's Anju, who proved last year here in Aragon that no matter how good you are, no matter what your reputation is, he's not going to be pushed around. Yeah, well, at least Kinnett's gone further in 2025 than he did in the 2024 running of the Aragon Grand Prix. He had that disastrous first lap, but he was off track twice before he had the big high side at the reverse corkscrew. This time around, he's making much more of a fist of it, as we expected he would do. And at the moment, a big payday looming for the Spanish rider, because as is, he will be the leader of the Moto2 World Championship, going to our first double-header of the season. The first of 7 double-headers coming up with MotoGP, Magello and Assen. Can he pick up some slipstream behind Turkey's Anju down this long back straight? There's almost equal gaps, aren't there, between Baltus, Moreira, Kinnett, and Anju. Salas has now gained another place. He's up to 12th. Both he and Ramirez have now gone through on Albert Arenas on the 75 bike. So that's now 4 points for Gonzalez. Look at the run that Anju gets off the final corner as he now draws alongside Barry Baltus, and surely he'll just park it on the apex. In fact, he can't. Baltus late enough on the brakes to sweep across the front of the 53, and the 7 retains the lead. Anju closed up so much time and space on the brakes into turn 16. He had a good long look to his right there, didn't he, to see Baltus. Baltus looked so slow coming off that last corner. It was almost like he wanted to maybe just give up the lead. There's somebody over attackers. Kinnett goes barrel rolling in to turn 5. How close was that? He has made it through. It was a really hard move, ultimately a clean move, and Kinnett now up into 2nd. Oh, 1-2 now, as it was very nearly another mistake for Kinnett that opened the door for Anju, so it's Fantic leading, Fantic 2nd, replicating Io 3rd, and Ital Trans 4th. And they're now lapping in the 50s behind. Moreira with his personal best on a 50.889, so he has now shown signs of the kind of pace to get himself in this battle for the podium. It's been a painful return to Aragon, hasn't it, for Dixon, who absolutely ran right here last September. He's right at the back end of the points, going places in 15th. Locked in a pretty intense battle with fellow Boscascoro riders Guevara and Vietti. Vietti's had a poor weekend, having started 19th, missed out on Q2 in back-to-back Grand Prix. It's all tightened up at the top though, hasn't it? And there is your leader, Baltus, on the 7 bike. His Fantic teammate Kinnett in 2nd, Anju in 3rd. Moreira still right in the thick of this battle at the front. There's a clear gap now between our leading quartet and Lopez, who looks like he's fended off the pressure of Salas behind it. Well, nearly team tactics are playing here between Baltus and Kinnett. Barry Baltus will say, I'm in the World Championship battle too. He's 4th in the points and would go ahead of Dixon into 3rd overall. If you put the flag out now, of course, he's chasing a first Moto2 victory as they take a variety of lines down the main straight, but they still emerge from it in the same order they left it, although Kinnett ever so slightly wide, which might give some encouragement to Anju. No doubt about it, the revelation of Moto2 in 2025 has been Baltus. Just a transformed, a rejuvenated, galvanised character, isn't he, at the moment, leading this Grand Prix. Through 5 we go. Kinnett there just behind him. Anju thought about a lunge on the inside of turn 4 and then thought better of it. 10 years since Belgium had a Moto2 winner, 10 years since they've had a Grand Prix winner. Xavier Simeon and Livio Loy, winners in Moto3 and Moto2 back in 2015. I'm sure those two will be on the edge of their seats right now as they watch Baltus lead here in Aragon. Darren Binder's pulled out of the race with a technical problem. He's stopped down on the racetrack somewhere. Keep an eye on Aetius, by the way, back in 7th place. He's just done a 150.806 half a second quicker than the leader on that last lap. If he can get past Lopez and Salac in pretty short order, he might be able to jump across the gap to this top four. Briefly, you can see Baltus up to fifth gear before he grabs a handful of brake into the second gear, turn 12, in front of the iconic Aragon wall. They all drop right legs in tandem to get the bike settled for the sweep. Now downhill into 14. Crucial to pick up the throttle, not generate too much wheel spin and lose all your driving momentum down this near 1 kilometre back straight. Baltus riding beautifully at the front of this Grand Prix. This is not an experience that he's very familiar with. In what is his 91st Grand Prix, there's not been too many times that Baltus has been at the front. But he's been immaculate so far in this Grand Prix as Gonzalez finds a way through then on Ramirez. So finally, that has put Gonzalez inside the top 10. 6 World Championship points available if he does that. And he set his personal best lap now. He's in the 150s too, on a 150.9. You just saw Aegis there, who is stuck a little bit behind that pair of Boscoscuros, 5th, 6th and 7th, and now doing similar lap times to the leaders. Who else is going well at the moment in the 150s? Joe Roberts has done consecutive laps now in the 150s, a 150.880. He's not too far behind that battle for 5th either. Yeah, 8th he was in Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, which was a season best result for Roberts. So well on course for beating that mark here today in Aragon. Fantic 1, Fantic 2 as it stands right now. Baltus still fending off Kinet. We're on lap 8 of 19. Of course, we have to factor in the tyre drop late on here. A very aggressive surface here in Aragon. A tyre-punishing circuit, one of the most tyre-punishing tracks on the Grand Prix calendar. So many fast, long radius corners, 5 kilometres in length as well. You really do use and abuse the left-hand side in particular. 17 turns here in Aragon, 10 of them are left-handers, which gives you an idea of why Marc Marquez is always so strong. Around his beloved home circuit, still Baltus making the front running. And remind you, every rider in the field is on the same rear tyre, the developmental rear tyre, although there is a bit of a split in terms of front tyre choice. In the leading group of 4 that you're looking at, 3 of them are on the SC1 soft front tyre. Those are Moreira, Baltus and Onju. Kinet, the only rider in this leading group on the medium front. Oh, some serious slipstream here from Onju down this back straight. He's going to have the inside line as well on Kinet. Brilliant exit, although he's just in a little bit hot. Yeah, the slipstream there just probably sucked him into turn 16. 4, 5, 6 kilometres an hour faster. Although, of course, slower in means faster out, doesn't it, for Onju? He picks off Kinet now on the run over the finish line, on the brakes now into the first corner. But he got brilliant drive coming out of 15 there, did Onju. So he now back up into second place. It would have been interesting if that was the final lap, because they were dead level coming across the line, Kinet and Onju, for second place. Although it's Onju that emerges from turn 1 in that position. Fastest rider on circuit at the moment, Manu Gonzalez in 10th place. He's still, though, 4 seconds off the race lead, though, but he's really running so quickly into that Roberts van den Gorberg battle, 8th, 9th and 10th. Just keep an eye on that pretty strong fight for 5th as well between Lopez, Salac and Aegis. Successive laps now that Salac has had to dig deep and find PB laps. He's wringing the neck of that Elfmark Medius Racing Boscoscura to try and keep tabs with Lopez ahead of him and try and keep Aegis at bay. This is that battle for 5th, which is a pretty intense one right now, isn't it? Just behind him as well, not too far back, is Roberts as Gonzalez. It's a great move. That's a real tight inside line. He's cut there, hasn't it, going down the hill through the Marc Marquez corner. So now Gonzalez up to 9th. That is 7 World Championship points. Kinet currently in 3rd. Would score 16 points. There'd be 9 points swing, so Kinet would go from 3 behind to 6 ahead. But you feel there's plenty to play out yet to this Grand Prix. And I wouldn't be expecting the 2 leading championship contenders to finish where they currently are. Ramirez there looked like he was having a think of a move up the inside of Van den Gorberg to move himself up into the top 10. Baltus with 5 or 6 plate ranks at the moment over Onju. And if anything, Kinet maybe has a bit of problem coming in the form of the number 10, the Pulsar to Moreira, looking to try and get himself back into the podium positions. Yeah, just thinking about actually what Moreira's sort of tactics are right now, because at one stage you look like he might be getting dropped out of this lead quartet, but he's right on the rear tyre of Kinet. He's at level Kinet now on the brakes into the first corner. That's going to be tight, really tight though. Moreira had the inside line. Kinet knew he was there and just could not turn in, so he just had to sort of yield that position. Still raging in the battle for 5th. Lopez, Aegis, briefly did get through on Salac. Over the line, Aegis was up into 6th place, but Salac has wrestled that place back.
Tell you what, Anshu's on the absolute limit there through the right-hander of turn 3. Once again, he was ever so slightly wide, but it doesn't seem to convenience him too much. So the top 3 from the front row of the grid are now back in your top 3. Baltus, who started second, now leads. Moreira from pole back to third. Anshu still running second.
Yeah, Moreira made a right action of the exit of 7. He was off the curbs. He was already trying to put a bit of daylight between himself and Kinnett, but just on the wrong side of the curve. There is Gonzalez then. Next in his eye line is going to be the Californian Roberts. And the gap between those two, just under a second. There is Aegis, who, as you mentioned, got ahead of Salac on that lap 9. The Czech rider has been able to force his way back through and immediately leap once again onto the rear tyre of Lopez, which has been a familiar sight throughout this Grand Prix for the Czech rider.
I think Gonzalez can realistically aim to potentially get up as high as 50th in this race. This battle led by Lopez. If Gonzalez, who's currently just over 2 seconds behind Lopez, who's running in 5th place, and we know that when he's in some clear air, he's got the pace to very quickly zoom up to the back of these riders and make the overtakes quite decisively and quickly. So Gonzalez, as we've just ticked over half race distance, this is lap 10, and when we complete this one, we will have just 9 remaining. Gonzalez will track him across the line as the leader's doing 51s. Gonzalez with some empty tarmac is back into 150s again. As soon as Gonzalez clears somebody, he drops straight back into the 150s.
Vietti's having a shocker. He was passed by Danny Munoz, replacing Colin Vine on the Red Bull KTM machine, and Yuma Sasaki a couple of laps ago, down in 19th place, Vietti, 7th in the World Championship. He's had a real miserable weekend here in MotorLand. We're looking back from your leader, Baltus, back to Anshu in 2nd place. It's kind of been as you were now for a couple of laps. Moreira with that very aggressive move on Kinnett into the first corner a couple of laps ago. Looking pretty safe and secure in 3rd. Lopez is doing a great job actually to sort of drag Salac and Aegis back onto this podium group, really, isn't he? Roberts is going with them as well. Do you know what, Mario Gonzalez? Maybe an outside chance at the podium. It's a very big outside chance, but Lopez's pace right now, you know, that last lap he was 6/10 quicker than Kinnett. So you do wonder whether Lopez, Salac, Aegis, Robertson go. Might still fancy a pop of the podium here.
Of course, the podium does not currently include Aaron Kinnett, so Matt Gonzalez might yet still leave this MotorLand Aragon circuit still in the lead of the Moto2 World Championship, which after qualifying yesterday would be a major save. It was all kicking off, I think, there in their battle for 5th place coming into turn 15. As you can see now, Salac is right in the slipstream of his fellow Boscoscuro Lopez.
He must be sick of the sights of Lopez's back right now, because he just can't make any move. He's sort of sat right on the rear tyre of the 21. Would never really been able to show Lopez his front tyre. Of course, right as soon as I said that, he does. And Lopez on that slightly wider line, just cutting to the tighter inside line, was Salac. As Lopez, though, got the better exit speed. They go side by side in the braking zone. So finally, Salac does move up into what would be a season best 5th, his first top 6 on the Boscoscuro.
And Aegis, we're now hoping that the door opens in a similar fashion for him so he can take over that 6th place. Aegis, who caught this pair very quickly, the Boscoscuros, but hasn't been able to make the moves. Is that now about to change? The 81 could see the leading group up ahead of them. Aegis himself is only 2.5 seconds off the race. They need to just get these Boscoscuros out of the way.
It's a good job Salac and Lopez have turned up for Boscoscuro, because some of their other big hitters, Guevara, Dixon, Arbolino, are having nightmares. Arbolino 13th, Guevara 14th, Blue Crew, Pramac Yamaha, Dixon 15th. Dixon at the moment 8 seconds back. I mean, he's losing almost 3/4 of a second a lap. Well, let's not forget here last year, Jake Dixon won from pole position and led all but 2 of the 19 laps.
So this is your leading group of 4. Baltus continues to lead and lead well. Well, Anshu said before the race, didn't he? He didn't really have a strategy in mind, but surely he's had some opportunity now to try and compute one and formulate a plan to deal with Barry Baltus. The 3 riders in your picture, all of them chasing a first Moto2 win today.
I don't know what's going on with Vietti. He's in the 52s. He's one of the slowest riders out on circuit right now. Is the Italian proven race-winning talent, isn't he, in Moto2? As so many are finding life tough at the moment on the Boscoscuro chassis. Aegis now has got through in the 3rd sector on lap 12 of 19, finally through on Lopez. Lopez maybe is he just running into a few grip issues, having now lost places to Salaj and Aegis. We have seen a little bit of the past that way with Lopez. He does tend to drop down the order very quickly when he hits problems, but look at Unchu once again, the drive he gets off that final corner. He didn't even need to worry about outbraking Baltas, he just whistled past him on the run down into turn 1 as Gonzalez now makes moves down. That's 8th place, up in front the side of Joe Roberts. Next up ahead of him is the fast-fading Lopez. So for the first time in this Grand Prix, Unju hits the front. Now what can he do then as the pace setter in this Grand Prix? Moreira, fair play to Moreira, the Brazilian who started from pole position. He's just set his fastest lap at the Grand Prix. And Lopez has more trouble looming, doesn't he? Because he's going to be picked off very, very quickly, it looks like, by the hard-charging Gonzalez and Roberts behind him. Yeah, look at the gap that Salaj and Aegis have cleared off from Lopez. He's one of the sort of taller, heavy riders in this Moto2 field, isn't he, the Spaniard? So maybe he does just wear that rear tyre a little bit more excessively and quicker than some of those around him, but what looked like being a strong 5th place, well, a couple laps ago he was honing him, was he, on Connect for 4th, but he's fading pretty sharpish here as Lopez. Yeah, he's fading a little bit hot into turn 8 and it lured Gonzalez in and made a very similar mistake. You'd see him there just struggling to hold that tighter line through 12. He needs to get back over to the left-hand side of the circuit for the right-hander of 13. And Gonzalez must surely know that this is a matter of time, but he needs to make these moves clean because, of course, a couple of weeks ago in his haste to get through the field, he ran into somebody and scored nothing. He didn't play the patient game, did he, at all at Silverstone? This time around, I'm sure lightning will not strike twice. Lopez tries to go defensive on that long run down to turn 16. And fair play to him, he's making Gonzalez work hard for this 7th place. But he can't get it turned in at all, can he? He keeps running wide through 16 and 17 as Lopez. That's where Salaj picked him off. Anju has got his head down. He is in full attack mode right now as the Turk. He's just set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix on lap 13 of 19. A blistering 1:50.627. Putting 4 tenths clear of Baltas. What a lap that was. Was that a key moment? Is that a key lap of this Grand Prix? Certainly was that. Dennis Unchu telling us what he had up his sleeve. And has he got the pace now to break clear of Baltas? Baltas needs to try and get his claws into this and stay with them. Aegis was setting similar pace to the leaders last time around. He did a 50.7 himself. He's now gone through on Salaj into 5th place. Can Aegis close this group down and get on terms with the top 4 yet? That's some lap, isn't it, when you consider and factor in the wear on those Pirelli tyres. Just brilliant, this by Anju. Baltas is trying to go with him. He hasn't been able to drop the Belgian, who's clawed back at just over a 10th. Yuma Sasaki has crashed out of 18th place. He had just set his fastest lap of the Grand Prix. The Japanese rider, that pace unfortunately a little bit too hot to handle for the former Moto3 title contender. So keep an eye on Aegis. He is 1.6 seconds behind Kinet, who is at the back of this leading quartet. We'll see if he can close that down as these final 5.5 laps unfold. Of course, Aegis left it later than late at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago to take that maiden Grand Prix victory. Has he got enough time left to potentially still have a say in the podium battle? Moto2 2025 came alive, didn't it? Last time out at Silverstone. We're going to get another cracking race here as well in Aragon, as Anju just favouring that wider line. Switch there, wasn't there? As Baltas was on the power, trying to pick up some good exit speed. Back to back, fastest laps in this Grand Prix for Anju. Fair play to Baltas. He's desperately trying to go with the Turk ahead of him. He's just finding his personal best lap of the race, but successive 1:50.6s from Dennis Anju. He's asking some real big questions right now of the pursuing pack. And someone who doesn't have the answers is Aaron Kinet. He's still in the 51s and losing touch. And he did lose 0.3 of a second to Aegis on that last lap. Sooner Aegis could be about to do his teammate Manu Gonzalez a major favour here. You've got to give this top 3 enormous credit, because Anju 1:50.6, Baltas 1:50.7, Moreira 1:50.8. Barely anything between them in terms of lap times. Kinet really doesn't look like he's suffering. It looks like he's probably just thinking, well, the risk and reward ratio, where's that sitting right now? Let's not take any crazy risks and throw away what could prove to be 13 very important World Championship points if he can hold off Aegis as it stands right now. And another rider is suffering big time. It's Lopez, and so is Ramirez there at the Andalusian, very nearly sends himself off into the gravel trap at turn 10. But look behind them, Alonso Lopez now back in 10th place. He was doing 52.2s on the last lap, a second and a half slower now than the race leading trio are going.
Yeah, he's cupped up a Barbie on that Pirelli rear tyre, hasn't he, Lopez? And perhaps one of the chinks in his armour is time management.
Bottas is closing his back in again. Fair play to the Belgian. Although this is the part of the lap we've seen all through the weekend in practice. Sector 4 is where Dennis Unchu has just got a quarter of a second on the rest of the field. We saw it in practice. We saw it in qualifying. Can Bottas stay with him and keep Moreira at bay? Firstly, to try and keep touch, but look at the gap on the up again. It was a quarter of a second when that last sector began. It's now back out to half a second.
Yeah, Moreira's just set the fast on the Grand Prix, and he senses, he knows he's going to make the move on Bottas. He doesn't want to let Anju get too far up the road. A 1:50.528. With those rear tyres melting here in MotorLand, that is a brilliant lap time by Moreira. You just felt like now, that was the move he had to make. By hook or by crook, he had to find a way through on Bottas because Anju's ready to check out here at the front. Further down, Jake Dixon has just briefly got himself up. He's up in the 13th place now. He's picked off Tony Arbolino, who's fading fast once again. So can Moreira hunt down Anju and drag Bottas with him here? 3.5 laps to go. Everyone is building to be a thrilling climax here in Moto2 Aragon.
Tell you what, at the end of the next lap, Aegis is going to be right with Canet for 4th place. He was back in the 50s again, and half a second quicker than Canet, who is fading fast. By the end of the next lap, Senna Aegis is going to be right on the terms of the rider who's currently in play, leads the World Championship. That might not be the case at the checkered flag, though.
Yeah, and contemplating maybe what might have been, Aegis would have been in this battle had he not started all the way down in 13th place on the grid. Just shows, as always, stating the obvious, how important qualifying is, but there's no question about it. If Aegis was further up the road in terms of his grid position, he would be mixing it with Anju, Moreira and Bottas.
And now for Unchu through the 3rd sector, 0.8 of a second. He's gained a quarter of a second already on this lap, and we've only just arrived at the part of the lap where he's generally strongest, so the lead might well be over a second by the time they cross the line. This could be the lap. Yes, Moreira has made the crucial move on Bottas, but has he just left it a fraction too late?
This is in Anju's hands right now, isn't it? He's worked so hard to build up this buffer. And let's check what his advantage is over the line now. Still doing 150.7s. Was that the lap that he maybe broke Moreira and Bottas? 3/10 he was quicker than Moreira in second. Bottas threatening to drop back down to sort of mid 151s. Canet is in real trouble. 4/10 he was slower than Aegis on that previous lap. Surely Aegis will find a way through later on.
Gonzalez is now, I think, starting to hit some late trouble. Of course, he must have taken so much out of his rear tyre to come through the field from 18th on the grid. He's now doing mid-51s. He's really going to have to fight hard in his final 3 laps to keep the 2 American racing riders at bay.
Moreira's had a superb first sector on this current lap. Out of nowhere, he took almost 3/10 of a second out of Anju. Is there still a lot of life left in this Aragon Grand Prix? Looks like it is, certainly as far as Senna Aegis is concerned. Although, just as we said that, that's just a little bit over-eagerness, a little bit too keen to squeeze the power on and pick up the grip. A lot of angle as you come out of that reverse corkscrew, and he just spun up that rear tyre, and that's just given Canet a little bit of a breather.
Canet needs these points. Senna Aegis goes past Canet here. Then Gonzalez will keep the World Championship lead. As it stands, Canet scores 13 points for 4th. Gonzalez at 9 points for 7th. And Canet will take a 1-point lead to Magello. Aegis has the World Championship lead. It is between Canet and Gonzalez.
In this final sector, he has been so good. Aegis just blitzes through on Canet, and that will keep Gonzalez in at the top of the World Championship over the line. The race leader. 2 laps to go. Again, Anju's just untouchable in the final sector. Between down to just under 6/10. He's now picked back up to 7/10 of a second. Anju's crawling on a brilliant 4/6 to win this victory as the American Racing League's get close. 8-6-1. Get back to the final. It's too bad.
wants to, didn't we? Roberts crashed famously on the final lap. Wasn't too pleased with the tactics employed by his teammate. They're battling here for 8th and 9th place for Joe Roberts, of course. That would equal his best results of the season so far. Neither of them, though, can make a move yet. Well, Manu Gonzalez, of course, is retaining the World Championship lead as it stands.
Once again, Herrera lightning quick in sector 1. He's found a 10th and a half. And now he's starting to swarm all over Anjou here, isn't he? He has to be right on the rear tyre, if not leading Anjou, because Anjou's just so good in that final sector. They power now through the Marc Marquez corner. I think Barry Baltas is going to have to settle for 3rd place. And when all said and done, still a great result for him. The gap is coming down. Oh, just look at that move on the front tyre, Herrera. He's going all in here for his first win. As you'd expect, the gap now down to just under 4/10.
Of course, a way to mitigate the advantage that Unchu has in the final sector is to be right in his slipstream, and Unchu could tow Herrera now down that backstream. Look at the risks that Herrera is taking. He takes another 10th of a second. Unchu's going to have to be careful in this final lap. Herrera still sniffs victory.
That's on his front tyre, just begging for mercy right now from Herrera. He's giving it a right old hammering in the braking zones. Through the final 2 corners we go then. There's going to be 1 lap. 5 kilometres then standing between Dennis Anjou and Diogo Moreira, both of them chasing history, both of them chasing their first victories in the Moto2 World Championship, and Moreira has pulled a rabbit out of that. He's just found a 1:50.327, fastest lap of the Grand Prix by a mile. Game on for the win.
Dennis, you will have to respond to that. A 1:50.882 is not exactly slow from Dennis Anjou. It's still faster than anybody else is going.
Oh,
And yet again, he's wide through turn 3, and Moreira's eyes lighting up.
And Moreira's going to go for it. Is this the race-winning overtake on the inside of Anjou at turn 5? And Moreira's pace at the moment is on a completely different level. He's got to try and fend off the tenacious Turk, though, here. But they go through 7, 10 corners left. It's another Moto2 epic here in 2025. Moreira has the advantage down through the reverse corkscrew.
And Moreira will know what we know, that Anjou is formidable in that final sector, and it's all in the final corner. So Moreira has to put in the 3rd sector of his life here, so that he's not under threat into that turn 16.
Which he is doing so far. Anjou, what's he thinking as he's plugging the screen on that replicated eye machine? They drop that now down through turn 12. This is all going to be, isn't it? The last braking zone, turn 16 surely. Has Moreira, though, made the decisive break? He drops down through 14. Anjou's got to be close. He's going to now try and pick up the throttle and get some serious slipstream. Moreira versus Anjou. Which one is going to take their first Moto2 victory?
Moreira, still in the power slightly earlier, was able to pull a bike length or 2 over Anjou. Anjou's just getting gainy, metre after metre, but he's not close enough.
Through turn 16 we go. Anjou's going to try and go the long way around. It's going to be all about the power run to the finish line. Is it going to be Moreira or will it be Anjou? They come on the line now. They catch elbow to elbow over the line. Anjou's got it. Anjou has won a magic Moto2 race. It's Turkish delight for Anjou in one of the closest Moto2 finishes we have ever seen. Over the line it goes. 3,000 of a second split Anjou and Moreira at the end of 35 minutes and 12 seconds of edge of the seat, nail-biting drama in Moto2. He did go the long way around, and that was a tactic that paid off perfectly. You've got to really be bold and back yourself there to make that kind of move. Sweeping around the outside of Moreira. Moreira here surely thinks he's nailed on for the win.
And he's not doing a lot
Just
wrong,
look
has he?
at Anjou coming around the outside. They're now going to lock knees, lock elbows. Look at this finish. It does not get any better than this. It does not get any closer than this. 2 young guns gunning for glory, gunning for their first Moto2 victory. And by the skin of his teeth, by what, the width of the front tire, maybe not even that, Dennis Anjou takes the victory in one of the best ever Moto2 finishes we have ever seen. Barry Baltas takes 3rd, Aegis is 4th, Salach got Connect late on for 5th place. Just look at this. How close do you want it?
Well, we said it was a photo finish.
Millimetres.
Might need a photo to split the pair of them. What a shot. Just look what it means. History for Dennis Anjou. What a moment for Red Bull KTM. What a Moto2 race. That will live long in the memory. An absolute belter.
Well, the story of the weekend in many respects has been Unchu in that final sector. You just saw a graphic demonstration of it. Incidentally, Cadet and Gonzalez lead here, level on points at the top of the World Championship, and Gonzalez leading. Let's get some reaction from pit lane. Nicky, I over Jack.
Oh, Nicky, what a roller coaster of emotions you went through there. With 3 laps to go, I'm sure you thought it was yours. With 1 lap to go, it was gone. And then Dennis finds something special right at the end.
Yeah, I think, Dennis this weekend he's been so strong in the last sector, the whole weekend, so I think he knew that. He understood that he has a chance to pass the straight, but anyway, it was very close, but we're so happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It doesn't get any closer than that. As we said, it doesn't get any better than that. First Moto2 victory for Dennis Anjou, who had to probably call on every single drop of his talent there. To beat Diogo Moreira, who's probably going to be crestfallen. He surely thought he'd done enough. Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong. By my reckoning, it's the fifth closest finish in the Intermediate World Championship in history. Of course, that includes 250s and Moto2, the closest ever Moto2 finish. 3 thousandths of a second. That race time was 35 minutes, 12 seconds. And it was, at the end of it, the top 2 was split by 3 thousandths of a second. That was just incredible, phenomenal. Marvellous MotorLand has delivered an absolute spectacle here in Moto2.
We are being spoilt rotten in Moto2 right now, aren't we? After an epic in Silverstone. Whether that one was quite as good, well, we'll leave you to judge. It was certainly as dramatic at the end, and I have to say, I don't think Diogo Moreira did a thing wrong on that final lap to make up the ground. Look at the advantage he's got here over Unchu. But as mentioned a moment ago, it all came down to Unchu's incredible advantage he's had all weekend in that final sector, and more to the point, in this final corner. He goes in hot to then get himself the best possible drive out of it. He now knows that he's got the run, the momentum along the outside. If the finish line had been about 50 metres earlier, then Moreira would have been tasting victory. As it is, it's Unchu by that much.
That is what the closest ever finish in Moto2 history looks like. Just phenomenal. Just a pleasure to be in the commentary box, to narrate those kind of races. 3 thousandths of a second, the closest Moto2 finish in history, the 5th closest ever in Intermediate World Championship history. Monza 1952, Monza 1959, Mugello 1978, and Brno 1989, the only times in Intermediate World Championship history we've had a tighter finish than that. So close, so near, yet it feels like so far, doesn't it? Even though it was only 3 thousandths of a second for Diogo Moreira. There's no disgrace in losing a race like that. He did everything right. He must have thought, he knew, because he'd had a front row seat for Anju's brilliance in the 4th sector for much of that Grand Prix, but he must have thought that he'd done enough when he came out of the final corner. It is not a real long run out of 17 to that last, to the finish line. But Anju, talk about timing it to absolute perfection. Great respect between the two of them as well, because they were rubbing elbows, they were rubbing knees, they were rubbing shoulders over the finish line. But it will be Dennis Anju's name in the history books when we look back on the 2025 Moto2 Grand Prix of Aragon. Will we remember? Yes, absolutely. You took the words right out of my mouth. One of his Red Bull KTM crews just going, what a race. Here.
And our 5th different winner of 2025 already in 8 Grand Prix this season. As Matt mentioned, Canet got beaten on the final lap by Philip Sarch. The only consolation for Canet is that both Roberts and Ramirez passed Gonzalez on the final lap. Here is Manu Gonzalez, who does lead here, still in the lead of the World Championship, with he and Aaron Canet locked together on 118 points apiece.
Yeah, 9th is not what he came for. 9th certainly not what he came for, but he has not at least lost the lead in the World Championship. On the grid, What did Dennis Onju say to Jack? I have no idea really what the best strategy will be, but to hell with it, I'm just going to go for it. It worked, and it worked an absolute treat. You know, you never forget your first Grand Prix victories in any class, but he certainly will not forget that one in an absolute thriller. So Aegis, another top ride by the Aussie. He's one to watch, isn't he, for the future? 13th on the grid, up to a brilliant 4th. I'm sure, yeah, next time he knows that his podium hopes are ended with that disappointing performance in Q2 because, without any question, Aegis had the taste to be in that battle for the podium. Is Keenan, maybe he's on the phone too? He's on the phone to, maybe his twin brother, Jan Anju, or his manager, Keenan Softwoglu. Of course, he's got so many close connections. Maybe his top rank Razgatlioglu as well. Of course, they do produce some superstars, don't they, at Turkey? And they've got another one here. Of course, you know he was going to be front and centre, orchestrating the celebrations. Just absolutely phenomenal. What a race. Barry Baltus, well, he led for so much of it. Back on the podium now in 3rd place, and he's with Jack.
Well, Barry, a brilliant ride in an extremely fast race. What are your emotions like afterwards? I'm sure there's some frustration you couldn't go with that top 2, but it's a great result for the championship as you keep on building.
Yeah, well, really happy to be honest. I did what I want to do, is to lead the race. First time in my career that I lead a Moto2 race, and not for 1 lap, for nearly 3/4 of the race. So this is building confidence for the future, and yeah, just want to dedicate my podium to my father because it's Father Day in Belgium. So this one is for you, Papa. And yeah, now we are not looking championship. We just make race by race. We build something, so really happy, but I want more for next one.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you.
Father's Day in Belgium. A great day in Aragon for the Baltus family, as he mentioned, leading a Moto2 battle for the very first time, gaining so much great experience, being at the sharp end in Moto2. This was a great move late on by Moreira. At that stage, that was a 150.5 he just completed. He went even quicker at the end to try and break Dennis Onju's resolve, but he just came up short. Great job though by Baltus. 4th in the World Championship. Producing a season I don't think anybody expected before we kicked off in Burram. What, a few months ago now. Oh dear, your heart goes out to Diogo Moreira. So close to that breakthrough first win. Second though in a classic here in Aragon, he's with Jack.
Diego, my heart goes out to you to lose out on a race like that, but you've got so much to be proud of. Your pace at the end was unbelievable. Fastest lap of the race on a penultimate lap. How do you feel after it?
Yeah, I'm really happy because I think we are in a good line, so we need to be proud like with this race. So now we need to keep working. For me, I make the best weekend of the season, so we need to be happy. Now we need to keep like this. We need to understand a little bit more the tire and try to push more at the end. But yeah, I really enjoyed the race, so now we need to enjoy the day, and let's see the next race.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks to Diogo Moreira, second in a Silverstone stunner. And second, unfortunately, once again, in the closest Moto2 finish in Grand Prix history. Yeah, he'll see the positives, he'll see the glass half full, because when all's said and done, it has been a stellar weekend for Moreira, his first ever pole position in Moto2, and he was the width of the front tyre away from taking his first victory. You could just see there was a little bit of disappointment on that cool-down lap at one stage of it. But I'm really looking forward to hearing the thoughts of our race winner. The first time he's won in Moto2, and he's done it in the closest Moto2 finish ever. Dennis Onju, your hero here in Aragon. He's with Jack.
Dennis, huge congratulations. A first win in Moto2, and you've just won the closest Moto2 race ever. 3 thousandths of a second. How does it feel to do it like that? Last lap, last corner.
This is how we do, no? I am coming from Turkey. My teacher is Kenan and Toprak. So I have the best teachers in the world, so what do you expect? Anyway, it was a very nice race. I tried to manage the tires, but in the last 8 laps to go, I say I push. But I finished also the tire, and the guys was behind coming me. The last time when my rival passed me, I said, okay, I have one chance. last corner because I was stronger, but I finished the grip, so I needed to try. When he closed all the doors, I say, what I have to lose, you know, I'm second or second. Just push, try outside, which I did, and I win the race. So I want to thank everybody that believes me because the last 2 GPs was very hard, and my team is working good, and my background, my teachers, my family, my everybody, thank you very much. It's not easy to win a race here with this is what I felt, but we made it, and important is keep like this, and we are back. Congratulations. Thank you.
He is back, and back on the top step of the podium, back after winning one of the best Moto2 races we have ever witnessed. As he said, he's got a couple of pretty rapid mentors and teachers, hasn't he, with reigning World Superbike champion Top Rat Raz Gatlioglu and multiple World Supersport champion Kino Sofoglu. Because look at this, he was just going for broke, wasn't he? As he said, well, if I finish second, I finish second. But now he's just building momentum despite the fact that rear tyre had pretty much destroyed itself. And around the outside he goes. Just watch this, over the line. I don't think either of them probably realised that. Anju was confident that he got it, looking at the big elbow rub. Twice they tap elbows. What a finish. What a race. That is the narrowest margin we've ever seen in Moto2. He's going to really lap this one up. As he mentioned, he's back. No points in Le Mans, no points in Silverstone. He could have been able the last couple of Grand Prix, 17th and 19th. And that is how you bounce back. Bouncing back in the most brilliant fashion. Well, he was so confident on Friday in the practice that he said, good luck to all my rivals. Well, he was right to roll out the fighting talk because he walked the walk on this Sunday afternoon at Aragon. No one has ever doubted the talent of Denis Onchu. He is a mercurial talent. He is quite the character as well. Grand Prix racing is certainly much duller when Denis Onchu is not involved, and today, boy did we see the best of Denis Onchu. Moto2's newest winner. Moto2 2025 has just been absolutely sensational as the podium celebrations get underway here then. Under the glorious sunshine at MotorLand. Mickey Io, of course, accepts the winning constructor prize. Serial winners, of course, that team in Moto2. Their first win, of course, of the season. Their first win since Chelsea Novietti's victory in Malaysia late last year. Miguel Moreira, well, he can't say he did too much wrong there. Unfortunately for him, he was just beaten by a rider who was just extraordinary. We can say for certain is that Denis Onchu has arrived in Moto2 at the circuit where he took his first podium a year ago. He takes his first win this year. As it's been mentioned, the racing we've had in recent weeks, Moto2 is goated in 2025. 5 different winners we've had now, and one of the epic finishes. Barry Baltus, who will also feel that he's a World Championship contender, even if he might not be publicly saying it. He's just 1 point behind Herrera at 29 of the series lead. On days or on weekends when both Gonzalez and Cadet had their issues. So look at Herrera. Of course, for him, that is back-to-back second places. And he surely won't be waiting long either for a Moto2 victory. Denis Onchu, your wait is over. It was certainly a Hollywood ending to another Moto2 epic as Onchu takes victory in an absolute classic. Special moments, emotional moments, and it's all just got a little bit too much, hasn't it? For Dennis Anjou, who celebrates in style just a MotorLand Aragon Moto2 race, which didn't even start, isn't it? Well, the last corner you can write a book on, let alone that entire Grand Prix. Yeah, he just got a little bit emotional there as the Turkish national anthem rang out for the first time ever after an intermediate world championship battle. What a race! What a win for Dennis Anjou.
4 different leaders. In the end, it came down to 3,000th of a second as Anjou beats Moreira in the closest Moto2 finish ever. Barry Baltus takes a podium in 3rd place. Aegis from 13th up to 4th. Pipping Philip Salat, who passed Kinnett on the final lap. Robertson Ramirez passed Gonzalez on the last lap, dropping him to 9th from 18th on the grid. Lopez fell to 10th in the end. Guevara and Arenas scored points, so too Dixon Ortola. And Danny Munoz, of course, the temporary teammate Anjou, scores the final points. Disastrous day for the Aspar team after Danny Holgado took out David Alonso on lap 1. What it means, we are locked together now with Manny Gonzalez and Eric Kinnett, level on 118 points at the top of the championship. Gonzalez, of course, leads by virtue of more wins. Moreira up to 3rd in the championship now, and only 28 off the lead. 1 point ahead of Barry Baltus as Jake Dixon drops 2 places today with only 3 points scored today. He's now 5th ahead of Aegis and Anjou, who climbs up from 11th to 7th in the championship with his first win here today. Alex, it's another podium lockout as they extend their lead over Boscoscuro to 73 points. Philip Salat today, your top Boscoscuro in 5th. And with 3rd and 6th today, the Fantic team extend their team championship lead to 12 points. 4th and 9th was the result for Intact GP today. They're 62 clear of Mark VDS in 3rd. Moto2, can you race every week? What another Lights the flag thriller we saw in the intermediate class after one of the great races in the class's history in Silverstone. We had another a fortnight on. Dennis Anjou, who started to the outside of the front row, seized the early lead from Diogo Moreira, with Barry Baltus also making early progress. But for Aspar, their hopes have been involved in that leading fight. Ended on the first lap as Danny Holgado clattered into David Alonso. Alonso, who might have featured too in this battle at the front, taken out on the opening lap. 4 riders were distancing themselves in the early stages from the group behind, but as the race unfolded, Kinnett was unable to last the pace as Anjou moved past Baltus. Baltus was also fading later on, which left us with 2 at the front. Turkey versus Brazil, Anjou versus Moreira, who set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix on the penultimate lap on a 150.3 to take the lead from Anjou as the last lap began. But as the final lap ended, Anjou producing one of the great Moto2 overtakes to take victory in the closest ever finish in this class's history. We've been racing in Moto2 for 15 years. We've never seen a finish as close as that. Anjou emerges as your winner for the first time ever for the World Championship. There is nothing to choose between Gonzalez and Kinnett as we head to Mugello. MotoGP is moments away.
has arrived and MotoGP has made it to MotorLand Aragon for Chapter 8 in the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. 250 kilometres west of Barcelona in the heart of one of Spain's most rural regions. The ancient buildings of nearby Alcanis provide a spectacular backdrop as I pass the home crowd look to roar home another Marc Marquez masterclass. It's time to race in MotoGP. Voted the best Grand Prix of 2010 when we first arrived here at MotorLand Aragon, the sixth Spanish track to host a MotoGP event, of course, with current venues for Red, Catalonia and Valencia. It's fast, it's flowing, it's certainly demanding on the tyres. Just over 5 kilometres in length, 3.155 miles. 17 corners, 7 right, 10 of them left. A long back straight of almost 1 kilometre. Sorry, left hand, of course, played to the hands of Spanish superstar Marc Marquez. Turn 1, turn 12 and turn 16, the hardest on the front end around this Aragon circuit. Overtaking hot spots, well, there's plenty of them. Particularly on the breaks into the first corner. This was 4 years ago. What a race this was. Pecco Bagnaia versus Marc Marquez, turns 14 and 15. The Italian winning out for his first MotoGP success. So the 11-lap sprint yesterday kicked off in dramatic fashion for pole starter Marc Marquez. Big Bill's been off the line. Saw him go elbow to elbow with Pedro Acosta in the first corner. That left Alex Marquez leading. Good battle between Acosta and Thurman Aldeguer, who was eventually finished on the podium, ensued further down the field as Pecco Bagnaia struggles in 2025 continued. That mistake at turn 7 dropped him down to 12th of the checkered flag. Aldeguer came charging through late on to take third from Morbidelli. But the Marquez domination of sprint Saturdays continues as Marc takes a 7th gold medal of the season and moves into a 27-point lead in the World Championship. Going into our 8th Grand Prix of the campaign. And let's make no bones about it. The massive 3-race favourite over 23 laps here in Aragon is 93, Marc Marquez. 6 times a winner here in MotoGP in his career. Of course, unforgettably so here last year, taking his first win for Ducati, his first win in 1,043 days, going all the way back to the Emilia-Romagna round back in 2021. That was his first winning feeling in 4 years last year. Well, he has got that winning feeling now on a regular basis. That has the Marc Marquez, the 32-year-old Spaniard, back at his beloved Aragon. 5 podiums in the first 7 Grand Prix. He has not finished lower than 2nd so far this season in a sprint. And that's why, as he mentioned, it doesn't matter what happens over 23 laps in this upcoming Grand Prix here in Aragon. When we head to the spectacular Tuscany Mountains in Mugello in 2 weeks' time, Marc will lead the MotoGP World Championship. Once again, as it has been in all 8 sprints so far this year, it has been a Marquez 1-2, with that Thurman Aldeguer fighting his way through to his 2nd sprint podium in the last 3 Grand Prix. Another eye-catching performance from the impressive rookie. It has been scorching hot all weekend here in Motorland, and we have already had 2 unbelievable Grand Prix building up to the main event. Last lap classics in both Moto3 and in Moto2. Just as they are well worth watching if you haven't yet caught up with our 2 Grand Prix so far here today. But what lies in store in MotoGP? The fans, just over 50,000 of them gathered here at Motorland. Well, when they realised the day before this Aragon Grand Prix, and when they got their tickets, they would have done so almost expecting, almost demanding a victory on his favourite home turf for Marc Marquez, who won the sprint yesterday by just over 2 seconds, as we await the arrival of the boys in red. Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez all getting themselves ready for battle. 93 and 73. So that nice drawing by a young fan. pretty much has been the story of 2025, hasn't it, so far? Can Alex make roles reverse after the sprint yesterday? This was the start of the sprint. Keep an eye on Marc Marquez from pole position on the left-hand side of the picture. He gets a big wheel spin off the line. A good start from the second row by Pedro Acosta. And big contact as they go elbow to elbow in that first corner. Marquez briefly pushed back to 4th place. Of course, we know what happened once he'd recovered from that early scare as he picked his way through Morbidelli to take the victory. This was the move on the inside of Morbidelli into turn 1. Frankie didn't give that up, putting that an almighty fight. The Italian eventually taking the checkered flag in 4th place. And there was another move on the brakes into turn 1. Mark this time on Alex, and that was the key moment on lap 6 of 11 of the sprint yesterday. And Mark gave the home fans what they came for, yet another sprint victory. Another sprint 1-2 between Mark and Alex. It's now 10 second places so far in 2025 for Alex in both the sprint and the Grand Prix, and on all 10 occasions he had to follow home his older brother. Matt Burton. We'll try that one again, shall we? Matt Burton, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane under the blazing sunshine of the clear blue skies here in Aragon. Lewis, no great surprise that Marc Marquez is a big favourite for this Grand Prix, but do we think Fermin Aldeguer can maybe repeat his stunning podium yesterday? Wasn't us responsible for that. Fermin Aldeguer coming through here on Pedro Acosta in the back of the Murcians for the 4th place yesterday before Aldeguer went on to take the podium finish behind the Marquez brothers, 1st and 2nd. Surely the winner of today's Aragon Grand Prix, barring something dramatic, is going to be named Marquez. The question, of course, is whether it's going to be Mark or Alex. Of course, the World Championship leader starts as the ultimate favourite, but we said this yesterday, and to be fair, Mark has also been saying it through this weekend. After what's happened in recent Grand Prix and some mistakes that have been made by the 93 so far this year, he is not counting his chickens. We're in Area 54. Fermin Aldeguer, his fan club will be getting bigger and bigger, won't it? After his brilliant charge through the 3rd place, Marco Bezzecchi, British Grand Prix winner. Long odds on him being the first Prix rider in history to make it back-to-back wins after his stunning Silverstone success. Started in 20th place on the grid after a crash in Q1 at turn 3. And what followed thereafter was just utterly brilliant from Bez. Watch this, his start, middle of the picture, from 20th place on the grid. Like Marc Marquez, like Brad Binder, he's going to get massive wheel spin. Just look at that. That RSGP bucking left, weaving right, and he was last. Somkat Chandra briefly getting ahead of him on the brakes into the 1st corner. But what followed, Lewis, was just an exhibition in overtaking from the Italian. Which will have been a little bittersweet for Bez, you have to say, because the rampage through the field underlined that he should have had no business really starting 20th on the grid. But of course, we did get fair warning in Silverstone in the sprint that Bezzecchi was going to be a threat on the Sunday, and boy was he. He went on to win the Grand Prix. Of course, though, the crash at the start of qualifying 1 and then some gremlins with his 2nd bike later on in that session put him 20th on the grid, so he's got all the work to do again, albeit with twice as long to do it. And we are on board with a rider who is suffering a confidence crisis, to say the least. Poor old Pecco Bagnaia on the factory Ducati is suffering big time right now, isn't he? In 2025, this was him at the end of a really frustrating and a rather humbling sprint. 12th place over the line. He was 14 seconds behind Marc Marquez. He lost 3 seconds with that mistake at turn 7. Just never in the game, was he, at all yesterday. Zero fun feeling, zero fun confidence. And Pecco Bagnaia almost chasing shadows at the moment. He really is struggling on that factory Ducati. He said, at the moment, living the worst period of his Grand Prix career. Non-scores in 4 of his last 5 attempts now. Pecco Bagnaia across the 2 outings in Le Mans, of course. Didn't score on the Sunday in Silverstone, nor did he score on the Saturday here in Aragon. And that's why, in terms of the World Championship, he has plummeted way off the World Championship lead of Marc Marquez. That is not even in Pecco Bagnaio's thoughts right now. It's all about rebuilding his confidence and trying to get a Ducati GP25 underneath him that he feels remotely comfortable with, because this rider on the GP24 is showing that the bike Pecco Bagnaia jumped off at the end of last season is in some respects as strong, if not stronger, than the bike that Pecco now has. Mr. P2, our tour guide of the BK8 Grazzini Racing Garage. And we say Mr. P2 because that was what Alex called himself right at the start of the season. And it's a tag that he's struggling to shed right now because, as we mentioned, yesterday second in the sprint to Mark was his 10th runner-up spot so far this season. He is at least trying to keep the pressure on Mark, isn't he, at the top of the championship. Are we going to finally see the true talent, the true brilliance of Pecco Bagnaia? We know there's a phenomenally gifted rider inside that 63 letters, but at the moment he really is suffering and struggling. It's quite a tough watch. He's cracking a smile for us as he comes inside the garage. So yeah, Pecco Bagnaia openly admitting yesterday that his current struggles mean that he is going through the toughest period of his career. There's been a few of them as well. Can he get something going over the 23 laps here in Aragon this afternoon? It's a little bit of a damage limitation exercise for Pecco today. Well, the damage was done here for Joan Mir yesterday. You could see there, Jack Miller just behind Fabio Vinales, sideways, out of control on his way into turn 12. Unfortunately, he was helped in stopping by Joan Mir's Honda HRC capsule machine. You can understand from that footage why Mir was so unhappy with what happened yesterday. Jack Miller did serve a long lap penalty, incidentally, during the TSO sprint for that incident. Not that that will have proved any consolation for Mir and Honda. No, it certainly didn't, as Mir had to suffer through no fault of his own. Unfortunately, what took his DNF count at HRC alone up to 35 DNFs. So, Marc Marquez plonks into his seat inside the factory Ducati garage. A little chat here with his crew chief Marco Rigamonti. As he said, he cannot be guilty of overconfidence. Aiming to be the first rider to lead all sessions of a Grand Prix weekend since he did so himself 10 years ago at the 2015 German Grand Prix in the Sachsenring. Of course it was a Sachsenring, of course it was another anti-clockwise track. Had to be, didn't it, another happy hunting ground for Mark. You tend to sort of get the feeling before you even jump on the plane to come to Aragon, don't you? Who's going to be in the fight for second place? And congratulations to those fans who have made a very long pilgrimage to come and see their hero. 10,000 kilometres. Well, they haven't been shortchanged so far, have they, by Mark making the long trip from South America? Marc Marquez has one more session to complete that clean sweep of the weekend. As mentioned earlier on, Marc Marquez has already entered Grand Prix this season as what felt like a foregone conclusion of a winner. Didn't win the race. Austin is one example of that. Jerez, to a lesser extent, is another. And in the end, he came out of neither of those races with any World Championship points whatsoever. So Marc Marquez taking nothing for granted as he gets set to start from a 7th Aragon pole. We just saw there a very fast Fermin Aldeguer, who really is enjoying life, isn't he, on that Ducati GP24. As mentioned, 2 podiums in the last 3 sprints for Aldeguer. Maybe telling it in this upcoming 23-lap race was the experience, the data and knowledge and information gained that Aldeguer did running the medium rear tyre in that short format sprint, yes, over 11 laps. He was one of 5 riders that ran the medium. Miller, who we saw in that first lap controversy with Mir. Fabio Di Gianantonio, who fought his way through from 10th to 6th. Aldeguer, who we just mentioned. Marco Bezzecchi was on the medium as well, charging through from 20th to 8th. Likewise, Miguel Oliveira. So worth keeping an eye on that quintet, just to see how much that knowledge on the medium rear time might help them over the full distance this afternoon. Well, it quite literally ended in tears for Fabio Quartararo at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, losing what looked a certain victory due to that rear ride height device failure. As you saw there, he's yet to finish on the podium in Aragon, but that's not really Fabio Quartararo's realistic aim coming into this afternoon's Grand Prix of Aragon. He starts in 9th place on the 3rd row of the grid, and if he finishes somewhere near where he starts today, then Quartararo will consider himself and consider this a successful Aragon Grand Prix weekend. This circuit, just quite simply, does not suit the Yamaha M1. To be fair to Quartararo, 9th on the grid, and an ultimate 11th in the sprint yesterday is way better than it was looking when Friday came to a close. Here was the John Antonio, who we just mentioned, one of those 5 riders that ran the medium in the sprint yesterday. He's been pretty strong on Saturday so far this season. The 26-year-old Italian, top 6 in 6 of our 8 sprints so far this season. 8th he was in the Aragon Grand Prix here last year, which was some achievement, finishing inside the top 10, despite the fact he got a post-race 16-second tyre pressure penalty as well. 2 previous podiums here in Moto3 and in Moto2, as Jack Miller looks to make amends after his first lap, shall we say, over-eagerness to get through on Joan Mir. Miller 7th last time out in the British Grand Prix. That was his first finish on a Sunday since his season best 5th in Austin. A former MotoGP podium finish here himself 6 years ago in 2019 behind Marc Marquez and Andrea Dovizioso, the Italian on site here this weekend, observing the factory Yamaha squad, of course, Dobby, factory Yamaha test rider. The Yamahas as collective were quite keen to get to Mugello, I think, in a couple of weeks' time, although they've got some testing to do in Barcelona between now and then. The KTMs, well, they will want to leave Aragon because it's been their strongest weekend of the season so far. We have 2 of them on the second row of the grid and 3 inside the top 8 on the grid. At the end of yesterday's Tissot sprint, we saw Pedro Acosta leading the Orange Army across the line, of course, taking a 5th place, his best result in either sprints or Grand Prix so far this year. Well, we've got baking hot conditions. Can Marco Bezzecchi cut his way through the field like a hot knife through butter, just as he did in the sprint here yesterday, 20th on the grid to a stunning 8th place. Can it be even better here this afternoon in the main Grand Prix? Let's get the thoughts from a Aprilia boss, Paolo Bonora, who joins Jack. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. The sun really beating down on this Aragon circuit now, but Paolo Macca was brilliant yesterday. I mean, firstly, what were your emotions like at the end of the race? Because the performance was excellent, but I'm sure everyone in the garage was left feeling that there was so much more on offer.
Yeah, for sure. Despite of a bad qualifying position, and we have to improve that. He showed a very good race pace, and he was very good with the bike. He felt immediately the good confidence with it, and he can overtake many riders, and yeah, it was so easy yesterday. We hope that today he can redo again the same race. For sure, in a longer distance, it is necessary to manage much more the rear tire. We will see.
What's missing on that one lap at the moment? Because I think it's clear to everybody that if Marco can work that out, then he's going to be regularly fighting for the podium.
Yeah, it is something related to the rear filling on the front tire, so the rear effect on the front. So when you put the new tire, and in particular the soft one, it is difficult for the bike to accept the extra grip, and in particular in the hard braking phase, he felt a little bit pushing on the front, and there is less steering of the bike. So he felt much more in comfort with a used tire, or even with the medium one.
Marco, one of 5 riders to use the medium rear yesterday. How much of an advantage do you think that will be coming into today's race?
Yes, as I said, he felt immediately better since the Friday with the medium, because affected less the front one. For sure it is the correct race tire, the medium today, because for 23 laps it is necessary to use it. And yes, as I said, it is necessary to manage it, because you never know after the half of the race who has managed better. He has the possibility to fight for the end.
Just finally, we're starting to see now that the Aprilias at the end of the race are one of the best bikes out there, which at the end of last year wasn't the case. It feels as though that ability to look after the rear tyre is one area you've made a massive improvement on.
We work on that area for sure. In particular in the engine torque management and the electronic side, and to give to the rider an easy way to manage the throttle.
Thanks, Paolo. Have a good one.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks, as always, to Aprilia boss Paolo Bonora. can Marco Bezzecchi the overtaking star once again in MotoGP? The last two sprints, I think it's near on the Marco's recovered 30 places in the short format as we get ready then for our exciting lap. Just look at those beautiful clear blue skies. Of course, we're just starting our summer spell. It's the first of 5 Grand Prix in the next 7 weeks as we take in classic venues, Mugello, Assen and Sachsenring, and then a much anticipated return to Brno we're all looking forward to in the Czech Republic before we head off on our summer holidays. As mentioned, there's a crowd of just over 50,000 fans here this weekend. Full respect to all of them as well. Not the easiest track to get to in this landlocked part of Spain. We're about 250 kilometres west, about a 3-hour drive from the hustle and bustle of Barcelona. 100 kilometres to the east of Zaragoza as the grid then starts to fill up. What's going to be a very hot and intense grid. We heard there from Paolo Bonora, that's no great surprise. We do expect every rider to run the medium rear tyre here this afternoon. As Pedro Acosta, can the shark shine in front of his fan club? I've seen lots of 37 Acosta t-shirts around downtown Alcañiz earlier in the paddock and coming into the Aragon track this morning. Acosta 5th at the checker flag in that sprint. So his best sprint actually in 14 rounds since he was also 5th in Emilia-Romagna last year. So it was a real unfortunate sprint for Joan Mir yesterday. It's been a tough week really, hasn't it, all round for HRC with Luca Marini missing for the foreseeable future after a heavy testing crash over in Suzuka on the Honda Superbike last week. And Joan Mir, through no fault of his own, ruled out on lap 1 of yesterday's sprint. Let's get the thoughts of what's hopefully going to be a better day for the Patrick Honda squad. The boss, Alberto Puig, joins Jack.
Yeah, it does indeed. After what's been, it started as a really promising weekend for Joan. Friday, his best performance on a Friday since 2023. So, after the frustration of yesterday, Alberto, how important is it that you take something from this weekend?
Well, it's always important, not only today, but yeah, it was a little bit unlucky yesterday with the incident, but all these things happen in racing, and when it happens to you, you're super pissed off, but sometimes you do this to someone, so this is the point. Anyway, yeah, let's see if he can get a good start. Yesterday's start was not so bad, and let's see if he can keep the rhythm with this group of guys he has in front there, like 6 or 7 guys that are in a, I would say, really similar lap time, so let's see. Today the temperature is a little bit lower, which maybe is better for everyone, and we will see. Good luck, have fun. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Alberto Puig, who didn't have any points to show for Honda HRC Castrol Saturday. And of course, only one rider in action for them here this weekend, with Luca Marini still nursing injuries. He's sustained in a testing crash at Suzuka since we last saw him at Silverstone. The hope is that we will see Luca Marini again, perhaps in the next 3 or 4 races. Potentially a more realistic return date is the first Grand Prix the other side of the summer break, but there were 1 or 2 whispers on Thursday that his season might be in doubt. Of course, with Alberto speaking to Jack on Friday, he put those fears to bed. Well, Ducati are in rather unfamiliar territory, aren't they, right now? Defeated in our last 2 Grand Prix in that epic flag-to-flag thriller in Le Mans. Joan Zarco taking the spoils for Honda. And then, of course, Aprilia's first win of 2025, meaning Ducati tasted back-to-back defeats for the first time since the back end of 2022. Highly unlikely, given what we saw in yesterday's sprint as Ducati locked out the top 4, and of course, given Marc Marquez's unrivaled domination here in Aragon. But just for reference, Ducati have not been beaten in 3 successive Sunday Grand Prix since, when was it, 2021. 2021, Miguel Oliveira won Catalunya, Marc won the Sachsenring, and Fabio Quartararo won Assen. So 4 years since we saw Ducati defeated in 3 on the spin. Well, there's some hope that KTM have maybe turned a corner with Pedro Acosta strong, 5th place in the sprint yesterday. firing away from 5th on the grid. Let's get the thoughts of his crew chief, Paul Trevathan, who's with Jack.
Yeah, it's been a much stronger weekend for all of the KTMs. I think it's 2 KTMs on the first 2 rows of the grid since Japan last year. Pedro leading the way in 5th, Paul. As ever, he's going to have the bit between his teeth in this one. Is a podium potentially on the cards here?
I mean, for sure we're having a much better weekend. We've been top 5 every session. Good lap times, really good consistency. Yesterday, I think really we had the pace also to go for a podium for sure. For sure, Mark is difficult, of course, as we know. But he's putting everything together. I think we just need a race to stay out of trouble. Because this track, you make a couple of mistakes and the gap grows very fast. So if we can stay out of trouble the first couple laps and put a decent ride in, then I think it's possible.
Just ever so slightly cooler than yesterday. Is that going to help you guys in terms of looking after that rear tyre?
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, we generate a lot of heat here. You know, turn 10, 9, 10, it's on the edge of the tyre a lot. So it is a little bit cooler, but not enough to make a massive difference, I think. Is it going to have to be about the right wrist?
Cheers, Paul.
Cheers, mate, no worries.
Yeah, thanks as always to Paul Trevathan. Pedro Costa, as we saw in our grid graphic there, we were just wondering in these extremely hot Sunday afternoon conditions whether anybody would go for maybe the hard front tyre. Well, at least as it stands right now on the graphic, Pedro Costa down to race the hard front. As we mentioned, the front tyre really does get massive pummeling here. 10 left-handers. Of course, lots of hard braking as well. So it's really tough on the tyres. Probably one of the most aggressive circuits on tyres for the entire season. Well, a double top 6 yesterday for Pertamina Enduro VR46 Racing. Frankie Morbidelli as high as second at one point before he just lost that late battle with Fermin Aldeguer. Fabio Di Gianantonio was 6. I'm sure there's high hopes of success in this afternoon for the Italian squad. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Pablo Nieto, who's the Jack.
Yeah, as you rightly say, 2 strong rides by both the VR46 guys yesterday. Frankie starting from the front row. Firstly, Pablo, sounds like they've cleaned the track, or cleaned the grid anyway, overnight. With Frankie starting 3rd, how much of a benefit is that?
Yeah, it was important because we saw it yesterday that it was a little bit more difficult, but anyway, today is completely a new day. We have to try to make our best. Very good. It's very important to make the first lap, and then we will see.
In terms of both Frankie and Didier, how do you feel going into the race? I think both of them are going to be in that hunt for 3rd place, it feels.
Yeah, we will try. It's going to be very hard. We know that both brothers are very fast. We have to try to make a little bit more race in the first part of the race, and then we will see.
Cheers, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Pablo Nieto. There is the instantly recognisable We Are 93 grandstands, which has been pretty much jam-packed from about 8 o'clock this morning. We saw at the end of the parade lap, Mark there with the T-shirt gun, so a small number of his 93 clan of going home very happy. They're getting a very special memento, and of course it was right in front of that grandstand here last September. When we could say finally, Marc Marquez once again was a MotoGP race winner. It was a very long and at times very dark 1,043 days, wasn't it, since Emilia Romagna in 2021. Career-saving operations on that right humerus bone he first damaged in Jerez back in 2020. But as we said yesterday, fair to say that Marc Marquez is back to his utterly brilliant best.
And with that, he's of course extended his World Championship lead now to 27 points. And will surely be intent on extending that further this afternoon. Alex Marquez 27 points behind. What are his hopes of closing that championship lead or limiting the damage today? He starts from 2nd, Fermin Aldeguer from 7th, Michele Mercedes for Jack.
Michele, Mark is the obvious favourite for this one, but Alex pushed him all the way yesterday. What do you think he's going to have to do to try and get the better of him today?
I think that we need to extract the maximum every weekend, and for sure the first target is to reach the 2nd position. We need to be realistic sometimes, always try to win. It seems that Mark has something more in the pocket, but never say never, because the races will be always different, and we see what will happen in the front.
Brilliant ride from Fermin yesterday as well, using that medium rear to perfection. Having used it yesterday, how much do you think that'll help him now?
It can help. and for sure will be crucial. Another great start like yesterday to don't lose some position and try to make a comeback like yesterday.
Thanks, Michele. Good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Michele Messini. A dose of realism there from the Grassini team manager, accepting that all things being equal, just settle for second place today, but he'll certainly push Mark as hard as he can. Of course, led the first few laps of the sprint yesterday after Mark's tricky crash. Alex saying to the assembled media yesterday that he had hoped in his heart of hearts when he saw Marc Marquez spinning up the rear tyre of the grid that he perhaps dropped a little bit further down the field than the eventual third place that he came out of turn number 1. And once Marc Marquez did settle down into the sprint, he did kind of feel like there was only going to be one winner. But Alex Marquez, at the very least, has got to try and keep the pressure on as much as he can, because we have seen Mark crack already this year.
Well, they were already celebrating and had a big party on Saturday night here in Aragon after Mark won the sprint. Will it be a double celebration for the Red Army, the 93 fans who, as always, are out in force? Marc Marquez, then, as Alex said yesterday, all weekend really from the get-go, he feels like he's been a step and a half ahead of everybody else. Fabio Quartararo, well, he's led in Jerez, he's led in Le Mans, he's led at Silverstone, so that means he's led, of course, our last 3 Grand Prix. Unlikely, but it is MotoGP, as Michele Messini said, never say never. Never rule anything out, but you do feel like it's highly unlikely, with the greatest respect to Quartararo, to see him leading a 4th successive Grand Prix here today. Going to be very interesting, isn't it? We understand that, well, as Jack mentioned, the grid has been cleaned overnight, which will be music to the ears of the likes of Marc Marquez, Marco Bezzecchi, who we saw light up his rear tyre from 20th on the grid, and Brad Binder as well, who fired away from 6th place. Binder was 13th at the end of lap 1, but he said, well, he dropped back down to 17th because he counted 4 overtakes on the first lap. So let's hope the entire field can make a clean getaway.
Of course, it can have such an impact on the Grand Prix. The opening laps nowadays, of course, with the difficulty to overtake, of course, with the best riders in the world and the best machines in the world, all riding at such a high level, of course, in such hot conditions as well. You can potentially find yourself mired in a pack, and Pecco Bagnaia there, who we saw walking onto the grid. He's found out to his cost when he has been in traffic. He has found it very difficult to go forwards. Generally, he has gone backwards with that very difficult front feeling that he's been having, to put it mildly, on that factory Ducati. Here's Enea Bastianini, who did have a fairly solid warm-up this morning. He was up inside the top 6. The beast, the former winner here, of course, back in 2022. Let's head down to the grid and hear from, of course, a MotoGP legend and a rider who has fought with Marc Marquez around MotorLand Aragon, Andrea Dovizioso with Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed, down here in Fabio Quartararo's corner before Fabio makes his way to the grid. Just on the Yamaha charge here, Andrea. It was a tough one yesterday. What can we expect from them today?
Well, I think it will be a very difficult race. For us, this track with this grip is not the best, but I think with the medium can be better. We hope that. But let's see, it will be very important to start as always in MotoGP now. And to don't be too aggressive with the tires, more for the temperature than the consumption. But it will be, I think, is a very important weekend, not for the final result, but to be closer compared to last year. I think we did a step.
You know, of course, gone up against Mark in plenty of these playgrounds before. What's it like when someone has got that kind of dominance and advantage in a circuit? How do you mentally prepare for battle?
That's very difficult. Really hard, but I think in this moment it's better to don't be too focused about Mark. I think in this moment, and especially in this track, is in a different level.
Thanks, Andrea. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Yeah, grazie, Andrea Dovizioso. Thanks, Jack. Yeah, I've heard those words from several riders here this weekend. Mark on a different level. We've had an unpredictable recent run. Worth noting, we've had 5 different winners in the last 5 Grand Prix, which matches our total number of winners in the whole of 2024. But yes, I think even the most ardent MotoGP fans are going to find it difficult to bet and back against number 93, Marc Marquez. Jack Miller comes to the grid. Of course, his and his teammate Miguel Oliveira's future Prima Pramac Yamaha
up for debate. Oliveira admitting earlier on this weekend that he certainly is fighting for his future. Jackman on a one-year contract. Also saying that he's well aware of the rumours and gossip that maybe Yamaha will be turning to 2 new riders in their independent team. He's going to try and make sure that he still finds himself on top of the Wisnar M1 next year. So we're sort of building up now to our traditional grid ceremony here in Aragon. Pedro Acosta, I do wonder whether he's going to stick to his guns and maybe still be running that hard front. We know that the KTM makes up so much of its time. It's so strong trail braking, isn't it? And there's so much trail braking with lean angle, in particular here around Aragon. Will he just want that extra support in those harsh braking zones that the hard front will give him? It might well be the outlier though, because so many riders were going for the medium front, medium rear tyre. We're going to pause though now for the anthems.
Lluvión corre al viento, campante, soledad, pueblo del tamaño de hombres y mujeres, Aragón vivirás, tierra abierta, pueblo grande,
So, brilliant renditions of both the Spanish national anthem and the Aragonese anthem by B-Vocal. As we just saw there, the jet fighter pass over Top Gun, Maverick Vinales. Now then, Marc Marquez, massive favourite, isn't he, to complete the pole, sprint and Grand Prix treble here once again in Aragon. And what about Pecco Bagnaia? Can he find some form? Can he find some front-end confidence on the factory Ducati? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Tardozzi, is with Jack.
Davide, I feel key words in this race coming up are going to be focus and concentration, given the advantage that Mark's got. Are you confident we won't see the same thing happen that did in Austin earlier in the year?
Yeah. I think that anyway it will be not easy race because yesterday we saw already that there are opponents like Aprilia or also KTM with Pedro that have a very fast speed in the second part of the race. On the other hand, I think that Fermin first and Alex too shows really huge potential because it will be not very easy for Mark to win.
That wasn't the Pecco that any of us know or love yesterday. He's in a real difficult moment right now. Are the signs that he can at least battle back today and show some of the old Pecco?
Absolutely, yes. Yesterday it was absolutely tough race for him, very difficult, but in a way I think that last night we found a small thing that this morning shows his potential on the warm-up, and we cross the finger to let this new thing work for his confidence on the front.
It's a new item or a change of settings?
Something that we'll see. We'll cross the finger, then we'll talk about after the race.
Okay, thanks, Davide.
Well, Ducati, and in particular Pecco Bagnaia, are going to be hoping that is the magic one fix that the Italian has been chasing for the whole of 2025 so far this season. Just a quick notification, Jack has been speaking to Piero Taramasso, Michelin Motorsport manager, and he has confirmed that Pedro Acosta is the outlier in this field. He's sticking to his guns. He is going to run that hard compound front tyre. So keep an eye on the Costa. as we predicted, every rider has gone for the medium rear tyre. Of course, if you remember this earlier on, 5 riders did race that in the sprint yesterday, and we'll at least have a bit of advanced information on how that tyre is going to perform. Of course, everyone will have been on that medium rear tyre over the course of the weekend, but only the 5 in the sprint yesterday. Aldeguer, Gian Antonio, Miller, Oliveira and Bezzecchi have actually raced it and ridden it in that kind of situation. So we'll see if that does prove some sort of advantage in the early stages, as once again we fly over Top Gun's head and disappears up into the distance. The rumble and the noise around this MotorLand Aragon circuit is soon going to be made by 21 of the fastest motorcycles on the planet.
Can anybody be faster than Marquez? Just look at those track temperatures. Scorchio here in Aragon, no question about it. The ambient temperature is going to be nudging close to 35 degrees. Track temperature well in excess of 51 degrees. That's certainly probably conditioned Acosta's front tire choice as he goes for the hard. So, Bagnaia getting himself ready in the groove. Some of the front end tweaks, the front end modifications, going to instill some confidence. Some of the confidence which has been draining race by race, almost lap by lap, out of the 28-year-old Italian. He just looks at a shadow of the rider, doesn't he? A fraction of the rider who won 11 Grand Prix in 2024. With a great recent record here in Aragon, bar his 2021 success. He's DNF'd in 3 of the last 5, including that very controversial collision with Alex Marquez in the Grand Prix here last year, which was the Grand Prix where he lost the World Championship lead and never got it back.
And in his view, cost him the World Championship full stop by the time we got to the end of the year, although of course so much else went on last year. Marc Marquez just looks remarkably relaxed, and of course the steely focus in his eyes, but he's looking to do something today that hasn't been done in MotoGP for a decade, since he did it back in 2015 in the Saxon Ring. He's looking to become the first rider since then to top every single session of the weekend. Quickest in both sessions on Friday, quickest in FP2 qualifying, and won the sprint on Saturday. He topped the warm-up this morning. Only one session to go, the main event in moments.
Frankie Morbidelli on the front right of the grid for the first time in 15 Grand Prix. That was in front of his home crowd in Misano. 5 times this year Frankie's finished 4th in a sprint and a Grand Prix. Alex Marquez, 10 times so far this season he's been runner-up in a sprint or a Grand Prix. But can Marc Marquez once again sprinkle some more of his magic on MotorLand as he goes from pole to... Marquez is already a 6 times MotoGP winner here at his beloved MotorLand Aragon. Right here last September, he claimed his first Ducati Grand Prix success, his first Grand Prix victory in 1,043 days. That day he cued wild celebrations after some of the darkest days of his Grand Prix career. We're finally behind him, we're finally over. In the present now, it's all about him extending his 27-point lead in this year's World Championship. Of course, it goes without saying that MotorLand has been a very happy hunting ground previously for the 32-year-old Spaniard.
one of only 4 tracks where he's won at least 6 times, with Sachsenring, with Austin over in Texas, and in Misano, looking for a magnificent 7th success in the Premier Class here in Aragon. There was drama off the line, wasn't there, yesterday in the sprint when he had the big wheel spin on the factory Ducati, which dropped him back to briefly 4th place. He was locking elbows and handlebars on that short run down the first corner with Pedro Acosta. But once he took the lead from Alex on lap 6, the game was up, the game was over, and that's why Mark, 27 points clear then, coming into round 8 of 22 this season. This Grand Prix kicking off a pretty hectic run over the next few weeks. It's the first of 5 races in the next 7 weeks. A weekend attendance of 112,633. A race day attendance of just over 50,000. I think it's fair to say 99.99% of those are supporting the number 93 and almost expecting the 93 to get the job done once again here in Aragon. Back to complete the wall lap in front of the iconic Aragon wall, in front of the packed We Are 93 grandstand. It was right there last September, wasn't it? Where Mark jumped off that Brazilian Ducati and kicked off those unforgettable celebrations. He is back to winning ways here last year. He's clearly going to be the rider to beat. Over 23 laps coming up here under blazing sunshine. Hottest competition we've had the weekend so far. Can anybody match the pace of Mark flying away from his 99th career pole position? That's the 21 strong field then come to the grid through the heat haze. Scorching up condition. There's Bagnaia pulling up to 4th place on the grid. It's the points in back-to-back Grand Prix for the first time in pretty much 2 years, going back to Argentina and Austin in 2023. A real alarming dip in form of late for the Italian, who's struggling to find any kind of confidence, particularly the front end of that factory Ducati. Well, he was on pole yesterday. He dominated the sprint yesterday as well. Can Marc Marquez win here in Aragon on Sunday? Lights out, and we're racing in MotoGP here in MotorLand. This time around, Marc Marquez does indeed into this tight first corner. Alex Marquez slots in the 2nd place. Good start by Bagnaia from the 2nd row. He's immediately up into P3. Going backwards is Frankie Morbidelli, who started on that front row. He's back now in 6th place. That's what he must have feared from the inside, the dirty part of the grid. Morbidelli behind the 2 KTMs of Acosta and Binder. Acosta, the leading KTM, running 4th. Yeah, this time around, Binder has made a great start. Aldeguer, who we saw super strong and aggressive on the first lap, Acosta in turn 5 yesterday. This time around, his victim is Morbidelli, so Aldeguer up into 5th. But it's in these early stages because he was having a look at Alex Marquez there to try and take 2nd place. So Marc Marquez from Alex Marquez. Bagnaia, though, does look a little bit more confident in these very early stages. Just listen to the reception that Mark is getting as he jumps down to the reverse course route for the first time. This is what his rivals would have feared. Their worst nightmare unfolding right before their very eyes here as Marc Marquez made the perfect start. They've got the whole shot, and now he's in position A at the front of this Grand Prix. So Morbidelli now back to 7th place. Obviously, having passed by Fabio now, they can hear the roar of the crowd as Marc Marquez now goes past his fan club over to his left-hand side with Alex Marquez, who of course has his hands too, trying to give chase. So they drop now through the left-hander, turn 15 for the first time, and now start winding up through the gearbox all the way up to 6th gear in excess of 350 kilometres an hour. There's about a dozen bike lengths already, isn't there, between Mark and Alex at the front of this Grand Prix. Bagnaia just threatening to show Alex's front wheel coming into this final corner. Acosta there in 4th place. Just a reminder, he's the only rider in this field that's got the Michelin hard front tyre fitted to his factory KTM. And then a touch there from Binder on the way out in turn 17. So Marquez is 3/10 of a second. Acosta then up the inside and back up Bagnaia on that hard front tyre, which is giving him that support and that confidence, but he does go a little bit hot and a little bit wide, and Bagnaia was able to regain that 3rd place. Aldeguer has slipped back behind Morbidelli, so something happened late on at the end of that lap for the Spaniard. He's under real big pressure from Morbidelli's teammate, the Gian Antonio, right now as well. At the front, it's Mark from Alex. How many times have we already said that so far in 2025? In 10 sprints and Grand Prix this year, on 10 occasions, Mark has led home Alex.
Aldeguer now back behind Morbidelli, so Morbidelli has began to repair some of the damage from that first lap. I think Aldeguer's made a mistake somewhere on this lap. He started the lap in 6th place, he's lost the end of a second in the first sector somewhere. So Morbidelli on the 21 bike drops down through turn 8 and 9 now, through Marc Marquez corner. So good around Aragon, they named that turn 10 I think back in 2018. Bagnaia coming under big pressure once again from Acosta. Acosta already had one dip, had him on the brakes into the first corner. This time round he's going through, use the extra support of that hard front tyre down the hill into turn 12. Bagnaia felt better on the end, and he going through 13 after what happened between him and Alex Marquez here in the Grand Prix last year. But Acosta this time has got through up into P3. He's been burnt there before as Pecco Bagnaia, so he stays in 4th place, and this is an area in the circuit where the KTM generally is unmatched. It's so good down the straight, but he's towing Pecco Bagnaia down to that final corner. Bagnaia with the slipstream, and on the way into turn 16, he's able to park it on the inside of Pedro Acosta. Bagnaia, it's taking battle this for 3rd place as the Marquez brothers scamper clear at the front. Certainly not lacking front-end confidence and feeling easy on the brakes into turn 16 there, Bagnaia. You're decelerating from all the way down from 350 kilometres an hour to around about 150. Morbidelli, quickest rider on circuit. 147.807 from the Italian as he wrestled back that 6th place on that last lap from Aldeguer. Yeah, an early mistake on that second lap from Aldeguer cost him a second at 48.8 for him. He's the slowest rider of the leading 12, and it's cost him another ground. You can see how detached he's got already, Aldeguer in 7th place. The top 6 already a second ahead of him. Bit of a twitch there on the gas as Acosta grabbed a handful of throttle coming out of turn 5. He's got Binder, his factory KTM colleague, just behind him there is Gian Antonio on the, Morbidelli on the 21 bike, who's just looking to regroup after what was a real poor launch away from the front row. A rare front row for Frankie. Dropped all the way back down to 6th place, didn't he, at the start of this Grand Prix, which is where he sits right now. Quick check on Marco Bezzecchi. He's not making the rapid progress that we saw from yesterday. He lost a couple of places on that second lap. Bezzecchi is in 17th place already, 5.5 seconds off the lead. See Mark and Alex are starting to stretch their legs, aren't they, at the front of this Grand Prix. Looking back from Bagnaia to Acosta. Acosta with that nice temperature now in that front hard tyre. Could pay big dividends towards the tail end of this Grand Prix. Certainly in these very harsh braking zones, when you think hard braking zones into turn 1, turn 12, and coming up right now into turn 16 is where you really do overwork and abuse that front tyre. Over the Costa then, hard on the brakes to turn 16. It just goes a little bit wide ever so slightly, but it's such a low corner. There's a variety of lines you can take through 16. Some give you the best run in, some give you the best run out. At turn 17, and Pedro Acosta is now right on the rear tyre of Bagnaia, as the other KTM is defending. So one KTM goes forward, Acosta to 3rd, Binder goes backwards though, back to 6th place. Second time Acosta's made a move, albeit briefly, on Bagnaia into the first corner. Once again, just like happened on the previous occasion, he just runs in that little bit too hot. And Bagnaia just able to stick to his normal line and sees that P3 straight back. What a shot that was on board with Acosta coming out of turn 17. Almost reach out and touch the rear tyre of Bagnaia. Good fight as well, this isn't it, raging between Binder and Morbidelli. That scrap might actually bring back into contention the likes of Aldeguer and Gian Antonio. The gap between the two Fabios, Digia and Fabio Quartararo is half a second. Jan Mears picked off Miller to get himself up in a 10th place. A bit of retribution now, I'm sure, from Mir on Miller from yesterday. So this was Morbidelli going in hot into turn 5 and relinquishing that 5th place back to Brad Binder. I have to say though, this is already a better race than I expected Pecco Bagnaia to be having at this stage, running in 3rd place. Of course, his sprint yesterday was an unmitigated disaster. On the last lap, he was in the 47s with Bagnaia, but only a 10th and a half slower. And he's seen him, Marquez is going at the front. He is just within a second of the race lead. These are potentially ever so small grease use of recovery for Bagnaia. He's having to work so hard now because he knows he's already been passed twice by Acosta going into that first corner. We saw on board, didn't we, of Acosta's factory KTM, how loose Bagnaia's rear tyre was. A lot of movement as he was on the gas coming out 17. That's enabling Acosta to get close enough with a bit of slipstream down the start finish straight to attack him on the brakes. I'm sort of trying to capitalise here on Bagnaia's sort of fragile confidence in the front end of that factory Ducati. Mark once again sets the fastest lap of this Grand Prix
Is Acosta going to go for this time around? No, he almost runs into the back of Bagnaia. That's going to drop him back into the clutches of Binder. Mark fast ride on circuit then with a 1:47.428. That was only about a tenth quicker though than Alex in second place, who still is keeping honest at the front of this Grand Prix.
Yeah, Bagnaia and Acosta both did 47.6s in third and fourth. Couple of tenths slower than Mark Marquez is going. That is the fastest ever race lap we've seen around MotorLand Aragon, but as Matt mentioned, only a tenth of a second faster than Alex Marquez, who, as McKay said on the grid before the race, has just got to try and keep the pressure on his older brother here.
This would be a humongous boost for Bagnaia, wouldn't it, if he can hold on to this podium after sort of the wretched recent run that he's had. Just desperate for any kind of lift, any kind of morale boost, and at the moment, fair play to him, he's giving himself one right now. He's still being pursued and pressured by the two factory KTMs. That's the biggest gap we've seen between Bagnaia and Acosta in this Grand Prix so far.
Yeah, Bagnaia has pulled some time back on the Marquez brothers so far on this lap. He was 1.3 behind when the lap began. That's already down to 1 second. So this has been a good fit lap for Pecco Bagnaia so far. And of course, helped by the mistake of Acosta, he's no longer worrying about what's coming at him from behind. He can actually focus on the Marquez brothers ahead.
And just looking at him, he looks a different rider, doesn't he? On this Grand Prix so far. He looks like the Bagnaia of old, throwing that factory Ducati aggressively around Aragon. We've seen him sort of out of shape, struggling for any kind of confidence, but this has been the best we've seen from Bagnaia for a good number of races, isn't it? He's in the mix here.
Yeah, interesting to see Bagnaia's lap time, a 47.4, personal best lap for Pecco Bagnaia. That was only a hundredth of a second slower than Marc Marquez's fastest lap the lap before. He took 0.4 of a second out of each of the Marquez brothers last time around.
How much so is he also taking out of his own Michelin tyres right now? That will be the question mark, of course. We're only on lap 6 of 23 of what is always a tight finishing race here in Aragon. That's Vinales flying his way through on Miller further down the field. That's in the battle for 11th place. Vinales just get the better of that little skirmish through turns 4, 5 and 6.
Deja vu a little bit, this isn't it for Vinales after yesterday, because he dropped back on the first lap of the sprint and left it a little too late when he clearly had podium pace. As Vinales once again left himself too much to do. He's running in 11th place. Benteke up there once again. He's back ahead of Bastianini and Rins, and finally into the points once again.
He's nowhere now in terms of pace. He's doing 9:48 right now, is Bez, which is over a second slower than the pace at the front of this Grand Prix. It's still Mark from Alex. Bagnaia still firmly in the hunt though, isn't he? Acosta and Binder just behind him. The gap between Bagnaia and Alex is 4.5 tenths, and then back to Acosta is 3.5 tenths, then another 3.5 tenths, then back to Binder.
Yeah, KTM's doing a good job here, aren't they? You have to say, Acosta and Binder still very...
Race of the tyres you buy, MRN.
The leading Yamaha.
Mark is doing all he needs to do right now, just maintaining this rhythm, and he seems just like lap by lap he's able to sort of eke out a tenth on Alex, Costa and Binder on the factory KTMs are seriously in the groove at the moment. Binder just a little bit hot in that first corner, but he is now the fastest rider on circuit with a 1:47.404. The KTMs have decided to come to the party here in Aragon.
1.4 seconds covers the top 5 at the moment. This is lap 7 of 23. As you look up ahead of us, you can see Bagnaia following Alex Marquez, who's following Marc Marquez. And really, Marc Marquez is just trying to eke this out in 10th of a second or half a tenth of a second every lap. He's not weeks faster than Alex Marquez, as he has been at various stages this weekend, but just every lap, he's just ever so slightly eking that advantage out. At the moment, Alex Marquez not in any position to put any genuine pressure on his older brother.
It's a long, long time since we've seen a KTM, or a factory KTM, we should say. Of course, Maverick Vinales led the way in Qatar a few races ago. Qatar in the opening Grand Prix of 2024 was the last time Binder was on the podium. It's 9 Grand Prix since Acosta was on the box as well. Just see now as we ride on board with the 20-year-old. We go through turn 13, down the hill for this tricky braking zone into 14. I wonder at what point Acosta's going to be thinking when that hard front tire might really start to pay dividends for him, because there's still so much of this Grand Prix remaining. At what point do the riders on the medium ahead of him maybe start to encounter some issues? And that hard pick that he made might really come to him later on.
Well, KTM must be wishing they could wrap up Aragon and take it around the world with them, because they've been way more competitive, really, with the performance of the factory bikes at least, than they have been in A-stage so far this year. But Yards, of course, has shown some good pace earlier on. Marc Marquez is now starting to edge this one out a little bit. A 1:47.275 for Marc. Alex responded with a personal best, but it was over a quarter of a second slower, and the lead is now 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, Marc has just seen his lead hover around 4 tenths, 5 tenths of a second. He's been put under no real serious pressure, and obviously now he's just thought, okay, let's just put the squeeze on those chasing. Let's just see what they've got in response. 1:47.2. It's a real hot pace, isn't it, on lap 7 of 23. There is Frankie Morbidelli in 6. It's a rather lonely 6 at the moment for the Italian. He slipped nearly 1.4 seconds behind Binder. Conversely, he's the exact same margin, pretty much ahead of Aldeguer in 7th. The Gian Antonio 8th, Quattararo 9th. Top 10 completed right now by Mir. Points for Viñales, Miller, Zarco, Ralph Fernandez and Marco Bezzecchi. Jean Zarco's got AWOL this weekend, and they have the back-to-back stunning podiums at Le Mans and in Silverstone. It's been tough going here in Aragon for the Frenchman. He's stuck down in 13th place at the moment.
I mean, finally got clear of Bastianini and Rins. Bezzecchi dropped down into the 47th on the last lap, back in 15th place. So we are now finally starting to see the pace that we knew Bezzecchi had from the spring yesterday, but he is 9 seconds off the race lead, and surely top 10 is the maximum that Bezzecchi can hope for today. This is the tail end of the top 10, with Mir, Quattararo and Viñales battling for that 8th place, and Viñales once again showing the pace that he's got. He was also setting personal best last time around, just brought him right onto the tail of Quattararo and Mir.
Viñales trying to pick up some of that slipstream on that rapid KTM. Fair play to Quattararo, he's brilliant on the brakes. This looks like, as a contest, the race is over, because Marc Marquez is really turning the screw here. 1:47.180, that is now successive fastest laps of the Grand Prix of the 93, and Alex just cannot go with him, and he's desperately outturning off Bagnaia, Acosta and Binder behind him.
Yeah, Mark's the least of Alex's problems at the moment. He's got a queue up behind him. Alex did a 47.6, which isn't exactly slow, but the trio behind him all did 47.4. So Alex Marquez now has suddenly got to pay some serious attention to Bagnaia and the KTMs, who are now crawling all over the back of him.
So Mir, as we saw on screens, is up to 9th, ahead of Quattararo. They're sort of doing mid to high 148s themselves. Morbidelli and Aldeguer have set PB laps. Alex Marquez has got some serious trouble brewing here in Aragon, because at the moment it looks like he can kiss goodbye to any faint hopes he had of putting Mark under any pressure for the win. At the moment, he's got it all on to hold on to place on the podium here, because Bagnaia, as we can see, close up once again downhill into turn 12. Bagnaia's got a Costa and Binder for company as well. So this is not a given here, and Alex is going to finish second behind Marc.
Bagnaia closing in on Alex Marquez in corner entry. Didn't think I'd be saying that. Over the course of this Grand Prix, we're all going to be keenly finding out what he's got on his bike. Certainly something that has changed for the start of this Grand Prix in the warm-up has worked for Bagnaia, as we see confirmation of Zarco's crash. Not really his weekend, this was it.
No, he came in this weekend full of optimism and hope that he maybe could be the first Honda rider to podium in 3 successive Grand Prix in 6 years since Marc Marquez did it. Right at the back end of that astonishing 2019 season where every race he finished, he didn't finish lower than second place. 3 laps in a row now. Laps 8, 9 and 10. Marc Marquez has set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. He has checked out. He has cleared off into the distance. This is now a race for second. There is Zarco then walking away from his crash when he was in a very lowly 13th.
Alex Marquez just was ever so slightly hot there into turn 1, but he was able to gather it up and still carry enough speed through turn 2. But Pecco Bagnaia skips second place here, and certainly if you'd offered him that at the end of the sprint yesterday, he would have bitten your hand off. Is this some signs of at least the start of the rebuild of Pecco Bagnaia we're seeing here?
It's so rare, very, very rare, that he's been able to beat Marc this year. That only happened in Austin because Clark fell off, but it's been rare that he's been out on par and able to beat Alex as well, which is really Bagnaia too. On board with him as they power now out of turn 10. Through 11 we go now as well. Down the hill into 12. just looks like maybe Binder's starting to struggle at the tail end of this podium battle. Keep a close eye on him. Here he is, he's lost 4 tenths already on this lap to Acosta. So keeping himself in this battle is Binder just chewing up those tyres. Can he find a way to keep himself in the podium hunt? Well, the good news for Binder is that his advantage over Morbidelli hasn't shrunk. It's still 1.4 seconds as it was in the start of the lap, so the pace clearly is picking up at the front, as Marc Marquez has proven with those consecutive fast. Unable to match the pace of the riders ahead, but he is still certainly keeping the group behind under control as we look from the aerial shots, and Acosta going ever so slightly wide, but as mentioned earlier on, the variety of lines through that final corner. Personal best for Alex Marquez, Bagnaia and Acosta last time around, which is why Binder has had to step back on it to try and keep pace with them. Alex responding to this Bagnaia bombardment that's coming from behind him. Yeah, Acosta may be suffering through 16 and 17 because with that hard tire, as good as he will be in terms of straight up and down braking, he just won't have the edge grip, he won't have the turning of those on the medium directly ahead of him. That will be something to consider in this Grand Prix later. Mark's gone, so this is potentially a counter Jerez Silverstone situation where the others behind Mark are going to hope that he does fluff these lines once again. You have to say though, cannot see him doing so on this occasion, but we didn't think the same thing in Austin or in Silverstone or in Jerez when he has blown big point scoring opportunities. Yeah, Marc Marquez will be thinking, I don't need to win by 15 seconds, I just need to win today. And that will be his ultimate aim. As we follow the battle once again, Binder is only moving closer to Acosta, but I think that's more a case of Acosta reversing it back in his direction. You can see the gap has opened up between the first of the KTMs and Pecco Bagnaia on the second of the Ducatis in this quartet that are battling for second place. We are approaching half distance now in this Aragon Grand Prix. We're about to complete lap 11 of 23. Marc Marquez now, his lead is approaching 2 seconds, and Alex Marquez will know right now he's got to limit the damage to make sure that he only loses the 5 points today. Just wonder having been so close to Alex now for such a long time in this Grand Prix. When the Bagnaia just having to deal with an overheating front tyre, which is such a problem, isn't it, in MotoGP these days? Is that why a rider who's already suffering from a lack of confidence, another fastest lap of the Grand Prix, goes the way of Mark? He really is winding up the wick here now, isn't he? He's into the 46s. What a lap that is on 11 lap old tyres. 46.879. Oh, Binder's gone down. Binder slides out of contention then as the tyres start to wear on this slippery, greasy Aragon surface. That's his crew chief there, Andres Madrid, who is sort of a very sort of cool and collected character, isn't he, Andres? He's absolutely raging. Binder then tips off going through turn 3, out of P5. Well, we just wondered a lap or two ago whether the KTMs were struggling just to match this pace up ahead. Binder ultimately just losing touch and ultimately losing touch with the racetrack through turn 3. Acosta stood at 47.4 on the last lap. He's now half a second adrift and could well find himself soon in quite a lonely 4th place. Look at that. Marc Marquez, the first rider in Aragon history to produce a 146 in a race. Brilliant that by him. Almost a full second he's taken up the previous race record set by the absent Luke Marini. Just look at that burst. The charge from lap 7 onwards has been a pace that has just been simply too hot to handle. He's too good around Aragon. Alex said yesterday he's a step and a half ahead of the rest. I'd say he's been at least a couple of steps ahead of the rest so far here on Sunday in Aragon. It's the battle then for 5th place between Frankie Morbidelli and Fermin Aldeguer, and waiting for Aldeguer to finally show his colours in this race. He might now be about to do that, as Morbidelli has shown no signs at all of catching the group ahead. He's now in the mid-48s, is Morbidelli. He's at best part of 2 seconds slower than Marc Marquez is, who stopped here if you've heard what already, just set another new fastest lap on a 46.8, but Morbidelli's grip on 5th place is about to be loosened completely. Oh, Fabio Quartararo's taking a tumble. Quartararo's down at the first corner. That is now going to be a 3rd successive DNF for the Frenchman, who was cruelly denied a nailed on certain victory at Silverstone with that A damaged ride height device tipping off. That's going to be a front end washout, isn't it? We're moving into the second half of this Grand Prix, where front tyre wear clearly is going to be a big factor. In successive laps, we've seen Binder slip off, and we've now seen Quartararo go down the road as well. Has Fabio Quartararo ever had 3 successive DNFs in MotoGP, let alone in his career? He is not a serial crasher, is he, Quartararo?
He wasn't in 10th place with Quartararo. He was just losing touch with the Mir Vinales back to up ahead of him, and ultimately he has now dropped out of the race. That means that Jack Miller is now your top Yamaha, although he's now lost a couple of places on this lap behind Bezzecchi and Fernandez. Marco Bezzecchi is now into the top 10, and he's just under 2 seconds adrift of Maverick Vinales, so keep an eye on Bez.
Unfortunately, it is an unwanted hat-trick for Fabio Quartararo. For the very first time in his Grand Prix career, he's going to have 3 successive DNFs. Never in MotoGP has he gone 3 in a row without scoring a point. Tough times for the Frenchman. Here is Joan Mir, who has never had, can you believe this, he just sort of highlights his Honda struggles over the last couple of years. Mir has never had successive Grand Prix top 10s on an RC213V. Well, that's the thing for him right now, because he's there in 8th place, keeping the pressure on at the Gian Antonio. Bagnaia has just set his fastest lap of the Grand Prix so far, as he desperately tries to hang on to Alex Marquez ahead of him. Despite the fact that Bagnaia fired a 47.2, it was still slower than Alex directly ahead of him.
Marquez's relentless run of 46s finally came to an end on that last lap. He actually did 47.4 and lost 3/10 to Alex Marquez, although I don't think anyone in the factory Ducati camp will be panicking at this stage, as his lead through the first sector comes now down to 1.6 seconds. Marquez has been in this position, of course, many times before, and surely at this stage, with that buffer of just over a second and a half, he's in a position where now he can rise slightly within himself in the remaining 10 laps.
Yeah, I do just wonder here, we've heard it from Bagnaia previously in Grand Prix, whether he just can't get close enough to attack Alex, because he's having to sort of manage sort of ballooning front tyre pressure and a ballooning front tyre temperature as well. It's the hottest condition we've had of the weekend so far. We're coming into the latter stage of this Aragon Grand Prix, where those tyres are going to start turning to putty, aren't they? Down the hill we go, the Gian Antonio, that Mir going aggressively on the inside into turn 14. Nice move that by Joan Mir. So that pushes him now up into P7.
He's got 3.5 seconds up to Morbidelli, who has recovered from that lap which saw him drop back into the clutches of Alden again. Morbidelli's back down in the low 47s now, as Gian Antonio underlines the shortcomings of the Honda right now. We've been hearing it all through the winter, haven't we? That Honda is a much more rider-friendly motorcycle, but it's just not a match to the Ducatis in a straight line.
Yeah, and I think Mir running in aggressively hot on the inside of Didier into 14, and it really just sort of compromised his rhythm going through 15 as well. Marco Bezzecchi's finally got himself up inside the top 10, and now he's doing a pretty respectable pace in the mid-47. It's taken him time to find his rhythm. It's taken his time to get going in this Grand Prix, but Bez potentially rescuing a top 10 from 20th on the grid.
Gian Antonio, of course, was one of those riders yesterday who raced the medium rear in the sprint, was hoping that it was going to give him a genuine advantage. We're not really seeing it though, are we, at this stage, as Mir once again makes a move. This one though should be able to stick on the inside of Didier, and it's also opening the door for Maverick Vinales, who says thank you very much, and Gian Antonio loses 2 places.
Yeah, good ride this time, Mir, as he goes charging in hot into the reverse corkscrew, and Vinales got sucked into that one as well, didn't he? Down the hill into that tricky tight braking zone for turn 8. That really did cost Vinales a whole chunk of time. He was glued to the rear tyre being going into 8, and now he comes out at 9 on the back of the Gian Antonio once again. We're on board with Top Gun. Heavy trail braking the right lean angle down the hill into turn 12. You can already see Marc Marquez powering the factory Ducati out of 15 and down the back straight. Marquez is about 10 seconds ahead of this particular fight.
It should be relatively clear now to Gian Antonio. If he gets overtaken from here down the back straight, we know that Honda's missing some ponies on the way down to turn 16. And it does look as if Mir now has that one fully under control as he now rounds turn 16. For Mir then, can he make any further progress up the order from here? Well, it's 3 seconds. Up to Fermi Aldeguer, back with the battling. And of course, the overshoot ever so slightly into turn 8. It's now up and over 4 seconds into the Morbidelli Aldeguer battle. So
Unless we get some misfortune up ahead. Mia set for a best of 7th today.
Bagnaia continues to pile the pressure on Alex Henry. He's just done another PB lap, the Italian, a 1:47.169. Bastianini, he claws his way through on Jack Miller. That was the 12th place for the Beast. The winner here in that Aragon Classic against Bagnaia 3 years ago. Bagnaia, though, despite the fact that he's running a real fast pace to be fair to him in those low 1:47s, he just can't get under half a second back to Alex.
We've heard Bagnaia say that already this year, haven't we? That he just cannot make the overtakes. Ultimately, once he gets into that window, Herrera is a very good example of that, as he was following Fabio Quartararo for near enough the entire Grand Prix, but just could not get anywhere near a snip of an overtake on Quartararo. So Bagnaia has still another 7.5 laps to potentially figure this out and secure the Ducati Lenovo team their first 1-2 since Qatar.
Yeah, in the back of his mind, of course, we know he's got that fragile front-end confidence, so he's potentially not going to be taking as big a risk as a fully confident and fully dialed in Pecco Bagnaia would be. Has to be at the back of his mind. This will be a big result, a big result for Bagnaia, who's been under the cosh. He's admitted pre-race here today he's experiencing the biggest confidence crisis of his career. Worst moment of his career was how he described his experience at the end of the sprint yesterday when he was a dismal 12th place. But this will be a real tonic for the Italian to take to his home Grand Prix in Magellan a couple of weeks' time. Morbidelli versus Aldeguer. Well, that was a fight for the podium in the sprint yesterday, and not so on Sunday. Still a 5th place in the offing now for one of them.
Just on the road for them is Pedro Acosta, who's still doing similar lap times to Marquez and Bagnaia, but from Acosta's point of view, it's all about getting himself to the flag and getting what would be his best result of 2025 so far. 1.7 behind Bagnaia, but he's a comfortable 3 seconds clear of this battle. I think the only chance of him coming in the threat is if Aldeguer gets ahead of Morbidelli, because we know how fast he was late in the sprint yesterday.
Mears gapping the Gian Antonio by about half a second. In fact, Digi's just slipped behind Viñales in the first sector on this lap 17 of 23. So the Gian Antonio drops back down to 9.
Gian Antonio might yet do both the too, who's doing mid-47 still. Gian Antonio can't get out with a 48 for the moment, so they are now 9 and 10. So potentially an extra point on the table for Bezzecchi in the remaining 6 laps.
Further down the order, we've got Bastianini in 12th place, Miller 13th, Alex Rins in 14th place. 15th, potentially a point on the table for Augusto Fernandez on his Yamaha wildcard appearance. In fact, Fernandez has just done his best lap of the Grand Prix. He's a couple of seconds up the road from Miguel Oliveira. He's having another tough experience right now, the Portuguese rider. Oliveira on course for back-to-back 16th places for him.
Tranmere, as you can see now, is momentarily bolted clear of the Viñales to Gian Antonio battle here. As mentioned about half a lap ago, is the fast-closing Bezzecchi, who hasn't necessarily rocketed up the order in the same way they did it yesterday. He's had to be a little more patient on the Sunday afternoon here. But on that Friday, he's just set his personal best lap of the race on a 1:47.4. He was the best part of a second quicker than Gian Antonio, who must be pleading for the checkered flag to come out.
Has Alex broken Bagnaia finally? He just set his best lap of the Grand Prix, a 1:47 flat, and that was almost a quarter of a second faster than Bagnaia in 3rd place. So what has felt like forever in this Grand Prix, a gap of half a second between Alex and Bagnaia, all of a sudden jumps up to over 7/10 of a second. Bagnaia's clawed back a little bit of time in that first sector. Took place, hasn't it, by Alex? 47 flat on what a 17 lap old tyres. He's having to dig deep, dig very, very deep to keep Bagnaia at bay.
Even if it is a 3rd place, the Prosecco, I think, will taste particularly sweet for Bagnaia today. If he can get himself on the podium, has been on the podium since the wreck. Here comes Aldeguer, who just cannot break out late as Frankie Morbidelli. You can see how hard Morbidelli's pushing to try and keep the rookie at bay. That's going to be a bold move as Aldeguer attacks it to turn 13 and he catches Morbidelli.
Yeah, you know that Morbidelli was not going to give it up without an almighty fight. Bagnaia now has slipped 8/10 of a second as Morbidelli goes on the inside of Aldeguer. They rub knees, they rub elbows. Oh, this will happen nearly
at 350 kilometres an hour. Who's going to win the game of dare on the brakes at the end of the back straight? It's Morbidelli. Is he going to run it a little bit hot though? Can Aldeguer come to a tighter inside line? Two of the most uncompromising riders in MotoGP right now. Alex has definitely broken Bagnaia. Alex Marquez is in the 46s for the first time in this Grand Prix. He's broken now nearly a second clear Bagnaia, who surely now is not going to take any big risks. He's 2.5 seconds up the road from Acosta, but this is searing pace late on from Alex.
Well, it's no holds barred. It's battle, isn't it, for fifth place, and that's kind of how Frankie Morbidelli likes it. He suddenly doesn't have any problem dishing out the aggression when he has to, and he's giving Fermin Aldeguer a bit of an initiation here at MotorLand Aragon. Aldeguer's clearly quicker than Morbidelli at this stage, and he's been able to attack in pretty unconventional places through the fast corners of turn 13. He had a little look at the inside into turn 3 as well before Morbidelli closed the door. Aldeguer's got another 4.5 laps to try and figure this out. The prize, if he can, is 5th place.
You pass Morbidelli, you better make sure you make it stick. Because at the next corner, you're going to see that big blur of bright yellow and white, aren't you? Never won to panel Titanic fire, is he, Morbidelli? At the moment, he's winning that particular duel against Aldeguer. Which was actually a couple of things quicker than Costa, Morbidelli and Aldeguer.
This is Benzecchi, I think, coming at the inside of Gian Antonio. We just saw that flash of blue or yellow on our right-hand side. Is that now going to come back past us on this back straight? We're looking forward to Benzecchi. We want to see what's going on behind him. And Gian Antonio is not in any position to strike back. So Benzecchi now putting me through into 9th place. Unlikely at this stage if he's going to make any further progress than that. With Maverick Vinales over a 1.5 seconds up the road.
First time then in this Grand Prix, Alex has stretched the advantage over Bagnaia to over a second. And so it does look like what was a real valiant effort for second behind Mark in this Grand Prix. Bagnaia will just come up short. We are going to see, though, a return to winning ways in somewhat emphatic fashion, aren't we, for Ducati. They might have been beaten in the last 2 Grand Prix, in Le Mans and in Silverstone, but the response has been emphatic, to say the least.
Yeah, this was Benzecchi's move that we just joined in progress on board at the inside of turn 15. Beautiful move onto Gian Antonio, who looks like he's running out of grip here. He's continuing to lap in the 148s. There are a number of riders up ahead of him who are lapping a second lap quicker at this stage than Digit is going, who might well yet find himself out of the top 10 if he's not careful in the final 3.5 laps. Well, this is a situation that Marc Marquez just feels in his element. He has been, of course, a serial winner, in particular at this particular circuit, MotorLand Aragon. Marc Marquez with 6 previous MotoGP wins. Of course, he had to
down. Pedro Acosta's gone down. Pedro Acosta, so the 2 factory KTMs. Vinales, yeah, it's so difficult with the Red Bull spikes, you've got the helmets and the leathers. It's Maverick Vinales. Apologies to the heart rates of Pedro Acosta fans who are watching at home.
went early.
Turn 12, Maverick Vinales slips down the road. Let's look how quick the response was from the marshals. Brilliant work as always from them. So he was just trying to go late on with Mia. I'll tell you what, full credit to Bagnaia. He's giving everything to try and wrestle that second place away from Alex. He has just set his own personal best out of this Grand Prix, 147 flat. The problem is, ahead of him, Alex was back in the 46s, 146.9, so I think it's going to be all too little too late as far as the 63 is concerned.
So the factory KTM fans can breathe easy. Pedro Acosta is still running there in 4th place. He is 3.5 seconds ahead of this battle, which continues to rage on. And Fermin Aldeguer must have thought that this one was going to be relatively easy meet with the way he caught Frankie Morbidelli, but Morbidelli has upped his pace in the last few laps. He's back down in the MotoGP 147s. Aldeguer did set a personal best last time around, but Morbidelli continues to keep the rookie at bay.
It's almost like Bagnaia, having slipped about a second behind Alex, has just got a bit of clear air, a bit of cooler air on that front tyre. That's allowing him to step up his pace once again. Down to that 147 flat. Unfortunately, I do think it is going to be a little bit
too little too late as Alligator closes in once again down the hill into turn 12. If you want to keep tabs on top three, you just look at the tower on the left-hand side of your screen. You're on board with Marc Marquez, who's sort of already powering his Ducati down the near kilometre back straight up to about 350 kilometres an hour, and you can see that big gap that has broken out between Alex and Bagnaia in the race for second.
Bagnaia had 4/10 out of Alex Marquez so far on this lap. You can follow the gap in the top left of your screen. You can not only see the situation of the two riders, but also see the time as fast as Marquez slots in at 1:46.705. Just to say to the rest of the field, if you're in any doubt as to who the master of MotorLand is, there's your proof.
He's just rubbing their nose in right now, isn't he? 46.705 on the 21st lap of this Grand Prix. He's taking the rip, isn't he, Mark, at the moment? That is astonishing. Just astonishing. He doesn't need to be laughing at that pace, does he? He will say, though, it's the best way, the only way, to keep hyper-focused, to make sure that he stays in the groove, stays in that zone. Brilliant lap, though. Absolutely sensational lap. The best race lap we've ever seen in MotoGP in Aragon. We've been coming here since 2010.
Clearly nothing wrong with the durability of the medium rear Michelin tyre. 5 of the top 8 set personal best last time round. He was in the 46s too, in 8th place. He might yet catch to Amir on the final lap. He took half a second out of him on the last lap. He continues to catch at that rate. He'll be with the Honda rider on the final lap.
Yeah, and Wins might be rescuing the top 10 here as well. He's had stunning late race pace as the factory Yamaha rider. He's only 1.2 seconds behind Ralph Fernandez, and Aldeguer charges through on Morbidelli on the brakes into turn 12. That has been coming. He's been lining up that move now for 2 or 3 laps. Frankie ain't going to take this front line down, though, is he? He's going to try and pass straight back into turn 15. Oh, surely they run. They go side by side once again. Oh! Elbow to elbow, knee to knee. There was big contact there, wasn't there? They started going through the gearbox. You're going to be at over 200 kilometres an hour at that point as they start charging up through the gears. Big contact between Aldeguer and Morbidelli. Look at that. A rub from Morbidelli's front tyre. And there we go. That's the second time that Morbidelli and Aldeguer have toughed it out at top speed down the back straight here. It once again, though, is back in the hands of Morbidelli. We said he wasn't going to take it lying down.
He's a street fighter, isn't he? You have got to work very hard to beat Frankie Morbidelli. It's almost a shame we're on the final lap. I'd quite like to see a bit more of this battle. Marc Marquez, though, hasn't seen any competition on this entire weekend at MotorLand Aragon. Fastest in FP1, fastest in practice, fastest in FP2, pole position, sprint win, top the warm-up, and he's half a lap away from completing the perfect weekend at home.
The most dominant MotoGP weekend about to come to a conclusion in 10 years, a full decade. We have not seen one rider lead every single practice session, take pole position, lead the morning warm-up, and also take the Grand Prix and sprint victory. It has been a different level, different league right now for number 93, who is going to enjoy these moments. Just listen to the noise of the air horns go off in the background. The flares will go off very, very shortly. Through turn 15 he goes. Last September, Marc Marquez returned to winning ways here in Aragon. His first win in 1,043 days, but it's going to be a magnificent 7th success here at his beloved Aragon, at one of his favourite circuits. Through the final corner he goes. Marc Marquez is a winning machine once again here in MotorLand. He has dominated the 2025 Grand Prix of Aragon. He takes the checker flag. Just over 1 second clear of brother Alex, who does indeed fend off Pecco Bagnaia after a race-long duel for second place. It is once again, though, another MotorLand masterclass by Marc Marquez. He sees his World Championship lead stretch out to 32 points, heading to Ducati's home Grand Prix in Mugello in 2 weeks' time. Chapeau, a brilliant job by Pecco Bagnaia, who has been down in the doldrums, hasn't he? For the last couple of Grand Prix, or for the most part, 2025. He finishes 3rd, Acosta is 4th, Morbidelli does lead that battle home between him and Fermin Aldeguer for 5th. First rider to lead all sessions of the Grand Prix weekend since he did so himself at the 2015 German Grand Prix. Something special. We know that he loves anti-clockwise tracks. That's Mark's 66th MotoGP victory. 32 of them have come at anti-clockwise circuits. Of course, a reminder, vote for your rider of the race. I'm pretty sure number 93 will be getting several of your votes around the world. It might not have been a great spectacle, but sometimes you just have to doff your cap to a rider this weekend who, from lap 1 on Friday to the last lap on Sunday, has just been operating on a totally different plane. In a league and class of his own, Marc Marquez, once again here in Aragon. Well, there's a corner named after Marc Marquez here. They might as well name the region after him because he continues to own this place. First and third for the Backstreet Caddy team today. David is giving his reaction to Jack.
David, we'll touch on Mark in a moment because he's gone out there and done what everyone expected. But you told me before the race, he made a change in warm-up for Pecco to get back to his best. I've not seen you as emotional and as passionate as that in the garage all year. That third place means a lot.
I think that engineers works in the right way, and finally last night they found something. I guess that this is team winning because of Pecco is like the win after the disaster of yesterday. So let's see from Mugello. Let's see from Mugello. Let's see to have a nice fight in Mugello.
And a quick word on the brilliance of Mark.
Come on, that was Mark.
Nothing more to say. Thanks, David.
Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks to David Tornozzi. Mark is Mark. And once again, he has made his mark in emphatic fashion here in MotorLand. He's going to be very, very shortly coming to his own dedicated grandstand. We are 93, the Red Army. Well, they got what they came for. A complete and utter domination by the number 93. As we mentioned, 32 points now. This is World Championship lead already, doesn't it? With Pecco Bagnaia almost 100 points now up to summit of the championship. It does look like it's going to be a straight showdown, a straight shootout in terms of the championship between 93 and 73. And once again, look at the top two. What a season, what a year, what a moment it is. I thought the Marquez family, seen Julio, his father, and of course Rosa, the Marquez mother, enjoying what are going to be shortly very, very special celebrations. Blue and red mixed together in the main grandstand, and together, side by side, first and second once again at the end of the Grand Prix here. It's Marc and Alex Marquez. This is going to be a very, very special celebration. Of course, he's done it before. He's done it 6 times previously here in MotoGP, has Marc. Fair play to Alex as well, because he was under incessant pressure in that Grand Prix from Bagnaia, but not at one point did he crack. Not at one stage did he buckle, and he takes what is another very important 20 points. But there's never a certainty in MotoGP. Nothing's a foregone conclusion, but you always did feel like Marc Marquez was nailed on to take the maximum 37 points. I'm just going to stay quiet here and just enjoy and savour these special moments for Marc and Alex. Yeah, this has become the anthem, hasn't it, for Marc Marquez. Marquez on fire, and he certainly was here this weekend. Marc Marquez addressing his adoring army of fans who have got their money's worth handsome here in Motorland. And they're going to work their way finally back to Park Ferme. We've got a race in 2 weeks' time, guys. In Mugello,
to start.
in a couple of weeks' time. But you can't blame them. It's such a rare thing in elite sport at any level, whatever discipline, any of the sport is, for two brothers to be the creme de la creme, the best of the best, just as Mark and Alex right now in MotoGP. Great ride, top job, well done Juan Mir. Back-to-back top 10s in Grand Prix for him for the first time in Honda. And his best result, what was that, since India? A couple of years ago. Yeah, very well done. Of course, he has his critics for some of the mistakes and errors that have crept into his game the last couple of years. And it's great to see. It's the old cliche, the old adage, you can't keep a good rider down for too long. And it's brilliant, isn't it, to see Pecco Bagnaia back in Parc Ferme. Let's get some thoughts. Another great second place, important 20 points for the championship for Alex Marquez. The boss, Michele Massini's with Jack.
Michele, coming into the weekend, I think you knew second and second would be the best result we can get because it keeps the pressure on Mark in the World Championship and one of his playgrounds. So, is it job done?
Yeah, I think that we maximize the result this weekend because we know Marquez has something more, but always try to catch him, to fight with him, but will not possible, but 2 second places is an amazing weekend for him.
Great job, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, Alex Marquez, of course, is here to win. But there are some races, there are some occasions where you just have to take your medicine and set up a second, which is just exactly what he did here this weekend. As Michele Massini said, we maximise that potential this weekend. Sometimes you just have to face the naked truth. Marc Marquez was just simply too good. Dominant just as we expected he probably would be. No great surprise. For the very first time, Marc Marquez wins the Rider of the Race accolade. Has he not won enough already so far this weekend, the 32-year-old? Well, just to show what the fans worldwide made of the most dominant Grand Prix weekend we have seen in 10 years. It just goes really, doesn't it, to highlight just how good Mark is around Aragon. Just how much he loves this anti-clockwise layout. And we have to say, he's finally put an end to, by his exceptionally high standards on the factory Ducati, has been a bit of a barren run. His first victory in 4 Sunday Grand Prix. And let's be honest, let's be frank, was it ever really in any single doubt?
From the first lap of Friday morning, that has kind of felt like no. At one point on Friday morning, he was over a second clear in the field. Huge credit has to go to Alex Marquez, not only for closing the gap as we went through the weekend, but keeping Mark relatively honest today. And well done to this young man. Of course, Pedro Costa has had his ups and downs in this 2025 season so far, but he certainly maximised his return for KTM today. Of course, the pace was so hot that both Brad Binder and Maverick Vinales in the latter stages crashed out. But a 4th place for Pedro Costa. He comes to MotoGP circuit to finish a lot higher than that. But if you consider the KTM 2025 story so far, that is a clear step in the right direction for the 37. Who finished comfortably clear of the Morbidelli-Aldeguer battle, which kept us royally entertained in the second half of the race. Morbidelli did win that battle in the end, thanks to a knee and an elbow to take 5th.
Yes, some scary moments weren't there between Morbidelli and Aldeguer. Twice they locked horns and handlebars down that fast back straight. Yeah, no wonder he's got a big smile on his face. We saw how angry he was post-Austin when he blew a great chance to extend his record-breaking run of victories over in Texas. He was really angry with himself for blundering when well placed in Jerez. We saw his frustration when he was punching the inflatable bottle of Prosecco after his third place at Silverstone. He's back on tops of the podium, and back on the podium, a great sight to see. Pecco Bagnaia third, and he's with Jack.
Pecco, you described yesterday as the toughest day of your career, but Davide said you made a change in warm-up and it looked like you were back to your best out there. Is there a feeling of genuine relief to be back on the podium?
Yes, and in this way that for us today is like it's not just at the place, but it's recovering a lot of confidence, and was something that I was needing. This morning we had something that we were not thinking about it, and it was a small change that gave it to me a bit more of confidence, and a small step of confidence gave to me a bit more speed. So happy about it. I tried everything to catch back Alex, but we were increasing pace lap by lap, and I just did the best lap in the second laps to go, so 2 laps to go, so very happy. I want to say thanks to my team that we were struggling together, and today we are on the podium, thanks also by them, so happy, and thanks to everybody.
Great to see you back on the podium, well done.
That's it.
Yeah, and let's hope for all MotoGP fans' sake around the world that this is at the start of Bagnaia rediscovering what we know can be his brilliant best. He certainly had to work hard for that podium. Briefly early on, he was in a real tough fight with Pedro Acosta. Acosta eventually taking the checker flag in fourth, and he really did try and put the pressure on Alex throughout the entire Grand Prix. Alex just resisted quite superbly. Yeah, I think it's fair to say, whatever those front-end modifications they made on the factory Ducati overnight have clearly restored some of the lost confidence for Bagnaia. And of course, well, I guess we'll find out, because what's next on the calendar? Jello and Assen, two of Pecco Bagnaia's favourite circuits, where he's been undefeated at both for 3 years in a row. A brace of second places then for Alex Marquez here in Aragon. I'm sure he's thrilled with that. Let's get started for Jack.
Well, Alex, enough weekend. Far from easy. Pecco pushed you all of the way. Just how tough was that to manage?
Yeah. I was expecting him already there. I mean, on the warm-up he was already quite fast, and I say today he will try for sure. When you have a bad sprint race, you have that inside. He's a world champion MotoGP, so for sure he tried it, and he tried his best. I was there trying to manage the situation a little bit. I was not feeling 100% with this medium rear tire, so I say okay, I need to keep the pace. I need to not make mistakes. To not if they don't overtake me when they're really close, they will not be able to do it. So it was like this. So really happy for that. To start the maximum in this weekend. That was P2 in Spain and P2 today. So yeah, really happy for that.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was another great job by Alex Marquez. He had to work very, very hard over those 23 laps. It is his 11th second place so far in 2025, as he gives a big thumbs up to his brother Mark, who was just in complete control of that Grand Prix. As soon as he got the whole shot into the first corner, it looked like it was going to be very, very hard to overhaul Mark, and that's exactly as it proved to be. There was that sort of burst, wasn't there? Lap 7, 8 and 9 where he started stretching out the field. But once again, for the 7th time, he's the master of MotorLand. Marc Marquez, your winner with Jack.
Mark, all week you've spoken about focus and concentration. Well, you certainly had that today. What a way to bounce back. Victory here in Aragon. And what were the celebrations like in front of your own fans and your grandstand?
Yeah, of course, it was an amazing weekend. All the practice, leading, full focus, just full concentrate. As I expect, the others get closer and closer every session, and in the race, the pace of Alex and Pecco were super fast, but yeah, it was consistent, just controlling the race distance, and yeah, the celebration together with my brother was amazing, and the best way to come back with full Ducatis in the top.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, yet another Ducati knockout at the podium. And that was that special moment as he crosses the line to take victory number 66 in MotoGP, the 92nd of his Grand Prix career. And as we mentioned, the most dominant Grand Prix weekend by one rider since a sack spring in 2015. Because back in those days, he would have had a sprint to win as well to notch the record. He's trying to get his mum there to wear the red shirt. No, she's not buying it, is she? There's been this kind of friendly family feud, shall we say, about where Rosa Marquez's allegiance lies. Mark says, well, she always wants Alex to win. Alex has been joking that this weekend maybe she'll be in the red camp. Well, she's been perfectly neutral today. Imagine what it's like to be a part of the Marquez family right now, part of the Marquez friends group, when Mark and Alex are just dominating the elite level of motorcycle racing. As he mentioned in commentary, it's just so very, very rare that two siblings in any sport, particularly at the highest level of that sport, are enjoying such dominance. Sort of you think of the Williams sisters in tennis. I'm sure there's lots of other examples, but in terms of motorcycle racing, it's just an unforgettable era for Mark and Alex. Just look at all those red Ducati, red 93 t-shirts and caps. He has had unbelievable support here this weekend, and he did not let them down, and this is going to be a very, very special home podium for both Mark and Alex. They already got the party started, didn't they, with the DJ up at turn 13, where they've got their own dedicated grandstand. And I would imagine, given the fact that they live, or their home base in Sevilla is about an hour away from Aragon, there's going to be some party that goes on late into the night, and most likely into the early hours of tomorrow morning.
Più grip, si andava molto più veloce. A me alla fine piaceva di più perché non mi faceva più così. Aveva tantissimo grip alla fine. Era più, cioè perché per me scivolava un po' di più. Costa quella dura all'inizio faceva delle staccate incredibili. Sì, no? Da quella dura davanti, sì. Buono. Perché oggi anche non c'era vento, era molto più facile guidare. Ieri era peggio, sì. Sì, alla 7 si girava. Sì. Allà? A 7. 7, quella destra, dove ho caduto io? Bene. Fine la 2-3. Ho molto forte la 2-3. Tornato in sala, è tornato l'aggancio. Ragazzi, se siete in terra è impressionante. La moto entra, si vince. No, devi entrare anche te. Ah sì? Sì. Non è una moto io? No, penso che sì. Sicuro? Tutti e due insieme. No, adesso già no. Uno, Sì. Quello che entra primo. Sì, quello che entra primo, può essere. Se entra moto primo, entra il pilota primo. Penso che un puro salto, penso moto 3 a Zelanda. Meglio non provarlo. Non provarlo. No, già l'hanno provato per me.
Your three podium finishes during the fact at the end of a successful day, to put it mildly, from a Ducati point of view. Having barely got a rider on the podium in Silverstone, they wouldn't have done without Quartararo's problems. And of course, got 2 Grand Prix without a victory. They're back to their all-conquering best, aren't they? Rocking out the podium here this afternoon with Pedro Acosta, the only non-Ducati able to break the top 6 today. Marc Marquez, he's been very used and accustomed to this special feeling of a MotorLand Aragon victory. He's about to get that taste of success for the 7th time, isn't he? Podium to the race then underway in Aragon. Thanks, welcome back to the podium for Pecco Bagnaia. Of course, it may take some time for us to realise just how important a day this was for the 2-time MotoGP World Champion, but a step in the right direction for him. For Alex Marquez, it's a rather familiar feeling in 2nd place. The gap
was just 1.1 across the line. In truth, it was bigger than that. Because Marc Marquez has been in a class all of his own from the moment he first turned a wheel on this MotorLand Aragon circuit on Friday morning to the last lap on Sunday. Marc Marquez has been the MotorLand master. Winning constructor prize is Ducati, aims there, well, by their standards, winning tracked. After going winless in the last two Grand Prix, GoPro athlete and Enduro star Johnny Walker presenting the winning constructor prize. The Ducati returned to winning ways. The president of the circuit here, Manuel Blasco, hands over to Pecco Bagnaia. His 5th podium of the season, and his 56th in MotoGP. It was temporary, class is permanent. Ignacio Veneda, FIM Deputy President, presents Alex Marquez with his 5th podium of the season and his 10th in MotoGP now. At the venue where he took 2nd, of course, back in 2020. So this circuit, well, it was named by one of the fans in the grandstands on Friday, Marquez Land. He certainly mastered MotorLand today, as Marc Marquez claims a 7th MotoGP victory at his beloved Aragon. It's marvellous, Marc Marquez, after he takes a magnificent 7th MotoGP victory here in front of his home fans at MotorLand Aragon. Ducati are back with a bang, aren't they? After they tasted defeats in both Le Mans and Silverstone. It's yet another podium lockout for the Bologna factory. The perfect boost for them, and certainly for Pecco Bagnaia, as we head to the Italian Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time. The first of 7 double headers, which will take us all the way through to the end of the season. So in a 3-week summer break in the middle of it, we'll find out at the end whether it'll be one of those 3 riders lifting the MotoGP World Championship and adding their name to the coveted Tower of Champions. Certainly have to say, as we near the halfway stage of our record-breaking season, Marc Marquez is going to take some stopping as he hunts down a 7th Premier Class title and 9th in his Grand Prix career. Marquez takes the spoils, the Marc version from Alex once again. We're going to get maybe another victory jig from the Marquez siblings. Great, isn't it, to see him back on the podium. Great to see him competitive and hopefully confident as well. Big weekend coming up for him, of course, in 2 weeks' time. Spectacular Jet Air Show free race. Pedro Acosta, the only rider in the Grand Prix that went for the hard front tyre. He took 4th place. A pretty decent weekend all round for Acosta, a pair of top 60s for him. But there, in one picture, sort of encapsulates not just this Aragon Grand Prix weekend, but the whole of 2025 so far in MotoGP. As once again, it is Marquez versus Marquez. 93 versus 73. This time round, once again, it is Marc that wins out as we head to our next Grand Prix, the first of 7 doubleheaders in 2025. What a place, what a track, what a venue. We head to the stunning Tuscany Mountains in between Bologna and Florence for the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy at Majestic Mugello, where Marc Marquez will head there with a 32-point World Championship lead. Alex Marquez will head there looking to close the gap, and Pecco Bagnaia will be looking to take what he hopes is the next step in his road back to the top. But today, Marc Marquez was untouched. Marc Marquez, the winner, from his younger brother Alex. Francesco Bagnaia back on the podium in third. Pedro Acosta getting a KTM into the top four, his best results of the season. Morbidelli and Aldeguer certainly kept us entertained in the second half of the Grand Prix, with Franco beating Firmin for fifth. Joan Mir seventh, his best result for the best part of 2 years. Marco Bezzecchi from 20th up to 8th. Gian Antonio 9th, and Ralph Fernandez getting the sole track out of Aprilia into the top 10. Top Yamaha was Alex Rins after Fabio Quartararo crashed out, and Ea Bastianini, Augusto Fernandez, Jack Miller and Miguel Oliveira scoring points. Brad Binder crashed out of 6th. Maverick Vinales also gave away a top 10 when he crashed late on. He did remount to finish 18th. So 32 points is the gap between Mark and Alex as we head to Mugello. Pecco Bagnaia is 93 points behind number 93. And you will see today is a major step in the right direction. Morbidelli 4th, Babbage Gian Antonio does leapfrog Johan Zarco into 5th after Zarco crashed out today. Ducati, of course, returning 20 waves today, they're way clear in the Constructors' Championship. With Honda their nearest challengers. KTM, though, do climb above Aprilia today into third. In the team standings, the lead is 99 points now from Ducati Lenovo back to Grassini. Looking at 46, of course, completing an all Ducati top 3. Independent standings, Alex Marquez 86 clear of Frankie Morbidelli, Babbage Gian Antonio. As he does in the main standings, climbs ahead of Johan Zarco today. That moves him up to third. Independent team standings, Grassini 60 clear of VR 46. LCR now putting under a little bit of pressure from Tech 3. Bastianini scoring just the 4 points for Tech 3. They could have, of course, scored a lot more. And Maverick Vignale stayed upright. 14 points separates those two in third and fourth. A spectacular victory for Marc Marquez. How close did he come to blowing it? Meters from the line. Well, it's close. As he lost control as he took victory. That's the only thing that went wrong for Marc Marquez all day today. He was telling Alex Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia in the cool-down room. He very nearly crossed the line on his backside. But in the end, it was a lights-to-flag victory for the 93. But he got a real spin off the line yesterday, which cost him an early lead. Made no such mistake this time. As Alex Marquez had to make him in second place. Pecco Bagnaia getting a good start as Morbidelli make the poor start that he on VR46 cleared from the pit wall side, dropping in the early stages to 7th place as Firmin Aldeguer overtook him. That was a battle that would run and run throughout the Grand Prix of Aragon. Pedro Acosta on the lead KTM was certainly keeping Pecco Bagnaia occupied in the early stages as he chased their first podium of the season. Bagnaia, though, wouldn't be behind the 37 for long. 63 overtook 37.
Stayed in touch on the early stages as the Factor KTM stayed in touch with the trio of Ducatis up the road. That was the last time Acosta would show Pecco Bagnaio's front wheel, and while that was going on, Morbidelli was coming through on Brad Binder. That was, of course, for 5th place. Soon afterwards, Brad Binder would crash out of that 6th position as Morbidelli dropped backwards once more. Binder, unfortunately, after his most competitive weekend of the season, couldn't score some points to show for it. Joan Mir was on his way to a best result on a Sunday since India 2023. That was his move on to Gian Antonio, which secured him 7th place. This was the battle that kept us entertained in the second half of proceedings, though. Morbidelli and Aldeguer bumping elbows, bumping knees on the back straight as they cranked up the gas up to around 340 kilometres an hour. Morbidelli would win that battle for 5th. Acosta for Bagnaia back at the podium in 3rd behind Alex Marquez. And apart from that little slip-up, Marc Marquez was nigh on perfect today as he completed, quite literally, the perfect weekend. He tops every session here at MotorLand Aragon. A maximum 37 points. His lead is 32 of Alex Marquez. We will see you at a spectacular Mugello circuit in 2 weeks' time.
see the race winner, who is rightly celebrating with his mechanics. If he continues like this, it will be difficult for his rivals to keep up with him. These three riders really battled it out, but when Marc Marquez is in that kind of form, there's no one who can compete. You just have to watch him take to the podium and give him a well-deserved round of applause. Championship is only getting better. Consistent results seem to be the secret to a good season. celebrating with his mechanics. If he continues like this, it will be difficult for his rivals to keep up with him. These three riders really battled it out, but when Marc Marquez is in that kind of form, there's no one who can compete. You just have